Thank you very much. Good morning and welcome to the Thursday, February 4th meeting of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. We are assembled around our virtual horseshoe via Zoom. We are live streamed on the HHS channel of the Maine State Legislature's YouTube channel, where you can find the replay of our proceedings should you miss us live. Today's agenda includes ongoing orientation and presentations. We'll first hear from OPLA and OFPR, our own Erin Dooling and Luke Lazor on how to read a bill. We'll then move into, that's at 9 a.m. From 1 to 4, we'll have presentations from Gordon Smith, the Director of Opioid Response, from Anna Hicks of the Maine Children's Cabinet and the Early Childhood Advisory Council, the Department of Corrections, and then Samantha Warren from the University of Maine System. So we will go around our virtual horseshoe and do some introductions, beginning with Representative Zager.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Sam Zager. I represent District 41 in Portland.
And Representative Lemelin.
Good morning. I'm Michael Lemlin. I represent District 88, which is Chelsea, Jefferson, Whitefield, and half of Noblesboro.
Morning. Representative Stover, I don't see, or Senator Baldacci. Representative Perry.
Good morning, I'm Representative Perry. I represent House District 140, which includes Indian Township, Baileyville, Barron, Calais, Charlotte, Robbinston, Perry, Pembroke, and Pleasant Point.
Morning. Representative Stover, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. Thank you. My name is Holly Stover. I represent House District 89, including the 6 coastal towns, Boothbay Harbor, South Port Edgecombe, West Port Island, and part of South Bristol.
Good morning. Representative Javner.
Good morning. I am Representative Kathy Javner. I represent House District 141, which is located in Penobscot and Washington counties.
Representative Griffin.
Good morning. My name is Abigail Griffin, and I represent House District 102, which is Glumber, Levant, and Kenduskeag.
Am I missing Representative Connor? No, he must be in his other committee. So Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Margaret Craven, and I represent District 59, which is part of Lewiston, and I would like to welcome my intern, Sasha, is here as well.
Good morning, Sasha. Representative Madigan.
Good morning. I'm Representative Colleen Madigan. I represent House District 110, which is part of Waterville and part of Oakland.
Senator Moore.
Good morning. I'm Marianne Moore, and I represent Senate District 6, which is all of Washington County, as well as Goldsboro, Winter Harbor, and Sullivan in Hancock County as well.
And my Senate co-chair, Ned Claxton.
Good morning. I'm Ned Claxton and proud to represent the folks of Senate District 20, which is Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester.
And I am Representative Michelle Meyer, serving Southern Maine's House District 2, which is Elliott and parts of South Berwick and Kittery. We're joined today by our analysts, Erin Dooling and Anna Broom. Would you like to introduce yourself, Anna?
Hi, I'm Anna Broom, and I am one of the legislative analysts in the Nonpartisan Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And Erin?
My name is Erin Dooling. I am also in the Office of Policy and Legal Analysis.
And Luke Lazor from OFPR.
Yes, so good morning. I am Luke Lazor, and I am from the nonpartisan office of the Office of Fiscal and Program Review.
And our clerk, Carrie Withy.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Withy, and I'm the clerk for the Health and Human Services Committee.
Thank you. So I will turn this over to Erin and to Luke.
Good morning, everybody. So 2 years ago on the HHS committee, we had 9 legislators who had never served before. So Anna and Luke and I developed a presentation to try to orient folks on kind of what they're looking at when you get a bill, so that you can try to figure out what's going on. And so It is now back by popular demand this year, and we've updated it to fit our new virtual environment, because before we just piled a bunch of documents on your desk. So hopefully this is a little cleaner in this virtual world. So the reason we're doing this presentation now is because next week you start having public hearings, and we'd like you to kind of have some experience under your belt when you start looking at those bills, and also so that we can, at the end of our presentation, kind of show you what the types of things you can expect from Anna and I, and Luke, in terms of helping tee you up for those public hearings and work sessions. And so following Luke and I are going to do the presentation on how to read a bill. Anna is also going to do a separate presentation on rulemaking, because one of the public hearings you have on Tuesday next week has to do with a rule. So because those things are coming up quickly, we wanted to make sure you had the information you needed. So if it's okay, I'm going to try to share my screen. So in the legislature, there's a number of different types of instruments or vehicles that you have available to you and that you'll see. We have bills, or acts, resolves, constitutional resolutions, and orders. In HHS, I've never done a constitutional resolution. Not to say it's not possible, but I don't know what to tell you about that one. What we're going to focus on today are public laws, which is a type of bill, and resolves. So resolves are a legislative instrument that is intended to be of short-term or limited duration. It has the force of law, though, just because it's not called a public law and it's called a resolve, it's still law. And it's published in these yellow books at the bottom, which are the laws of the state of Maine. This presentation is posted on our website, on the committee website. These links will take you to where you can find the laws on our legislative webpage. I'm not going to bring you there right now. Resolves are different than public laws because public laws are intended to have long-lasting application. So resolves are short-term. Public laws, they go into these red books here on the right. And they are in effect until a future legislature changes or repeals that law, or until there's perhaps a court decision that changes the statute. For example, if it's deemed unconstitutional or something, then the law would still be on the books, in the red books, but might not be in effect. But in general, those laws stick around for a while, and they have broad applicability to the state in general. So one of the types of instruments we're not really spending a lot of time on that you saw on the first slide is public and special laws, and those have a really narrow focus, like a water district, for example. Public laws apply to pretty much everybody in the state, and they're in the red book so that and they're also in the yellow laws of the state of Maine book. So they exist in both places. There has been a historical practice that resolves cannot be turned into bills. And so what that means is if a bill or a legislative document is initially presented as a resolve and the committee decides that it wants it to have a longer lasting application, it cannot use that vehicle of a resolve to effectuate that purpose. So we would talk about that if that situation came up, depending on the circumstances. But if you, for example, the reverse is that if you had an act, a public law, and you decided you only wanted to do like a pilot project or something, instead of creating a whole new system that would exist in statute, you could convert it to a resolve. And if you have any questions about that practice, you might want to talk with Representative Martin. But that has been the practice for a while. We're going to move now into talking about some of the major elements of public laws and resolves. So really, like, what are you looking at when you pull up those documents? This is the first page of what resolves and bills look like. And you can see here over on the right, this one was 1162. That's how we refer to bills in committee. So we'll say like LD 1162, so that that's the bill, the number that's searchable on the legislative homepage that we showed you on one of our first days, and is kind of what carries the bill through, at least the committee process and a lot of the session work that you do as well. This here is the title of the bill. If it was a resolve, it would say resolve to reduce the incidence of obesity and chronic disease. And we'll have an example of that one later. But this one happens to be an act or public law. On the left here, what's important to note here is whether it says SP or House P, or HP rather. So S means Senate and H means House. So this tells you the body from which the sponsor originates. So in this case, it was presented by Senator Libby. So it's a Senate paper. And then finally, what I'm going to point out is this referencing. It's a suggestion from the clerk of the House or the Secretary of Senate of which committee it should go to this year. And in second regular sessions, that becomes more important in some ways because it determines where the bill is referred to, as opposed to bouncing it back between both bodies to determine which committee it goes to. And I should say, if anybody has any questions, to just please interrupt me, but I'm just gonna keep moving along. So concept drafts are kind of like a subset of resolves or public laws, because they could be an act like this one is, or it could be a resolve. The key part of concept drafts is that there's no language in them, but there's no official resolve language and there's no official statutory language. It's a summary. And some of the concept drafts are more detailed than this. This one is just a single sentence, but some of them have numerical lists of the types of things that the sponsor would like included. They're drafted in accordance with Joint Rule 208, which provides that it's just a summary of legislation, but it is treated for the purposes of referencing, just like any other legislation that is fully drafted. But in order to report it out of the committee must actually add language, because otherwise it doesn't have any kind of legal effect as a summary. This is from the cover page that I showed you a couple of slides ago. This is what the bill, the public law, does for part of that bill. And so you can see here that it is, you see the enacting clause that tells you that it's going into the red books. Also, MRSA is an acronym for Maine Revised Statutes Annotated, or the red books. The underscoring here indicates that language is being added, which is important, as we'll see as you can follow along and what other bills are doing. Some of them will have a combination of different formatting markups, but this one, because everything is underlined, is actually enacting an entirely new section of law. At the bottom here is the summary. It's an explanation of what the legislation does. It's not supposed to be a full regurgitation of exactly how the law is written. It really is supposed to be a summary. Also, we write it, or the revisor's office writes it, and so it's hard to, we don't editorialize the summary, in terms it's not meant to be like persuasive. And what's interesting about summaries is that they can't be amended. So if you get a bill in committee and you don't like how the summary is written, you can't amend it just to change the summary. On the left here is important for following along as we work through bills in work session in particular. The line numbers help us quickly figure out what part of the bill we're working on, and all of the resolves and all the public laws have those numbers along the side. So we could say, oh, does the department have rulemaking authority, for example, in this new section? And we can say, yes, at lines 13 and 14. Sorry about my cat.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question in a second?
Of course, Senator.
On the prior slide, thank you, Chair. On the prior slide, it's worth noting, I think, that the summary does not become part of published legislation. It's a tool in our process, right? It doesn't end up in the MRSA red book.
It doesn't end up in the MRSA. It might end up in the public laws. I'd have to look, maybe Anna knows. But it's used, it's not part of the law. It's used later on in case there is ever a question about what the law is. The court may look at what the summary says in order to try to determine legislative intent. It's one of the tools of statutory interpretation that they have.
Thank you.
It's not in the laws of Maine, Erin.
Oh, okay, thanks, Anna. But it is helpful to you as the bill moves through the legislative process, because you can, I mean, and I often start there when I'm looking at bills that I'm working on for the committee, is like trying to orient myself to like, okay, what is this doing? And like, what's the takeaway here? And so as you look at amendments or bills in other committees or our committee, that is a good starting place to trying to, without diving right into the actual language. Thank you,
Representative Perry, did you have a question?
Yeah, I did while we were on this. And I'm wondering, and I don't know if I have seen where at times the intent can be put into the law.
Sometimes that's true, right? Because we typically don't put intent or purposes in statute, although that has been done in the past. That is a practice that's discouraged, and sometimes that intent can go in the summary, but it's not binding. So this is a different type of public law. Instead of enacting an entire new section of law, this one is amending an existing statute. So you can tell that in a couple of ways. One is along this first section line here. It's the amending clause. It shows that the section's being, or the paragraph is being amended as follows here. The other thing you'll note in this amending clause is that there's also the history line. We don't add that history line. People who are much more detail oriented than us in their advisor's office are actually the ones who insert that, and they make sure that it is the public law that last enacted or amended it is actually the correct law that goes here. So you won't see that, for example, on our drafts for amendments, because they actually we don't work on that part. But it'll be there on any printed amendments or on the bills. So on this bill, you can see the underlined language again. This underlined language, it indicates that it's going to be new language. Anything that's not underlined is already the law, so you can see what's changing. The other interesting thing that you might note from time to time is that the revisor's office, if they're in a section of law because of a bill that's being put forward, they have the authority to make technical changes to it. So this is changing to the to meet their drafting standards. You'll often see that in terms of shalls being turned to musts or the reverse. So those weren't necessarily things requested by the sponsor, but the revisor's office has the authority to try to clean up the statutes and make sure that they are accurately drafted, that meets our drafting standards, and they are not substantive changes. So in the prior, sorry, I'm just going to go back. So in this example, you can tell here that we're talking about kind of the context that we're talking about. You can see that this has to do with when children may possess and administer marijuana on school grounds. And this is proposing to add a medical provider to the list of people who may provide medical marijuana to a child while on school grounds. So you kind of, from this one section, although you don't have the full context of the Medical Act, you do have a sense of the scope of what the bill is proposing to change. In this example, it's a little different. You have this random paragraph that says alternative aid, and you have no idea what program this exists for. I mean, you can read the summary. It talks about the Aspire and TANF program, but you really don't really know, like, what is this a list of? If you, to figure it out, you would look back at like the next greatest unit of organization for the statute, which we'll talk about more in a little bit. And we'll also do our best to provide this information to you, which we'll also show you at the end. But just for purposes right now, when you click on, I don't think you can see that, can you? When you click on that link, it brings you to the program requirements of TANF. And as you scroll down, you can see that it's subsection 8 of those program requirements that are being amended, so that you can see what all the other program requirements are, and it might help you kind of understand what's happening a little bit better with that bill. Can you see my original, the PowerPoint slide again? Okay. The other types of public laws you'll see aren't ones that are adding language, but you're going to see them repealing language. So in this one, you can tell that because you see the crossouts here. And anytime you see language with a line through it or a strike through, it indicates that it's being repealed. And that makes sense for, a section like this where it's only this cross-reference that's being repealed, but the rest of the paragraph is intact. In the next subsection, though, it's showing you that an entire subchapter as amended is being repealed. So you're not going to see what that subchapter, which is actually just one section, but what that subchapter does. It just says it's all gone. So you're not going to see it all marked up with strike through lines in it. And so it's hard to know then what it's actually removing. So you can start at the summary. You see that it's removing the Mental Health, Homicide, Suicide, and Aggravated Assault Review Board, but you don't know what that board did. What we would try to provide you and what you can search for in the main revised statutes link that we sent you at the beginning is this, can you see the public law? Okay. This is the legislation that originally enacted that review board. And so you can see who was supposed to be on it, what its scope is, what it was supposed to review, and the report that was supposed to come to the committee, so that you have kind of a better understanding about what the law is actually doing. Can you see the PowerPoint again? Sorry, I'm going back and forth. It's not clear. Okay. The other thing you'll see on bills and resolves is multiple section numbers. Those are like introductory statements, kind of. It's like this is what's happening in this section, and this is what's happening in this section. They're arranged in ascending numerical order, but that doesn't always mean that that's the right way to make sense of what the bill is doing. A lot of times, for example, with other statutory boards, there might be some language enacting the board in Title V. The Title V comes first, and so you'll see that first, but you won't actually see what's being changed or repealed like later on. But that's because it's numerical, not based on subject matter. And we'll try to make sense of that for you, particularly at work session. This next slide looks a little busy, but I'll walk you through it. This is a public law that would repeal and replace a statute. And so you can tell that when you look up here at the section line, it's saying that this whole section, section 2453 on fire escapes, is being repealed and the following is enacted in its place. And so when you look at this, everything is underlined. So it looks like it should all be new language. But in fact, this is the law that was being repealed. And so when you look at it, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on the substance, but this first paragraph is the same as subsection 1. The second paragraph is the same as subsection 2. And when you actually figure out what's different, the revisor's office reorganizes it in a way that makes more sense, because maybe at one point those paragraphs were drafted, but now the preference is to have subsections for readability and the ability to find what you're looking for. And so they've added all the highlighted subsection head notes here. And those aren't law. So they're not substantive changes. These are organizational changes. But as you read through here, even though in subsections 1 through 4, everything is underlined, the only new language is in subsection 5 about the violation. And you can tell that by reading the summary too. It says that it provides that a person commits a civil violation. But the initial instinct is to look at this and be, oh my God, look at all this new language, and we have to figure it out, when really we're just talking about whether there should be a fine. So it's important to read these introductory clauses just to understand exactly what's happening. And we will also try to provide you the existing law, like I showed you on the second page, like what is that section actually doing. And this is Anna's favorite example. The next example is a public law with something called unallocated language. So the first section here should look familiar to you now. It's all underlined, so it means that it's all new language, and it's proposing to put an entirely new section into the red books, which means that it's being allocated. That's the drafting term for the underlining, if you're allocating it into the red books, the main revised statutes annotated. You can also have what's called unallocated language, which means it's not language that's being allocated into the main revised statutes. And like resolves, it is short term, of limited duration, has the force of law, and is only published in the laws of the state of Maine. So what this means in practice is if you go to the red books and you look up section 3174 ZZ, you're only going to see the allocated language. you're not going to see the direction of the department to amend its rules that you see here in unallocated language in section 2. In order to figure out everything that happened with particular legislation, you'd have to go to those yellow books, the laws of the state of Maine, and then it'll show you both the allocated and the unallocated language that were in this public law. And as Anna is going to explain in her presentation in a little while, this is standard rulemaking language that I've highlighted here. We're going to talk next about a couple of different preambles that can go on legislation. This is a public law, but it could just as easily go on a resolve. The important thing about emergency legislation is the timing. So typically, legislation becomes effective 90 days after adjournment, and that's provided in the Constitution, and that provision is listed here at the bottom. Emergency legislation takes effect when it's approved. So as soon as it's through both houses or off the table and fully and finally enacted is when it takes, or when the governor signs it, or whatever the final action is to enact the legislation, that's when it takes effect.
Excuse me, Erin.
Yes.
Representative Zager has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wondering if there's literally the red and the yellow books that are published each session, or if it's all virtual.
Both, actually. I think we get the hardcover books in our offices, but they're also updated online at the links that we've provided. Okay. One of the other requirements, in addition to the timing of when the legislation takes effect, is the requirement in the Constitution that then it needs to be immediately necessary for the preservation of the public peace, health, or safety, and that the facts constituting the emergency must be expressed in the preamble of the act. So you see that this first clause and the last clause are the standard emergency preamble languages, but the intervening clauses are background facts that would justify the emergency enactment, and those are required to be put in. And so often you'll hear Anna and I talk about our creative writing. That's what we're guessing, we're hoping based on the conversation that we heard at the work session, or that you'd like added, or the reasons you'd like added, but really those reasons are up to you and for your approval. So these are not standard, and we'll ask you to make sure that they reflect the facts that you really would like set out. Another type of preamble is the mandate preamble. This is state mandates are described in the Constitution as well. I'm only just really drawing your attention to them now. We don't tend to have a lot of mandate preambles, but you will see them in other committees. And we have had them before. So if we get them, I will spend a lot more time going through the constitutional requirements. But mandate preambles always go before emergency preambles, which is something I didn't know and learned while putting this presentation together this year. And then I'm going to turn this slide over to Luke.
Great, thank you, Erin. So now we're going to look at the fiscal portion of the bills. And I'll just point out that don't worry so much about numbers here. Just like everything that Erin has gone through this morning, what we're really trying to do is give you an understanding of what it's going to look like and what are important words for you to be looking at to understand what's going on in the bill. So this first bill is a public law that has an appropriation allocation section. So you'll see here that this bill, it's the entirety of it is the appropriations and allocation. And I know that because if you look at the top, you can see that it says Section 1 Appropriations and Allocations. The appropriations and allocations are always the last section of a bill. So all of the language comes before you get to the approps and allocation. So this bill was simply an appropriation and allocation. If you look in the section line, it notes the following appropriations and allocations. The important thing to know there are the difference between appropriations and allocations. Appropriations are only for general fund dollars. That is actually giving money to the department to spend. The difference there is that allocations are giving the department the ability to spend funds they receive. And it's a very important distinction because it is a very different thing. So when you are giving an appropriation of a general fund dollars, you're actually handing that money to the department to go and spend. With an allocation, there has to be some sort of revenue that is being generated by the department that allows them to have the funds to spend. And all you're doing by allocating is saying, yes, we'll allow you to spend up to X amount of dollars. It's also important to know that one thing that the department can do with allocations that they cannot do with appropriations is they can increase the allocation on their own. They do not need the legislature to specifically authorize the allocation. They can do it through the financial order process. But when they do those changes, they are a one-time change. And if they want that change to be an ongoing thing, so they don't have to keep doing financial orders, they do have to come to the legislature to get that authority. The next line you'll see, it says Health and Human Services Department of. That line tells you the state or agency being affected by this bill. The next line, it says Head Start 0545. That is the actual account. What we also call the program code is the 0545. That's what we'll be focusing in on when we do the budget. We'll be talking about all those different accounts. The next line is the initiative text, or what we always love to call the blippy. This tells you what the appropriation is for. You can see highlighted, it says appropriates funds for the delivery of Head Start services. That first word tells you that this is going to be an increase because you're appropriating more funding to the department for a purpose. We saw in the supplemental budget that that will also say removes funding or decreases funding. It depends on what the initiative is trying to do. Below the initiative, you'll see the general fund. This tells you the type of fund that is being impacted. You'll see general fund, you'll see federal expenditures funds, you'll see other special revenue, fund for a healthy Maine. Those are all the different sources. General fund is the only one that's appropriated, all others are allocated. If you move over to the right from general fund, you will see the years that the funding is for. So in this case, they were giving 2.575 million in both state fiscal year 18 and state fiscal year 19. And then at the bottom, you'll see that there is a line to sum up the total of the general fund impact of this bill. In this case, it was this one line. So it was the same 2.575 million. At the bottom here, you also see the summary. You'll see that at the end of every bill, even if it is only an appropriation, that summary will just tell you essentially what you saw in the different initiatives.
Are you finished with this slide, Luke?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Okay.
Any questions for Luke from the committee? Okay, carry on.
All right. So we'll move on to the next one. This is another public law that has an appropriation and allocation section. You can also see, just as reference at the top, that this was an emergency. Just like with any bill, you can have an emergency preamble, emergency clause around just an appropriation if you want that appropriation to be put into effect prior to 90 days after the end of session. Here you'll see that this initiative, it says it restores funding to the state school-based health centers. This is ongoing, not time-limited funding. And that's important to note because when you're looking at all these bills, there are some bills that will only want to do something as a one-time. So they will actually say one-time funding for and they'll state the purpose. I'll also note here that if you look at the fund that's being impacted under the initiative, you can see here it's Fund for a Healthy Maine. So as I've said a couple times, that is an allocation of funding because it's not general fund. So they allocated $600,000 in each of the state fiscal years to the Fund for a Healthy Maine. I'm done there, Erin.
Oops. So I'm just going to jump in here quickly. This is an example of a resolve. So at the top, you can see that in the title, instead of saying an act concerning the adoption of rules, it says resolve concerning the adoption of rules. Many of the elements that we discussed in terms of preambles and line numbers and orders of sections are similar to resolves from the public laws that we talked about earlier. The difference, major difference is, like I said, with the unallocated language in public laws, resolves are all unallocated. Although, so they're only in the laws of Maine, not in the Maine revised statutes, and they're organized in terms of just grouping in terms of headings and what organizationally makes sense, because they're not being put into an existing statutory structure. And as you can see here, this head note is a brief summary of what each section will be directing. So this one tells the department that it's about adopting rules, and the second one has provisions about whether there's a delay in adopting the rules. And again, the head notes themselves are not law, but even though they're not underlined and they're unallocated and they're not in the red books, resolves have the same force of law as statutes.
So next we're going to move on to a resolve with an appropriation and allocation section. So in this particular resolve, I'll just note that you can see, as I stated earlier, Section 1, which is the unallocated language that outlines what is intended in this bill, comes first, and then following that is the appropriations and allocation section, which in this case is Section 2. There are a couple things I wanted to point out about the initiative text for this particular bill. One thing I'll note is the Blippi language is unallocated language, so it itself is law. But you'll see, especially in bills where there is a lot of information in the either statutory allocated language that's being added or the unallocated language, that's so clear what the bill is for that the Blippi will be pretty straightforward. And I'll actually go back to what we looked at yesterday in the supplemental budget, where we were looking at some amendments. The initiative text for those appropriations and allocations was pretty simple. It said increases rate for certain services. It didn't get into an explanation of exactly which services. And that's because there was so much explanation in the unallocated language above that it's not always necessary to put a lot of information in the initiative text. But in some cases, and in a lot of cases, I try and put as much information as I can there, because I know that sometimes people jump to the appropriation allocation because they want to see how much is this going to cost, and I like to at least have some information there for them to see. So I'll also note with this particular initiative that as you read through the initiative text, it talks about a 4% cost of living increase for certain facilities, and then it says for the state fiscal year ending June 30th, 2018, and a CPI consumer price index adjustment for the state fiscal year ending June 30th, 2019. So what that is telling you is that this particular resolve is only having the funding in those 2 years. It is not ongoing funding. It will not end up in the baseline. And that's the very important piece here. Because when you put through a bill that has ongoing funding, that funding ends up in the baseline of that account in the next budget. What that means, and you'll see it very clearly when we get to the biennial budget, the legislature doesn't have to vote in the baseline budgets. They're in, they're already there. What the legislature does looks at only the new initiatives and decides in, out, and then they also can decide to add their own things or remove their own things. That's how the process works. So by seeing here that it's just for state fiscal year 18 and state fiscal year 19, you know this is time limited. It's going to end at the end of that biennium. I'll also just note here that you can see another one of the funds that I discussed earlier. This one has both a general fund impact and a federal expenditures fund impact. Next slide, Aaron. And here, as we move on to the second page of this, you can see that there's also an other special revenue funds impact for this particular bill. And there's also a good note here that the line numbers restart on every page. That's just important to note as you're working through a bill, that the line numbers restart every time. So you need to know which page and which line number to be able to follow along sometimes on these very long bills. I'll also note, Aaron, can you go back up for a sec? I just want to show. So if you look here on the first page of this bill, you'll see that it says the account being impacted is medical care payment to providers 0147. And now on the next page, medical care payments to provider is the same account that we saw on page 1. The reason it's broken up is because the initiative text, the Blippi, is actually different. If the Blippi were the same, this would have all been lumped into one with all the funding lined up. But because the Blippi was different, it breaks it all out. And that's something you'll see on some of these larger bills, because especially I like to have them broken out, because I know when I come back later to try and identify what happened, it's a lot easier if I break out the parts of the bill as much as I can. Next slide, Aaron. Finally, at the end of this bill, you'll see that there is a department total. This will take everything that impacted Department of Health and Human Services in this bill, and it totals up each of the funds. So the general fund you see is totaled for both years, the federal, the other special revenue, and then there's a department total for all funds. So the next thing we want to talk about are fiscal notes. Now, fiscal notes are something that is required to be done by the Office of Fiscal Program Review, OFPR. And the goal of them is to describe the fiscal impact of a bill or an amendment on state government and local government units. That's very, very important. These are not dynamic. Fiscal notes do not try and identify the cost to the entire state for this particular bill. What we're trying to identify is what is the cost going to be to the state government and to local units of government. So the purpose of the fiscal note is to promote informed decisions by legislators by providing cost and revenue effects. We try to describe adequate funding for a program. We will add appropriation and allocation sections into a bill. And that happens where you'll get an original bill that comes to the committee. There's language in that bill, but there's no appropriation and allocation section. Part of our process for those original bills is to try and identify what the cost will be. And if we feel there is a cost, we will include an appropriation and allocation section in what we send back to the committee. And then it's up to the committee to decide to include that appropriation and allocation in the bill or not. The work that we're doing is to keep the legislature in compliance with the balanced budget requirements. And it's also to inform state agencies and local units of government, public press, and others on fiscal impacts of a bill. Next slide, Aaron. So here you can see Joint Rule 312. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but that's here because that is where OFPR gets its, where OFPR is told you must do fiscal notes for committee amendments and all other amendments of bills. And I point out the committee amendment piece because the language does not require OFPR to do what we call preliminary fiscal impact statements for every original bill. So when you are going through and doing public hearings on original bills, you're not always going to get fiscal notes for those bills ahead of time. I certainly do my best to get as many of them to you as I can, because I know how important the fiscal impact is in the decision-making of the committee. But we are not required to do that for every single original bill. Now, once you have voted on a bill, if it's going to come out of committee, we must do a fiscal note for that committee amendment. It is required, and that's what Joint Rule 312 really does. And I do also just want to point out there is a difference in the way we describe these. On the original bill, when I send over my fiscal estimate, it is just that, and that's why it's called a preliminary fiscal impact statement. Once it's on a committee amendment or a floor amendment, which also come to us, then it is considered a fiscal note. OFPR has a sole responsibility for preparing these fiscal notes. An LD lacking a fiscal note on the floor can be ruled out of order by the presiding officer. And as I noted, OFPR is not required to do preliminary fiscal impact statement for every bill. Next slide. So the types of funding. This is important in this committee because you have one of the more interesting sources of funding that you have to deal with on an ongoing basis. So first, I'll just talk about the general fund and the highway fund are what we called scored, which means they're being tracked for their cumulative balances. So those funds, you can go to the OFPR website and you can find documents that outline where the general fund status is, what the appropriations have been over the last 10 years. There's a lot of information there that can help you in your decision making, and that's the same for the highway fund. For the purposes of this committee, when you're deciding on bills which go to the table, we also track the Fund for a Healthy Maine. So because I mentioned the table there, I'll just briefly outline what the table is. So as part of our work in OFPR, we're trying to identify the cost of certain bills. Those bills, once they come back to the legislature and go back and forth between the House and Senate and are voted on, there's a point at which, if they do have some sort of fiscal impact, the process stops in the Senate, and instead of enacting the bill, the Senate sends the bill down to the special appropriations table. That table is a place where those bills sit until the Appropriations Committee decides to vote on those bills and either send them back to the Senate for final enactment or not. This whole process is, actually, can you go back up, Aaron, for 1 minute? I just wanted to also point out, we do look at other funds besides General Fund, Highway Fund, and Fund for Healthy Maine, but we do not track the full availability of funding in those funds. There are a number of funds in the state that have revenue sources that we do not track them all to make sure there's enough revenue for whatever funding is allocated to those funds. That's where the difference between allocation and appropriation comes into play, because all the legislature is doing is allocating and saying, you have the ability to spend this. But if they don't receive the revenue, then they can't spend it. And so that it's just a good point to note that difference between the appropriation and allocation and what it really means. The final thing I wanted to point out here is that when you look at fiscal notes, we consider the current years, the current biennium, essentially. But of course, in this case, we right now are in state fiscal year 21 is the year we're working through. Because we are also doing supplemental budget, that is also considered current year, but we also will consider from the perspective of fiscal notes, state fiscal years 22 and 23 current. Anything beyond that is called future. And that just becomes important when you're reading through fiscal notes, because sometimes the impact isn't felt in the current biennium, and all we can do is estimate what we think the impact will be in the future. Next slide, Aaron. So we want to just talk a little bit about the process of how the fiscal note interacts with the bill. So first, I review bills, and we have someone in our office who basically goes through every bill and decides where it needs to lie in our office. Our office works a little differently than OPLA in that I do all of Health and Human Services, but that doesn't mean that I do all the bills in Health and Human Services. It means I handle any bill that's in any committee that has an impact on Health and Human Services. So we have someone who identifies which bills go to which analyst. And then after that, we as analysts start reviewing the bills. We get a lot of input, and we get a lot of very important input from the department, obviously. The department are the specialists on these different programs, and we receive input from them that we vet. I have lots of questions that I send back to the department to get answers. And the longer I do this, the more questions I have, because I know the questions that legislators are going to ask when they read a specific fiscal note. So I ask a lot of questions to make sure I understand what the information is and that I agree with it. After that, I then create either a fiscal note if it's a committee amendment or floor amendment, or a preliminary fiscal impact statement if it's an item 1. And I send those to OPLA to bring to the committee for review. At that point, the committee then would review those fiscal notes, and they would either accept it or reject it. What that means is, if you accept it and you understand, yes, there's a cost there and we agree that cost sounds reasonable, you then would add the appropriation and allocation section to the bill, essentially. If it's rejected, which does happen from time to time, we get, it'll come back, and it'll come back without the appropriation and allocation section on the bill. I will note that just because it gets removed doesn't mean the fiscal note itself goes away. Since OFPR's job is still to identify the cost, we will usually flag a bill that the appropriation and allocation section was removed and identify what we think the impact of removing that appropriation and allocation section is. At that point, it is just a fiscal note because there is no appropriation allocation, but we still put that on the bill. And if that happens, it still goes to the special appropriations table for their review. Next slide, Aaron. So as I said, we receive information from a lot of different sources. I did note already that we receive information from the department. That is usually the first information we receive. We also receive testimony that we identify in the public hearing, especially if they're public hearing, there often are bits of information from different sources that we can pull together to help us with a bill. We receive information from legislators, legislative staff, proponents and opponents of the bill, the general public, local government sources, other states, the internet, federal government, NCSL and the Council for State Governments are a couple of really good sources for information of what's happening in other states that might be trying to do something similar. And we also have access to the accounting system, which means that we're able to go in and pull down expenditures in certain programs from time to time and see what the cost has been in the past. I will note for you here in Health and Human Services, that is not as helpful, especially when it comes to main care, as it is for other areas. Because the main care program, as I've said to you, I think a couple times, has one large account called the Medical Care Payments to Providers account. That's 0147. That has the vast majority of all the general fund dollars that go into main care. And I cannot from that devise what something's going to cost. That information resides in the claim system, which is called the Main Integrated Health Management System, MIMS. That is the claim system that main care uses. So that means that all providers, when they submit claims to main care, they go into that system. There are so many claims that go through that system on a weekly basis. And the only way to get that information is with a data warehouse that I do not have access to. So we sort of rely on the department. I often will send questions asking if I can get a certain codes expenditures over a certain period of time, because it's just the only way I can get it. Next slide, Aaron. So I talked a little bit about special appropriations table. I'll get into it a little more just to note what goes on the special appropriations table. So it's important to note that any general fund appropriation or deappropriation goes to the special appropriations table. The reason we do that is any change that is being done to the general fund, we want to make sure we know its impact overall with every other bill so that we can keep the balanced budget. We also send all bills that include allocations to the Fund for a Healthy Maine or deallocations to the Fund for a Healthy Maine. We also include bills that reduce general fund revenue and bills that increase future general fund cost or reduce future general fund revenue. I'll note there that you'll see that we're clear that we put any fund that reduces general fund revenue, because if a bill's only fiscal impact is that it's increasing general fund revenue, it does not go to the table because it can't hurt the overall balanced budget. So why do we do this? I've explained it a little bit, but it provides a more formal method for tracking the aggregate fiscal impacts of all bills. Because bills are heard slowly over months, it would be impossible to keep up with if bills got enacted before other bills even got to be heard in a public hearing. So this is a way to get bills all in one place, so you as the legislature can understand exactly what the impact will be of doing all the moves you would like to do. It places a decision for these bills with a general fund impact on the AFA committee. It allows priorities to be set without regard to chronological order. As I said, if something is heard in January, that doesn't mean it should have a greater need to be done than something heard in May or June. Hopefully we're not hearing things in May or June, but it's happened. I also wanted to point out that the table resolution occurs after the budget is passed, so that the final resources are known, financial resources are known. That's just important because you need the budget passed to know exactly what funding is available to keep balanced. So the special appropriations table, it's created by a Senate order. The House has no formal role in it. The bills will be bounced back and forth, and once the House enacts it, it goes to the Senate to be enacted. And if the Senate decides at that point that it should go on the table, it goes on the table. So as I said, these bills get set aside before final enactment, which means the body's already voted favorably on an engrossed version of the bill. And as I said, this means it's already been enacted in the House. Next slide. So now, before we were looking at appropriations and allocation sections, which are actually in the bill. Now we're going to look at in this case, preliminary fiscal impact statement. So this is usually a 1, sometimes 2. We really, really try hard to keep it as a 1-page document. Only for very large bills does it often move into being longer than that. Whether it's a preliminary fiscal impact statement or a fiscal note, it looks almost exactly the same to you. At the very top in the header section, in the middle, you'll note that there's a portion circled that says preliminary fiscal impact statement for original bill. That's really the only thing that'll change. When it becomes a committee amendment, it'll just say a fiscal note instead of a preliminary fiscal impact statement. I'll also note at the top, you'll see that it says LD 1188. So as Aaron pointed out, that's the legislative document number that you'll always be referring to. To the right of that, it has an LR number with an 01 in parentheses at the end. That 01 is the item number. The item number for original bills is always going to be 01. And then when you move on, committee amendments and floor amendments get assigned item numbers in the order in which they go through the revisor's office. I also want to note there's another portion circled in the header section, which says fiscal note required, yes. And I know Aaron said to me, and I think Anna would agree, for them, that's one of the more important pieces of this document. They always look at it. What that's saying is, if the committee votes on this bill as it currently is, and they want to vote ought to pass, it's going to require a fiscal note. That's really what that yes is saying to you. So there's a lot of information on this page, and it's, I think, all very important, but I just wanted to note which areas for you to look at. So first, I'll start in the upper left. There's a highlighted portion that says net cost or savings general fund. That line is different from the ones that we're going to see below, and that line is just telling you the total net impact to the general fund of this bill. What's different about that than the line below, which is the appropriation and allocation section, where you'll see that there's general fund, federal expenditures fund, and other special revenue. That appropriation section tells you how much is being appropriated to the general fund. The reason the net cost savings number is up there is if there happens to be general fund revenue, for instance, the revenue will reduce the cost of that appropriation, because if there's new revenue being created of $1 million on a cost of 1.5 million, your net cost is only the $500,000. That's what that net cost line is trying to identify. I will say for this committee, it is pretty much always the net cost is the appropriation, because that's the way that the Department of Health and Human Services funding works. So that difference is not something you would usually notice, but I wanted to point out why that's there. So as I said down below, thank you, Aaron. Going down that column on the left, I'll just note that you see, yes, next is the appropriations and allocations. These amounts here that you see for state fiscal year 18 and state fiscal year 19, which are the current years, is the same as what you would have seen in the totals in the appropriation and allocation section we looked at above. That's what this is identifying, is what is the total impact to the state, to the different funds of the state. And then the final section is revenue. For this committee, largely that revenue is federal expenditures funds, and that's because any bill that goes through main care that receives the FMAP, the Federal Medical Assistance Percentage, that funding comes through to the state as revenue. So whenever we allocate federal expenditures funds, we always assume the same amount of revenue will be coming into the state from that federal source. You'll also see here there's other special revenue funds. That revenue is, in this case, for service provider taxes. Actually, this one might have been service provider tax and nursing facility tax. We have in Maine hospital tax, a nursing facility tax, and service provider taxes. And what that is a tax on all the revenue those providers receive that comes back to the state. So in this bill, when the rate is increased for certain services, it also increases the revenue those providers will receive. Thus, a small portion of that increase comes back to the state in this case, nursing facility tax and service provider tax. The other thing I wanted to point out in this top section is that you'll see that the fiscal years are listed, and we note that the current ones are 18 and 19, and the future were 20 and 21. Now, this year, when you're looking at this, the current years will be state fiscal year 22 and state fiscal year 23, and the out years will be state fiscal year 24 and state fiscal year 25. So that's what you'll see on the top of every single fiscal note you receive. So underneath all the numbers, which are very important, obviously, is an explanation of why those numbers are there. In the case here, you'll note that it says the bill includes general fund appropriations to the Department of Health and Human Services of just over 3.2 million in fiscal year 2017-18 and just over 4.6 million in fiscal year 2018-19. I want to point out here that when we do this, we generally only discuss what's the general fund impact. And that's because as a committee, when you're trying to decide what to do, the appropriation of the general fund is the big decision you have to make. The allocations generally follow with the decision, but we don't specifically outline what the impact is to the federal funds and the other special revenues when we're drafting these. I would also note that if you follow after the highlighted section, it does tell you what it's for, in this case, a 4% cost of living rate increase for certain providers. That section will generally give you the highlights of what's above. So in the summary of the bill, you'll also get the intent of the bill. This pulls some of the same information as you might end up seeing in a summary, just so that you have an idea right when you're looking at the fiscal note what the general purpose of the bill was. The last thing I want to note here, this was a preliminary fiscal impact statement. In the case of this bill, when the original bill went to the committee, it did have an appropriation and allocation section in it. That means when the bill was originally drafted, likely OFPR put appropriation an appropriation and allocation section in the bill. But what we're noting here at the bottom of the fiscal note is that there is a more current estimate that would decrease the general fund appropriation by 1.3 million in 1819 and by 509,000 in 1920. What we're doing there is we're just trying to say there's an appropriation allocation section in the bill as it stands right now. So when I send over my fiscal note or my preliminary fiscal impact statement, I can't tell you that the appropriation and allocation is different than what's in that original bill. So the appropriation allocation section is the same, but what I'm saying is there is a more current estimate. So when you vote on this bill ought to pass, OFPR would prefer to change the numbers to what you see below. And it's still up to the committee to decide if they want to do that or not. But we always provide that information so that you know if the information in the appropriation and allocation of the original bill is not the most accurate. Next slide, Aaron. Next, we're going to talk about a fiscal note with quantifiable appropriation allocation section. So this above at the top of this, you'll note that it says the summary of a committee amendment summarizes the changes made from the original bill. Excuse me. So what this language here does is it tells you what was done in the committee amendment that is different than what was in the original bill. But when you look at the fiscal note for this committee amendment, because as you can see, this is an item 2, which means that this is the committee amendment that came out of this same LD 1188. And what you'll note if you read the description at the bottom is that the fiscal note describes what the proposed impact of the legislation is, not what changed from previous iterations. It's really important because when I do the fiscal note, I may have done a preliminary fiscal impact statement for item 1, but if I get an item 2 from the committee that is quantifiably different than the item 1, I don't worry about what that difference is. I just come up with what the fiscal note is for that new committee amendment. That's all that I'm worried about when I'm creating the fiscal note. So in the case of this bill, the original bill had a 4% cost of living increase. The committee amendment came back with a 2.1% cost of living increase. And so that's what this fiscal note was based on. Next slide, Aaron. So we also want to talk about fiscal notes that come that do not have a quantifiable appropriation and allocation. And what that really means is there are times where either we can't identify exactly what the cost is going to be, or we know there's a cost, but it's minor. And that's what this particular fiscal note does. You'll note it says minor cost increase general fund. And then there's just a line here that says any additional cost to the Department of Health and Human Services from provisions of this bill are expected to be minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. What we're saying there is a cost, but we think it's pretty minor. We think the department can handle it. Now, why do we do this? We do this because we want to make sure that every time there is some sort of impact to the department, it's identified. How this could be helpful is if you have 20 different bills in any session that all are going to have a minor increase, that could change the mind of the department if all 20 of them were to be passed, because suddenly they thought there was this, in one bill, there was one minor thing that they thought, oh yes, person A can do it. But once there become 20 or 30 bills that all have a minor cost, it could have an impact on the department's ability to do what that bill requires. So we always like to at least identify those minor costs so that in the future we can come back and say, yes, we did note there would be some costs associated with this bill. I'll also note that even though it's a minor cost, at the top, it still does say fiscal note required. And that's just an important note for you as committee and for Aaron and Anna to know that they still need to make sure fiscal notes gets done for this particular bill. Next slide.
So we're going to spend the next little bit of time talking about committee amendments. This is an example of, so the committee amendments happen, you've had the public hearing, you've had a work session or two, and you've decided that you want to move the bill forward, but you have some changes that you want to make to it. And so Anna and I will bring back to you something that looks like this. This is the final version of what a committee amendment looks like. It's what you'll see also on the floor when it gets to you. All those things, the blank spaces that have things inserted in them are done by the clerk or the secretary. Sometime after the amendment is reported out of the committee, when we have them to review in committee, they'll always be blank. Oh, sorry. So in this bill, sorry, a resolve actually, the resolve had been titled Resolve to Revise Asset Limits for Social Services Programs. You decided that you wanted to change the resolve by changing the title. So the highlighted language here, striking out the title and substituting the following resolve to review instead of revise asset limits for social service programs. One thing to note when you change the title is that the title of the LD won't change until it's enacted. And so as it moves through the process, you'll see it on the calendar and on the website with the original title. And that's because just like any legislation, it's not actually in effect until it's been all finally voted and passed. So it will keep its original title through the process. You also, in this bill, had wanted to, it was a complete strike and replace. So whatever the bill did before, you didn't want it to do that anymore. So we took it all out and put this new language in. And so that's, you'll hear us call it strike and replace. The direction clause to the revisor's office is to strike out everything after the title and insert the following. And so this is all new language that came out of the committee process to change the original bill. And what amendments do, what committee amendments do is that they take how the original bill was drafted and then it identifies how every change is made, which is why you see all these amendments and strike and replace. It's not as though it's coming up with a totally new document. And so what you're working off of are changes from the original iteration of the bill. I just want to note at the very bottom here, this is standard language to amend the resolve by relettering or renumbering any non-consecutive part, letter, or section number to read consecutively. This is really amazing language because it means that we don't have to go through, and if you added subsection 1, we don't have to change it to subsection 2, and then we don't have to change subsection 3 to subsection 4, and on and on and on. And in fact, we're discouraged from doing that. That will happen in the technical processing within the revisor's office. So as long as we put this magic language in, it'll get fixed. This is another version of an amendment. I've kind of just separated out the pieces that are relevant here. It'll all look like on this slide. This is how it'll formally look. But I want to show you here kind of the pieces of what's happening. So this amendment, the original bill was about getting an annual report from a child welfare advisory panel. And the committee had its public hearing and its work session, and it decided that you wanted to remove the date, but keep it annual. And so the middle section here is how our office would mark up the bill to send to the revisor's office to let them know what's happening. And it's kind of how we think in terms of structuring language. So you didn't want the date, we crossed all that off. We added a the because it's the beginning part of the sentence. And then we added annually after report in order to make the sentence work. But that's not what you see when we get it in the final version because it's written in a very technical way. And so instead, you'll see that you're going to strike out the following, and then it'll list the language that's being struck out instead of seeing it as struck out and inserting the following. And that corresponds with line 4 here. That's the technical version of the more, I think, intuitive version is how we mark it up and how it's easier for us and committee members, I think, to understand. And then in the second change was inserting, on what page and what line, inserting after report the following, the word annually. And so that corresponds with the second change up here. But when you see the amendment on the floor, both for our committee and other committees, you're going to see this very technical language that really depends on you being able to compare the original bill, because it's referencing a page number and a line number in the original LD, to compare that with what the changes are being proposed in the amendment. But when we bring it back to you, we'll try to remember to either explain what's happening in this technical language or also bring you the markup so that you can actually understand what's going on, because my brain doesn't think like the committee amendment formal language like down here. So the next topic is, well, what happens? What does legislation that has become law look like? So this has fully gone through the process. It's actually law. This is a public law that was enacted by the legislature last session. You can see here's the LD number that has followed the bill all the way through. You can still see the original House paper. The substance of the enacted law is just like the bill or the bill that you would have seen, in that you can see language that's being repealed by being struck out and new language being underlined. To get to this point, it has gone through engrossing, which Suzanne Gresser, when she was the revisor and I first started, described to me as going like this, between what the original committee bill is, what the committee amendment is, if any, and what any floor amendments do. And so engrossing takes all of those changes and maps them on to existing law to show what is actually changed, what actually got passed or enacted by the legislature. But it'll come out in a form that's familiar to you based on the original bill with these strike-throughs and underlinings. What's important to note here at the top is that the chapter number is assigned by the engrossing division of the revisor's office once it's enacted. So there's a whole, I don't know what that process entails, but they choose the chapter numbers, and they're, I believe, sequential to the order that laws are enacted. You'll see citations to, if we were to formally cite to what this law is, you'll sometimes see us scribble it across the top of something that you'll need in future sessions. Even though the bill was enacted in 2020, as you can see, this is the date up here that it was enacted, but the citation goes to the first year, odd number, that was the first year of the biennium, always. So even though this was enacted in the second regular session in 2020, you'll see the 2019 citation. And this is an example of a resolve that would have been finally passed by the legislature. Similarly to the chapter numbers for the public laws, the resolves have their own numberings or chapter numbering system that's done by their advisor's office. And the citation is to the first year of the biennium always. And even though the resolves are a little different because you don't have to map allocated language on top of existing allocated language. So you just see what the final directive of the legislature is here. And again, this goes into the public laws. Final slides here have to do with terminology. I mentioned the different parts of legislation that's within the main revised statutes. There are all the different organizational pieces, and I don't expect you to remember them, but we'll use them as we're describing parts of bills and as we're talking. So kind of like the macro level organization are the titles. Each of these red books is a title. HHS, I think Title 22 has 3 of these red books to encompass the entire title. And then we'll often use chapters or parts and to kind of break those larger groups of text up. Then once you get into some of the larger parts, they break down into smaller subsection or smaller pieces. So you have sections, subsections, paragraphs, subparagraphs, divisions. And those are terms you'll probably hear us using more often is section, subsection, or paragraph. I would say those are the most common ones. And the little squiggle line here means section to save us from having to write it out all the time, and paragraph symbol should look familiar to you. This is the final slide. It's a selective glossary of terms that we used during the presentation that are the most common drafting terms, and I think the ones that sometimes cause the most confusion. So there's allocated language versus allocation, which is allocated language is the drafting like language term, and allocation is the budget term, and appropriation. Blippy, I think that there's a debate among the legislative offices whether Blippy is with an IE or a Y, but Luke told me it's with an IE, and I trust Luke emphatically. So I put it here in the public for all to see with an IE initiative, and then unallocated language. And this link here goes to the drafting manual. I don't expect you to look at it. It's more drafting information than you'd ever care to learn, but that is our primary guide for any time we're doing drafting. And so that concludes the presentation aspect, but we would like to show you some of them are, oh, sorry.
Excuse me, Representative Zager has a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Aaron and Luke, this is incredibly helpful. My question is about fiscal note and how in Maine we have a static fiscal note, but other places it's dynamic. How typical is it for there to not have a dynamic fiscal note? And is there any mechanism to bring in the information in some other way into the deliberative process?
So I'll say this is a question we receive all the time because I think as people have come to understand what a dynamic fiscal note could do, it's something people always want. What I'll simply say is the size of our office is the main reason that the notes are done the way they're done. The best example I can give, I was at a conference and I happened to be sitting next to someone who also does Department of Health and Human Services type work. And, you know, they asked me, oh, well, how many people do that in your office? And it was me, where they may have had 6 or 7. So that is the main hindrance. The other hindrance really is to do true dynamic forecasting. And I understand this well. I told you when I was doing my just where I came from at the beginning of this session, I started at the department in Maine Care, doing the fiscal parts of main care. At the end of my time there, I was the director of business analytics, and I was dealt with the forecast, the main care forecast. The only way things like that can be done is to have a really, really good system that can handle all the different data sources you need to do that kind of fiscal note. We do not have that. Most of the work that I do is data in Excel, which is a wonderful tool and is amazing, but it is not what would be needed. Not to mention data would be needed as well. So I think there's a lot of costs involved with trying to do true dynamic forecasting, which is why we've always stayed with static forecasting, where we try and identify the costs that we truly have a handle on and can really explain to the legislature. So that's really why we do it the way we do it. And we've always done the best we can to at least give you as much information as we have. I'll also note, when it comes to that, I'm always open to getting information. I don't sit in my little office, or now my daughter's bedroom, and just assume everything I know is all there is to know. I get information from legislators all the time, from interested parties, obviously from the department, and I take all that information and I do the best I can to give you all the information you need to hopefully make a good informed decision.
And thank you. Is there any other mechanism, just to ask you to if within the constraints of your time and available resources?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question.
If we can't have I'm wondering if NCSL or if there's other ways to kind of get insights into what a formal dynamic fiscal note would be, recognizing the limited resources that you have. Are there other ways to get the insights that would help in thinking about a piece of legislation?
Well, okay, I think to that point, when we're dealing with a piece of legislation that certainly has a larger impact, and we know that, we do go to other sources to try and get as much information as we can. I've contacted fiscal analysts in other states to try and identify what when you did something similar, what were the costs and what was the fallout. So we try and do that as much as we can. I would say the closest we came was as we were doing fiscal notes for Medicaid expansion, which I did numerous, both with the department when I was still back with the department, and since I've been with OFPR, we tried to look at as many factors as we could. The fiscal note itself still dealt with just the state costs, but we certainly tried to identify what other areas could be impacted to give some more information, because that was a pretty large bill every time we did it. So I think, with most of the fiscal notes we do, the information we have is enough, because it doesn't, they don't carry over into the greater state in a sense. But when they do, we at least try and look into it as much as we can. We do have resources with NCSL as well. They have a lot of great information that we can use if needed. So we do, like I said, I think we just do the best we can with what we have to give as much information to you, the legislature, as we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you, Erin and Luke. Are we moving on to a presentation by Anna?
Senator Claxton has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator. Go ahead.
I've been trying to behave. Luke, just for perspective, can you give us some idea of the number of accounts we'll be looking at when we go through the biennial budget related to HHS? Ballpark.
The number of lines?
Well, lines be okay, or number of accounts to the
Yeah, honestly, it would be hard for me to tell you that right now, because I haven't done my work on the biennial budget yet, because I've still been working on the supplemental budget. I will know that hopefully rather soon, because I have to start preparing the document for you. So I think when I dive into that a little more, I can give you some idea of what we're looking at as a number of lines.
Yeah, and my question was really to give a perspective on the fact that there are literally hundreds of accounts that we'll be looking at in that process. So that was just a background thing. When we update fiscal notes, do we include the rationale, or do we hear that from you when there's an updated fiscal note that says based on more recent information?
So it depends. There are times where I put a little more, I would say, editorial information in the fiscal note to give you an idea of why it is what it is. But again, that's usually with the much more complex fiscal notes, because I know there's going to be a lot of questions about them. Generally, the information on the fiscal note, I try to keep it simple and short and straightforward. But anytime you have a question, you can come ask me. And if you think the whole committee needs to hear what I have to say, I'm always willing to come and explain exactly why the fiscal note is what it is.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Before I move on to Anna, I just wanted to quickly give you an example of what you can expect from us before public hearings to help you read a bill that's before you. So I'm going to share my screen again. In normal times, we would be putting this information on blue paper in your bill files. But for now, this is where you can find it. So go to our committee page. It's under committee meeting materials. You can see that our secretary has been busy adding all the LDs, empty links for now, mostly, of all the LDs that have been referred to our committee so far. Two that you're hearing on Monday are the one and have things in them are actually a little more bolded than the others, but I'm going to look at LD 206, nope, wrong, 164, sorry, couldn't remember. And this is kind of the start of when we have it, what information we'll be able to share with you. So this first link that's currently called testimony is going to be changed. There's been some internal discussions. It's going to be changed to something like link to bill status, including testimony when posted. And this is how you can access the text of the bill. And just to click on it, you get the text of the bill right there. If there's any preliminary fiscal impact statement or fiscal note, those documents will be here too. And then as I showed you on one of the first days, you can navigate to the testimony when it's posted separately, not by us, when it's posted to the LD information. So that this is hopefully a quick directive, a quick link to prevent you from searching, and it'll bring you to that information that you need. The other thing that you'll see from us, oh good, I'm glad Senator Claxton approves, is related current law. And so I prepared one for this bill so far. I'm sorry, I didn't want to ask my secretary to repost it with different font color, but we will use a different font color in the future. But I didn't want to add to her work for this one. But you'll see for this bill, LD 164, it's making changes in this section. So without getting into the specifics, though, you'll see the LD across the top, provided by OPLA across the bottom, and kind of a markup along the side here, where this is adding a subsection here, or we're amending this section here. Or we're adding a cross-reference, whatever it is, you'll see kind of shorthand notes as a guide, hopefully to help you make sense of the bill that's in front of you. And that might not always be typed. That may also be scanned with our scribbled language, our scribbled handwriting on it. We will try to make it as legible as possible for you. But Anna and I have notoriously bad handwriting, so. And with that, I'll turn it over to Anna.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen as well and see if I can manage to pull up the right thing. Where did it go? Oh, here. Oh, actually, that's not what I wanted. All right. So hopefully you can see that. So I learned a new term fairly recently, naive to medication. So I am naive to PowerPoint. So this was my first attempt at it. So I can't guarantee it will all go right. Anyway, so rulemaking. And Representative Javner and I kind of share a certain amount of rulemaking geekness. So I apologize for that in advance, but it is really important. And so it's the purpose of this, there are two purposes to this presentation. The first is what to remember when granting rulemaking authority during the writing or consideration of legislation. So all of the things that Erin just went through when you are considering what you want to put in a bill or an amendment, I think it's important to think about that when you are writing that language. And secondly, later on in the presentation, what the committee process is for reviewing a major substantive rule. So rulemaking is governed by the Administrative Procedure Act, which is in Title V. You will see that language of Title V, Chapter 375 over and over. So what is a rule? There is a definition of rule in statute, and you can see right there, it means the whole or any part of any regulation, standard, code, statement of policy, or other agency guideline or statement of general applicability, including the amendment, suspension, or repeal of any prior rule that is or is intended to be judicially enforceable and implements, interprets, or makes specific the law. That's the key part there, is implements, interprets, or makes specific the law that's administered by that agency. And you hear people talk about regulations. The federal government uses the term regulations, but we use the term rule in Maine, but rules and regulations are exactly the same thing. So law is above rule. Statute always supersedes rules. If there is a disagreement between a law and a rule, that law governs. So rules must comply with the law, and this gets its own slide because it's super important. If a rule doesn't, if you see a rule and you're like, that's not what the statute says, it says something opposite to what the statute says, then it's the statute that governs. So this is the other important thing about when you are granting rulemaking authority to an agency to make rules. We have two categories of rules that have existed since January 1st of 1996, and you'll hear these terms all of the time: routine technical rules and major substantive rules. So these are the definitions out of the statute, out of section 8071 subsection 2. Routine technical rules are procedural rules. Routine technical rules include but are not limited to forms prescribed by an agency. They don't include fees established by an agency. They're all of the basically routine technical rules are anything that are not major substantive rules. So major substantive rules are rules that in the judgment of the legislature, and that is the key part, judgment of the legislature, requires the exercise of significant agency discretion or interpretation, and because of their subject matter or anticipated impact are reasonably expected to result in a significant increase on the cost of doing business or blah, blah, blah. The point is, you decide what is a routine technical rule and not what is a major substantive rule. And these are guidelines. This is statute, but they are guidelines for you. Just as obviously there were plenty of rules in the statute prior to January 1st, 1996, and all of those rules are considered routine technical. And then this second little legislative discretion applies is the second most important point on this part of the presentation, could almost also have its own slide if you wanted. So actually, I'm going to go back to the one before. So here's one of the things to think about as an example. So the reason that I point out this legislative discretion is because executive agencies make rules, but you decide what kind of rulemaking authority they have. They don't say to themselves, oh, this rule just seems technical to me. This is a routine technical rule. And this seems like a big deal, so this should be major substantive. You decide what that rulemaking authority is, and then the legislative agency makes their rules according to that process. And there is a different process for a routine technical rule or a major substantive rule. So major substantive rules are subject to the review by the legislature. Routine technical rules are subject, they have their own process, they don't come to the legislature. Major substantive rules, after January 1st, 1996, when these types of rules were created, any major substantive rule to adopt a major substantive rule is considered to be permission only to provisionally adopt that rule, and then it comes to the legislature for review. So, and this is once again just taken directly out of the statute. The establishment or amendment of an agency fee, that was back on the slide before, is a major substantive rule unless you have a cap. In other words, you can say to an agency that they can set a fee for, I don't know what it is, for, you know, a certain type of license, but it can only be less than $65 or something like that. Now, the reason that this is a really nice example to remind you about legislative discretion is this is what the law says. However, you decide when you are writing a bill or writing law that has rulemaking in it, you can write something different, just to be confusing. And a really easy example, which I believe doesn't exist anymore, and Erin would know this much better than I would, the fee setting thing. So I was once given a very hard time by a member of the public because there was a routine technical rule that allowed an agency to set a fee that was something to do with medical marijuana. I don't remember what the fee was for. However, that was put in statute. Now, in that particular case, it actually wasn't legislative discretion because it was an initiated bill. It was actually written by the public. But you could theoretically write a law that says an agency can set a fee for this particular license and not put that cap in there. Now, the reason that this is in there is to tell you what you should do and what the guidelines are, but the legislature always has discretion. So that is the second most important thing. But this gives you these definitions give you an indication of what the actual, how you should think about it. But the reality of the difference between a routine technical and major substantive rule is that it is reviewed by the legislature. In other words, routine technical, oh, the little bills, major substantive, oh, these are the big policy things. Yeah, whatever. In reality, the difference between the two is routine technical are not reviewed by the legislature and major substantive rules are reviewed by the legislature. So when you are granting that rulemaking authority, you want to remember what it is that you want when you write that language. So I'm going to give you a number of examples of both. Can you see all of this, or are you people over the top of them? Because you're over the top of them on my screen. Does it look okay, Erin? Can you? Okay, great. So this is the HOPE program. You know, you heard about this quite recently. You've had some discussions when OFI came, I think, and we talked about the HOPE program. So this was a very recent, fairly recent law. And you can see this is just an excerpt from the first section of the Higher Opportunities to Pathways for Employment program. And it says here that the department shall specify the healthcare technology and engineering fields for the post-secondary undergraduate four-year degree in department rules. When you go to subsection 6, which obviously you can't see 2, 3, 4, and 5, says the department shall adopt rules to implement this section. Rules adopted pursuant to this section are routine technical. So that's one example where when you were writing that, you decided that the HOPE program, the department needed rulemaking authority, and it would be a routine technical rule. Another routine technical example, this is the NEEDLE program, the hypodermic apparatus exchange program. And the reason this is an interesting example is because once again at the bottom it says that rules adopted or amended pursuant to the section are routine technical rules. But you can also see, and this is not a limitation, but when the committee or the legislature was writing this law, they thought about the kinds of things that should be in this rule and laid some of them out in here. It does say the rules must include, but are not limited to, but it does say that the rules should include these things. The legislature decided that all of these things needed to be in this rule. They can put other things in the rule, it's not limited, but these things, the rules must include these things. A different sort of example, this is from the prescription monitoring program, but this is the opioid limit law. And you can see here that this language at the bottom, this is unusual. We don't do this very often, but it says that the rules must take into account these clinically appropriate exceptions and include prescribers in the rulemaking process. So that's a different kind of, occasionally you will see that language. It's not terribly often in statute. It is occasionally put in unallocated language. It's harder to find this kind of language in statute, but it's not common, but a little more common in resolved language, or in unallocated language, I should say. So that's a different kind of example, but these are still, I think this is still a routine technical rule. And we'll come back to this one. So tuck this little one away in your brain because we'll come back to it again later. So now this is a general grant of rulemaking authority. This is a section that was enacted in 1977. So that means that this is routine technical rules. Now, this is an often cited statutory authority on DHHS rules. When you, it's often cited with other citations as well, but occasionally you'll see it all by itself, this Title 22, Section 42 section. And this is a very general grant of rulemaking authority. And I would kind of argue that if you don't determine, and this is part of the reason why I think it's important for you when you're writing legislation. When you're writing legislation, you should think about, do you need to grant rulemaking authority, and what kind of rulemaking authority should you grant? Because if you don't, you get this. You get, okay, if they're going to need a rule and you didn't specifically say what it should be, you're going to get this Section 42. And I also just want to point out on this slide, and you saw this because Erin pointed it out already on her presentation, that this is standard rulemaking language. In other words, I could write this differently, but the revisers will make it say this very thing as defined in, it always looks like this. And if you see it looking differently in statute, it's old, but it always looks like this. And if we put a foot wrong, they fix it for us. So some examples of major substantive rules. For those of you that were on the committee in the 129th, you'll remember that we had a bill about amalgam fillings. So this was not in that bill, but this is related to that. This is actually in Title 32. This is in the dental professions chapter. And you can see here that the amalgam brochure is actually a major substantive rule. And you know, this is the law that says there has to be a brochure and it has to be posted in the dentist. But the Bureau of Health is old language, but DHHS and DEP, if they wanted to go ahead and change that particular poster, which, you know, it's hard for me to think about a poster as being a rule, but it is. But I don't know about you, but once I first discovered this particular section of law, I then noticed that indeed this is displayed in my dentist office. So have a look next time you go. It's required. So more major substantive examples. You hear about the PNMIs, the private non-medical institutions. These are the what we call assisted living in sort of dictionary language. And you can see that rules concerning the principles of reimbursement, in other words, the main care rules, major substantive rules. It's not, it's the actual reimbursement rates that is major substantive. And that's kind of unusual. You know, the nursing facility reimbursement rates are not major substantive, and you know, residential care for children, I don't think so. Actually, I pulled that one out of my head, so that could not be correct. But the nursing facility one definitely is. But the PNMI, they are major substantive rules. And then this is another example. This is the rulemaking for the prescription monitoring program. And I just, this is the prescription monitoring program are major substantive rules, and you'll see them occasionally whenever they change them. But in that earlier slide, there's a sort of unusual language that notwithstands this section, because this is the section that requires major substantive rulemaking for the prescription monitoring program. But when this was being enacted, the committee determined that there had been a major substantive rule for the prescription monitoring program that included the new opioid limit law. And they had gone through rulemaking, and then there was another bill and another resolve that were related to that. And they didn't want the committee to have to go through the major substantive rulemaking process again, because they already knew what they wanted. So in this particular case, there was this one-time rules that were adopted as a routine technical. So this is kind of unusual, but you can see here that they are major substantive. There was this notwithstanding, this one-time routine technical rule. I actually think this section should probably go away at some point because those rules have been adopted. But that's just a different kind of example of sort of messing around with rulemaking authority, and you have the discretion to do that. There are all sorts of options. But anyway, the PMP is another major substantive rule that you will see. And then you'll see the mixed ones. And as I mentioned before, naive to PowerPoint, quite proud of the fact that I managed to stick these brackets on here. So these are the childcare facilities, and the next slide are the family childcare. So you can see here at the bottom that the rules for childcare facilities are both routine technical and major substantive. So you can see that A through I are routine technical, except that rules adopted for paragraph J are major substantive.
Anna?
Yes.
Senator Moore has her hand up.
Thank you, madam. I appreciate that. Just a real quick question, I guess, out of curiosity. When we have the routine technical rules, it seems like those, when we see that information come like from the department, it just flows right through. When we have the major substantive, it seems like those always have public hearings. Is that normal? Is that the way it's supposed to do?
Yes. Okay. Yes, and we will absolutely get to that as well. Yes, it is normal.
Okay.
It's required, actually.
Required. Okay, good. That's what I was wondering. Okay, thank you.
So this is the other example. This is the family childcare providers, and you can see here that in this particular case, A through F are routine technical. Couldn't make my bracket look the same there, Erin. I don't know what happened. But these G through K are major substantive. And so you can see here that the child to staff ratios. Over here, there's no ratio. The child up here, child to staff ratios for childcare facilities are routine technical. Down here, and family, these are the little ones, the little childcare, that the legislature decided that child to staff ratios for family childcare providers would in fact be major substantive. And for those of you that have been on the committee for a little while, been some issues, some conversations that were somewhat, lengthy about what those ratios should be. And that's why the legislature decided that this is something that they should have control over. It's your discretion. Okay, so this I'm going to go through a little quickly because I don't think it's fascinating, but it is useful information for you to remember. So the process of proposing and adopting a rule. So the agency, and I'm not going to read what the agency is, but you can see that it doesn't include certain things. Like it doesn't include the legislature because you're not the executive. You can't make rules for it. You have your own process of rules. The joint rules is totally different. So an agency can writes the rule. Then they have to, and I'll show you some of these at the end. So they prepare the rule and they put these things on a fact sheet, the statutory authority. And that was when I mentioned to you that you will often see that Title 22, Section 42, that general grant of rulemaking authority. But you'll see if it's a PMP rule, it'll have that PMP section. The reasons for the rule, a comprehensive description of the rule, the fiscal impact and analysis. That's really not a lot different to the description of the rule. A brief summary of what was considered during the development of the rule. Often that will include a public law. And then sometimes you have these primary sources of information on developing the rule. We see less of that in HHS, that's more of a kind of environmental sort of thing. Then the public hearing. So this was your point, Senator Moore, that you asked about. Public hearings are held if the agency believes it is useful, if it is required by statute, if it is a major substantive rule, it is required, or if it is requested. So a department might say, oh, we don't think this is a big deal. It's a routine technical rule. There's no need for a public hearing. And if 5 people say, hey, we want a public hearing, then they will have one. My experience is that, and I don't know about, this is pre-pandemic perhaps, but my experience is that the department often has public hearings on rules, and sometimes nobody comes, but they often do just post them. But there is always this required comment period and notice that is required. The notice of proposed rule, once again, this is the same kind of, this is so people know that it's out there. That's what this notice is. I think they still go in the newspaper, but I can't really remember, but they are always on the Secretary of State's website. That's the main place where they are. DHHS, particularly Main Care, do a really good job of having their proposed rules on their website, and I often go there as well. Notices provided to the legislature, you see those emails all the time. And there are other things that also come to you that we aren't going to talk about because we don't, otherwise I'll bore you brainless, and even Representative Javner will get bored with me. But you know, you'll see these notifications of emergency rules, of a regulatory agenda which is required, the annual list of rulemaking activities, which I guess must be coming right around. And then after all of that, it goes to the Attorney General. So after the public hearing and comment period, any minor changes to the rule have occurred, the rule goes to the Office of the Attorney General for approval of form and legality. Now, just so you know, the Attorney General's office, they're not the subject matter experts on rules, and they will be the first people to say that. So form and legality is sort of key here. It doesn't mean they don't read it. I don't mean to suggest that, but their process is very specific. Their requirements are very specific. Whoops, sorry. Told you I was new at this. Okay. Then after the adoption process for a routine technical rule, and I won't read that to you, but there is a notice that you can see if you sign up for those. When a rule is adopted, a routine technical rule is adopted. You can get all those if you want, but it'll fill up your email pretty darn quick. But those notices are available. And then this time and date and time and restriction is important. So the rule may not take effect until at least 5 days after filing with the Secretary of State, and the agency must adopt the rule within 120 days of final date of submission of comments to the agency, and approved by the Attorney General within 150 days of final submission of comments. Now, the reason for that is so that, you know, a department doesn't make a rule, then decide, yeah, people didn't like it, and then come back 3 years later and say, well, here it is. That's not how the process is supposed to work. So that's why there are those limitations there. The rulemaking required by the public, a person can petition an agency to undertake rulemaking, and if 150 people petition, the agency must undertake rulemaking. I don't know much about that. That's not the other kind of petitions that the legislature has received recently, so that's something different. So major substantive rules, so they come to the legislature. So the rule gets provisionally adopted after going through this same process. The agency must submit the provisionally adopted rule to the Legislative Council by the second Friday in January, and then the agency submits these things to the legislature: the full text of the rule with the new language underlined and the old language being struck through, so it looks like a bill. If it's a brand new rule, of course, there's nothing struck through. Summary of content and copy of the existing rule that's being amended or repealed. The circumstances that require the rule, if there's an economic impact, and any other information that might be required by the statute. So a resolve is drafted, and you have one coming up on Tuesday. A resolve is drafted if the rule request is received on time. And if the rule is filed late, because it does happen, you know, a department hasn't gotten their rule ready by the second Friday in January, and there may be very good reasons for that, then it is treated like, at least at this point in time, it gets treated like an after deadline bill, and it goes to the Legislative Council. And if the legislature chooses not to review that rule, then that rule can't go into effect. So a department can't make a major substantive rule, file it in March, legislature says, we're not doing it. They can't just go forward with the rule. They will have to do it all again. So I'm not going to read all of this either, but this is what your job is. So when you review a major substantive rule, there are these outlines in statute for the sort of expectations of what you would be doing when you review that rule. So it does say that it, in its discretion may hold a public hearing. My experience, once again, is that committees tend to hold public hearings on resolves anyway. So therefore, thanks, Erin. Therefore, apparently Erin's cat is enjoying my rulemaking. My experience is that committees tend to have public hearings on resolves anyway. Therefore, you are having a public hearing on that rule. So when you review the rule, these are the things that you would want to be thinking about. Has the agency exceeded the scope of its statutory authority when they're writing that rule? Is that rule in conformity with the legislative intent of the statute that it's intending to implement? If the rule conflicts with another provision of law or some other rule adopted by an agency, we as staff may not necessarily be aware of a rule that's conflicting with another rule, but we'd like to hope that we might notice if it conflicts with a statute. Whether the provisionally adopted rule is necessary to fully accomplish the objectives of the statute, whether the rule is reasonable, whether the rule could be made more easily understood. Now, I think we probably feel like that about the law sometimes too. It's like, boy, does this have to be so hard to read? Sometimes, yes. Sorry, it does. But that's something to think about as well. Could it be more straightforward? Whether the rule was proposed in compliance with the requirements of the chapter. In other words, did they have a public hearing? If they didn't have a public hearing, why didn't they not have a public hearing? And then for a rule that is reasonably expected to result in a significant reduction in property values, we don't do this very often. So, but if you see a rule where you're like, well, this really affects people's property values, then you can think about that. And then the committee makes a recommendation on to the legislature on the rule. In other words, you make a recommendation on the resolve in the same way that you would on any other bill, except that you write it slightly differently. So the committee is authorizing final adoption of part of the rule, final adoption with specifically requested amendments, or you can also disapprove the rule. And if the rule was submitted on time and the legislature takes no action, then the rule may go into effect. So remember I said that if the rule comes in March and the Legislative Council says, no, we're not doing that, or it goes to committee and the committee doesn't do anything with it, then it can't go into effect. In this particular case, if the rules are submitted on time and the legislature doesn't act, then the rule can go into effect. And then the timing issue, final adoption of the rule must be within 60 days of the legislation approving the rule or part of the rule or adjournment of the rule if not acted on the legislature. And in other words, after the rule is enacted, and a lot of rules have emergency preambles on them, if that resolve goes through the legislature and is signed by the governor, then the final adoption of that rule by the agency is within 60 days of that law going into effect. And so that affects how you vote as well, this issue of the legislature acting. So the voting procedure for a major substantive rule, and because I'm not quite as good at sharing as Erin, I'm not quite so confident that I can go back and forth. So I'm going to do this slide and then go to the rule, even though in reality it would be better the other way around. So the voting procedure for a major substantive rule that is filed within that rule acceptance period and ought to pass authorizes adoption of the rule with no changes. And ought not to pass is a failure to act. So if you voted ought not to pass and the rule was filed within the acceptance period, you've authorized adoption. Killing the resolve is considered a failure to act on the resolve, but it's very confusing. So it's much cleaner if you're good with a rule to vote ought to pass. It's just much, much cleaner. If you don't like the rule and you don't want the rule to go forward, you're actually voting ought to pass as amended. So there are two purposes if you have an ought to pass as amended. One of those would be to say, yes, you can go forward with the rule as long as you make these changes. And they're written differently. We didn't include one of those amendments in that presentation, but they are written a little bit differently. So you might say, yes, we like this rule, but you have to change, let's just go back to the child staff ratios for a family childcare, and the rule says, I'm going to make up a number, 1 adult to 4 children, and that's what the rule says, and you're like, oh, no way, I want 1 adult to 3. Then you would say the rule can go forward, but they have to change the ratios. This part of the rule needs to be changed in order for the rule to go forward. And the other purpose is not to authorize the adoption of the rule. So if the rule has been submitted on time to the legislature and you don't want that rule, then you would vote ought to pass as amended, and you write this very unusual looking amendment that says the department may not go forward with the rule. So that's an important difference for voting that doesn't come up in other types of bills. I've never actually written an amendment that looks like that. I've written a lot of amendments that authorize the adoption of the rule if changes are made to the rule, but I've never actually written an ought to pass as amended that says they can't go forward with the rule. I know it happens, and I know that my colleagues have done it, but I have never done it. The voting procedure for a major substantive rule that is submitted late is a little bit different. After reviewing the rule, the committee, once again, has the following options. Ought to pass authorizes the adoption of the rule with no changes. Ought to pass as amended to authorize the rule, same thing, adoption of the rule if the changes are made to the rule. You can have an ought to pass as amended that says you can't go forward with the rule. But if you vote ought not to pass for a late filed rule, the legislature must affirmatively authorize adoption of the rule. So killing the resolve provides a no authorization. In other words, if you have a late filed rule and you don't want the rule to go forward, voting ought not to pass would accomplish that, whereas it wouldn't accomplish that if you did it with a rule that came in on time. Before I go, no, actually I'll go to the other thing and then I'll come back. So let's see if I can manage to do this right. I want to go back to sharing something else. And that is where? Okay, maybe I have to go back here after, or does that show up the LD committee meeting materials? Did that show up on your screen?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
Yep.
So the one that Erin went to click on before is what I wanted to show you. So this is the rule that you have a public hearing for on Tuesday. And I just want to show you that the components of this. So the first one is the one that Erin has put online, the existing law. But here is the rule. This is the actual rule right here. Are you seeing that scrolling up and down, hopefully? So that's the rule. This is a new rule, so there's no strikeouts or underlines. It's a completely new rule. Then you'll see the fact sheet, which I talked about before, and you can see here, this is the statutory authority, which would be the other section that I just didn't show you. You can see here where they had a public hearing. Now this was an entire year ago. That's because this rule actually came in last year because you adjourned early there was no time to do it. It actually came in on something like the last day of the session. So that had to go back around again. But that's the point here, is only that you can see that the public hearing took place in person. And I'll come back to that in a second. You can see the principal reason or purpose for proposing the rule. And you can see that it's to comply with the law. And you can see what the law was and what the section of law was, and that they were required to adopt a rule to do certain things. And then my light just went out. The analysis and expected operation of the rule. This is the relevant information that I mentioned, that, you know, this is a little more along the environmental one, I suppose. So that would be why you see that here. And then the cost. I don't know what comes after that. Oh, this is the basis statement. These are all the things that I referenced earlier that you see in the law that are required for a department to put forward when they're adopting a rule. So this is the provisional adoption. Provisional adoption means that it's been adopted, but it doesn't go, it's not fully adopted until it's been reviewed by the legislature. So these are the cover sheets that go along with it. I kind of like all of this stuff. You can see the date when, you know, see what I mean about this date of March 3rd. That's why you didn't actually get to it last year and it had to come back around. Then the summary of the public comments. This is not something that the department is required to give you as part of the rulemaking packet, but this committee has always asked for it. So now we tell them ahead of time, and they've been well trained, and they send along the comments. And you can see who commented for the public hearing, and then you'll see, you know, a comment from a particular person, and then the department will respond. And all of this, you know, usually it comes to you on paper. You'll have to look at it here, but that's what all of this is. All of these comments and the responses. So the department are required to do this. They're just not necessarily required to submit it to you. You can always ask for it, and you always do. So now we just do it. And then the actual comments themselves, they've also sent along. So you can see all of what happened during that public hearing, if you want to. So the other thing that I wanted to show you, I don't know if I can go from one to the other. So we'll see if I can do it. That I wanted to show you is this. So this is a rule that we've received, but we don't have the resolve for it yet, and related to assisted housing programs. And I just wanted to show you this because, and I'm glad that Senator Moore asked this question earlier about public hearings. So this is a major substantive rule, so it was required to have a public hearing, but this is one that they did during the pandemic. And so you can see here that they held them by Zoom. I just wanted to show you that they are still doing public hearings, that the fact that they can't do them in person doesn't mean that they have changed that process. They can't do that. And you can see here who commented and how they did it. So they, you know, they had that public hearing on Zoom, and you'll see that rule later on when we get to that rule, which we don't have yet because we don't have the resolve that goes along with it. So the last thing I wanted to mention, because I forgot to put a slide in, and then I wrote myself a note so that I would talk about it before we got to the review, and that didn't work either. So now we're going to do it at the very end. I forgot to mention emergency rulemaking. So I should go back and add a slide into this, but there is also emergency rulemaking, which you will hear about now and again. So the way that emergency rulemaking works is that it uses that same kind of emergency language that you hear about, that there has to be an immediate threat to public health, safety, or general welfare. That can be broader than, you know, we often think of as an emergency, and you'll see that, you know, I think it's great that the example that Erin put in the other presentation was a budget, because budgets almost always have emergency preambles on them. So budgetary can be considered an emergency as well. What that means is that the department can modify procedures in certain ways. They have to explain why and how they modified those procedures, and that's part of what goes forward to the Attorney General's office. But perhaps most importantly, the thing you need to know is that a routine technical rule that has been adopted as an emergency lasts for only 90 days. In other words, if they need that rule longer term, then they can adopt it as an emergency, last for 90 days, but they have to go through the proper rulemaking process in order for it to become something that lasts longer. So then they have to go back and follow the regular procedures. But there was some reason why the department said, we need this rule in effect now. Once upon a time, the closures of clam flats, I think they are, in the Marine Resources Committee, all of those rules used to be routine technical and they were all adopted by emergency. At some point, they figured out that that was really quite frustrating, and they turned it into a policy and they were able to do that. But those rules only last for 90 days. For a major substantive rule, it can be adopted as an emergency, but it can only last 12 months or until the legislature acts. And that's so that, you know, that's to keep that, you know, sort of balance of power, so to speak, that they are enacting the laws that you pass. So if it's a good thing that there wasn't the water rule that you do on Tuesday wasn't adopted as an emergency, because they'd have run out of time. But if a major substantive rule is adopted as an emergency and it goes into effect, they still have to go through the regular process of going into the regular rulemaking process and bringing it back to the legislature to be enacted. And if it wasn't enacted by the legislature, the rule would go away. So that's the purpose of it, 12 months, because obviously 90 days doesn't work great when you have a part-time legislature. But that's the slide I forgot to put in, and then I forgot to do before we came to the legislative review. But I still think it's important to know, because you hear about emergency rules and sometimes people get upset by them, and it's important to know that they're out there, why they're there, and how those processes are different. So that's my spiel, and I shall stop now.
Thank you, Anna. Any questions from the committee for Erin, Anna, or Luke? Seeing none, it looks like our morning agenda is completed, unless I'm missing something.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Sorry, I wanted to get back to actually one of Senator Claxton's questions from earlier. I can now answer it, and I thought it was worthwhile to just quickly go through the numbers. So I think, Senator Claxton, you were trying to just get an idea of the size of the DHHS budget and what we're about to go through. So just to give you some idea, there are 87 total programs that are in the budget. I think that about 10 of those, maybe a few more than that, are just baseline numbers. So that the baseline is something that we, when we're going through this process, don't really have to deal with. There's no voting on the baseline. But that still leaves a very large number of programs that have initiatives in this budget that we're going to be dealing with. And just to give you some idea of the dollars, I'll talk just about general fund. I won't get into all funds because there's so much there. But the total of the general fund impact in the proposed budget is just under 8.4 billion. That's for both years. It's just over 4.1 billion in both years. So there's 8.4 billion as a total for the general fund. Of that, 2.8 billion is general fund impact in HHS. That is just under 34% of the total general fund impact of the budget. So I think that's what Senator Claxton was trying to get at, that there's a lot in this budget that the decisions you make are going to impact. So that's the basic numbers I can give you now.
Thank you, Luke.
Thank you, Luke.
Move to adjourn.
I think we're at that point. So I will look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
Seconded.
To adjourn.
All in favor? See you at 1. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I want to make sure that Senator Moore sees the photo of West Quaddy headlight in the snow behind me. I don't do a different photo for every committee. I want you to know that's there all the time.
Thank you. That's one of my favorite pictures. I love that.
You'll remember the first time we met when
That's right. We were really very close to that at the marathon. Absolutely.
your colleagues may not know that you're a runner, and
Or I was a runner or a speed walker, I guess. I haven't done that in a couple of years.
well, I was impressed.
Thank you.
I actually was doing some speed walking with Marianne in Chicago when we were there on a conference.
Along the walkway there. It was great.
Seems like a lifetime ago.
Oh
That
gosh, doesn't it though?
Lakeshore Trail is a
Yes.
wonderful place to run and walk. You know.
Yes.
Yeah, it was beautiful. And we walked and talked just as fast as we walked and talked.
Yes, we did. So Gordon, we'll hear your presentation and then take questions at the end if that works for you.
Sure, and I think the Children's Cabinet follows me, I think.
Correct.
And you know, some overlap in our work. And I want to make sure I save some time for questions. I don't want to just talk at you for, and I think we have an hour, don't we?
Yeah, I believe we do.
Are you
Madam
ready?
Chair, sorry. Have you
Yes.
turned off my video?
I have not.
Screen says that you have, but I'll see if I can open it.
Representative Craven, I just sent you a request to start your video, and that should work to turn it back on.
That I can hear, so you can go ahead while I try to get back on.
Okay. And it looks like we have a quorum. So this never stopped, correct? Our recording never stopped? Okay. So welcome all to our afternoon session of the Joint Standing Committee on Health and Human Services. We are pleased that the Director of Opioid Response, Gordon Smith, is with us today. So he will begin our afternoon with his presentation. Welcome, Director Smith.
Well, thank you, Representative Meyer and Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer, members of the committee. It's a real pleasure to be with you for a bit today, and thank you very much for the invitation. Interestingly enough, it was actually 2 years to the day, February 4th, 2019, that I started this work, and continue to be very engaged in it. The updated strategic plan, which I want to share with you, I think was probably emailed to you in the last 48 hours. So I don't expect that you've waded through the 12 pages. I'm going to give you some of the highlights, why we updated the plan, some of our work associated with that, some of what we've done the past 2 years that we consider accomplishments, some of what we still need to do. But I really very much want this to be a dialogue. Because of the odd time that we're in, I don't get to sit in the cafeteria with you and have a cup of coffee and get your thoughts. So I very much want to hear from you as well. I appreciate being here on behalf of the governor and all of our team, the Children's Cabinet. I know you had time with Dr. Pollard last week, who's a very strong and daily partner of mine in this work. I had a chance to, I love your YouTube video channel, and I'm able to, you know, in the evening, you can catch up on what you missed, which is a real advantage to the public, in my opinion. I also sat through, watched your orientation when you introduced yourselves to each other and told a little bit about yourselves. And I learned a few things. I really enjoyed that. I'm not going to say much about myself. I'll say a couple things just because there's a couple new people on the committee that don't necessarily know how I arrived to be doing this work. So I'll comment on that just a little bit. As I say, I started 2 years ago. I had had a previous career at the Maine Medical Association for 39 years and had worked with Governor Mills when she was Attorney General quite extensively in the whole area of prescribing of medication. In 2016, the legislature enacted a very strict law limiting what could be prescribed. And certainly from, say, 1995 to 2015, I would say that a lot of the opioid problem related to prescription drugs. It's only a small part of the problem now, partly because the prescribing of opioids for pain has decreased in the state by about 50%. So while I'm not a clinician, just because you work for doctors for 39 years does not make you a doctor. And I'm not a person in recovery, and there's a lot of people that think you can only do this kind of work if you have been through that journey, and I appreciate that opinion. I think what it means to me is that I have to spend a lot of time listening, and we have to make sure that the voices of people in recovery and their families are around the table for every discussion that we have, and we do that. Again, the one thing that I also have no background in law enforcement whatsoever, but the one thing I do bring to the table was just a knowledge of how healthcare is provided around the state of Maine. I feel very comfortable going in and out of every hospital, every federally qualified health center. And I knew my way around the legislature and the state house. I started at lobbying in 1976 was my first session. So I feel really blessed to be able to have the opportunity of somewhat what I hope will be a fairly brief second career, but I've learned a lot. I knew a lot, but again, from a certain perspective. I gave my first talk about to physicians about prescribing, about the problems of opioid, and particularly OxyContin getting into Aroostook in Washington County. I gave that talk in 2002, and I remember Darrell Crandall, DEA agent, was with me, and we continued those talks till I left MMA, till I retired from that position. So it's been, but it's also been very, very interesting to go from the advocacy side to working in state government. So I started on February 4th, 2019. On February 6th, the governor issued Executive Order 2, which spelled out things to do that we would do immediately. Things like buying as much naloxone as we thought we could use around the state and distribute this life-saving drug. Starting treatment in every emergency room in the state as soon as we could. Making sure that residents of our jails and prison system were treated with medication-assisted treatment if that was their choice. And hiring and recruiting and training more recovery coaches. And I would add to that, expanding our syringe exchanges, because that's been such an important part of our harm reduction strategy. So we have accomplished almost everything that we had in Executive Order 2, but it's not had the desired outcome, in my opinion. I do think that if we weren't doing everything that we were doing, even more people would be lost to overdoses. But because of the increase in overdoses, we just have to double down. And it was that issue, along with just the passage of time, that allowed us, that warranted us going back and looking at the strategic plan. While the strategic plan came out of the executive order, so to speak, that was done in September of 2019. So in September of 2020, we sat down virtually and with the same people who had put together the plan in 2019, Commissioner Soschuk, Commissioner Liberty, Commissioner Lambrew, Todd Landry, Dr. Pollard, Dr. Shah, the CDC prevention people. And so we just Monday, the governor put the final edits into the plan and was very hands-on. And because she and I have worked in this area together for a long time, particularly since the formation of the opiate collaborative in 2015. This is something she knows a lot about. And so we have quite a bit of back and forth on what the strategy is. So I encourage you to look at the document. It's not 100 pages, it's 12 pages. And again, we really wanted to update it because of the sheer passage of time and what we learned in the past year. We also had to look at it again because of the not so small matter of the pandemic. And the pandemic, just as it's affected all of you, all of us, everything, it's really affected our ability to respond to this issue. And it's really affected people struggling in the state of Maine with substance use disorder. So you'll see there are aspects of the plan that are directly responsive to that problem. And then, as I say, we're all alarmed by the increase in overdose deaths. The year-end report has not been completed, but we put forth the Attorney General and the researchers that do that with us at the Margaret Chase Smith School, Dr. Sorg and her team, medical examiner. We put in the third quarter report where we expected to be at the end of the year. So when the year-end report comes out, it's not going to surprise anybody that we had more fatalities than we'd ever had in the state of Maine. The high point previously being 2017 when there were 417 deaths that year. So it is exasperating, it's frustrating, but we're not going to give up on it. We really feel that if we weren't doing the interventions that we're doing, we'd have even more loss. So I'll talk specifically about some of the plans with respect to that, although Dr. Pollard shared our options initiative with you. And we really have three things that we're doing to respond to the sharp increase, which pretty much mirrors the increase in Rhode Island and some other states. So first, we've got the options initiative, which puts behavioral health specialists on the ground in every county, some counties more than one, in order to do outreach. As you know, it stands for overdose prevention through intensive outreach, naloxone, and safety. And those, in some places, the work is being done right now. In other places, the people are being onboarded, the behavioral health specialists, and in a couple places, they've not yet been able to recruit an individual to do that work. The second part of that option plan is our media campaign. Some of you have seen our ads and commented on them, that we're delivering a number of messages. Don't use alone. Call 911. Pay attention to the Good Samaritan law. Don't be afraid to call 911 because you're afraid you're going to be arrested. That's not permitted under the Good Samaritan law if you're the person that calls for help. And just trying to do everything we can to link, to work with people who are still struggling with drugs. Many of them aren't ready to come into recovery, so we offer more extensive harm reduction. But we want to also make sure that we've built out enough treatment facilities so that they can certainly get treatment immediately when it's available. That behavioral health specialist, by the way, one of the things that they'll be doing is working with partners such as law enforcement, EMS, treatment providers, particularly our syringe exchange locations. There's now 12 with 3 applications pending. Because when you think about the people we're trying to reach, the person that today is at the most risk of a fatal overdose is a person who last week overdosed and they were reversed. For years, people would just come to the emergency room and we would let them leave without any intervention. And the 2 physicians on your committee know that. We're doing much, much better in our interventions. It's still difficult though, because there's such distrust between people using drugs with law enforcement. And when you call 911 in Maine, you not only get EMS, hopefully, but you get the police too, if you report a drug-related overdose. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we just have to lower some of the stigma and really reach out to these individuals, offer them a lot so that they stay alive and have a hope that someday for recovery. The plan itself it continues to be based upon the 4 focus areas of prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and recovery support. Our original plan in September 2019 had 20 strategies, had 9 priorities, had those 4 focus areas plus leadership. It had 9 priorities, now we have 10. We had 20 strategies, now we have 33 strategies. And under each of the strategies, there are a host, dozens of activities that are currently funded at some level, or we have the money to implement the activity. We never have enough, but we don't have things on there that we have no idea how they'd be paid for. And then we have a column for future things that would begin presumably in the second year of the biennium 2022. So as I say, we've got many new strategies, but they're all built around those 4 areas. Let's start with prevention. There's a lot more in the updated plan about primary prevention and the work going on through the Department of Education and the social emotional learning curriculum that they sent out. Representative Craven and I've been, and many of you have worked with me in this area before. I have been on, Representative Craven chaired the legislature's opioid committee, whatever we called it, which was kind of looking at the recommendations in the opiate collaborative from 2015, 2016. And now almost everything that we were looking at has some degree of implementation, I'm pleased to say. But to get back to the Department of Education, after working for a year, when we thought we would actually have a Maine-based curriculum, they made a decision to buy a product branded for Maine from Evolution Labs that really is, I support that decision. They used some probably COVID relief funds, and every school, all 700 schools, received the link to these 430 modules that cover K through 12. So while there are other schools that are using other curriculums for prevention of substance use and teaching good coping skills, et cetera, such as second steps, Prime for Life, and others, those had to be paid for And so you kind of find those in the school systems, frankly, that can afford the materials in the curriculum. And Commissioner Macon was committed to sending an appropriate product and training to all the schools for free. Now, again, just doing that alone doesn't achieve anything. You've got to have people that have time to be trained in those, and also have the time in the school day to offer it. But the modules are very good. They've had 12,000 downloads already, and this product's been out there maybe 4 or 5 months. So as you know, Commissioner Macon also hired for the first time a full-time social emotional learning expert to be available to the schools. But we can't put it all on the schools. And I realize you'll talk with Dr. Landry and Anna Hicks about this as part of the children's cabinet work. But again, I think it's so important to understand how important we think it is in the opioid response. The governor, each time I talk to her about it, it's really prevention, prevention, prevention. How many people are using this curriculum? The curriculum also, by the way, can be utilized by a parent, and at times by a student themselves, and by outside organizations. So when I say that we can't put it all on the schools, and some of you were teachers and are teachers, you so acutely understand that. They have to do their part, but we can't really load more onto them. So it's so important to have these outside organizations, boys clubs, girls clubs, scouting, 4-H, outing clubs. Pender now has a something that she and 2 or 3 of the other commissioners are doing called Waves, that are finding every possible way to get Maine kids outdoors and involved in healthy activities. And it really is we are not going to really make a dent in this unless we can make sure that our 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds are not, have some healthy activities and are not starting to experiment with alcohol. The scale is all too common. Experiment with alcohol, move to marijuana, then you get some pills at a party, then we can't get pills. All of a sudden you're 17 and you're injecting drugs. So again, a lot of prevention activities. Senator Claxton and Representative Meyer, would you let me take questions? I see some questions are available now, or would you like me to finish and then take questions?
Sure. Representative Craven has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Smith, as well. I'm very excited about the school curriculum because I think that I I was talking to a young teacher yesterday that said that 2 of his students came in drunk, and they had been boasting about staying up all night drunk. And so it was really, so he didn't want to alienate them so that they wouldn't come back to school. And so they're walking a real tightrope there. But what I really wanted to ask was, and thank you for all your work, but I've been talking to some of our immigrant parents here in Lewiston, and there's a real upsurge in opiate use and just substance use overall. And the worry is that they have no, culturally suitable rehab or anything like that. And I know you need to have an application and on and on and on for something like that to happen. But if we wait for it to happen, it's just, I don't know if could be any outreach or any kind of development, or I know that they've talked to the mosques and other places to see if they could arrange or organize help, either mostly, obviously, community help, but the rehabs that we have is not suitable really for our immigrants, and it's a big problem, and parents are really worried, and I thank you very much.
we're aware, we are in touch with them. Actually, as many of you know, your former committee clerk, Roland Robinson, is our project manager for opioid response in the Office of Behavioral Health. Roland has been in touch directly with that population in Lewiston, as well as we have the commissioner, and as you know, we have Liana, working full-time on equity and underserved populations. We certainly consider our new maintenance to be a special population for us, along with pregnant moms who are in treatment, substance affected infants, people who are in prison and jail, adolescents. I consider a special category because we have so few services for them. So rest assured, we are in touch with them. There is also a county assessment and meetings going on as that behavioral health specialist starts, co-responding with law enforcement and EMS. He or she are expected to build these partnerships. And I attend as many of those original county meetings as possible. And I know we've got the meeting in Androscoggin County next week. So I will again make sure. I would be amazed if that population already isn't a part of that meeting, but I will make sure they are.
Would we be able to get a link to attend?
Sure. I mean, these are public meetings. I mean, I think anybody that's interested in what we're doing in each county, whether it's Aaron or Anna, whoever's here, they'll have to remind me probably. But yes, we should be able to do that. So I'm going to try to give kind of equal time to the four things because they are all important and they all have to work. If we do a great job with prevention and treatment and supporting people in recovery, but we don't do any harm reduction, then more people die and we don't have them in recovery to support. So I'm going to move on to treatment. We're doing way better with medication-assisted treatment. And Dr. Zagar himself and his practice at Martin's Point, they've been leaders. They've been leaders in medication-assisted treatment. So he knows exactly what we're doing. We've got a lot more waivered providers. We had a moment of excitement a couple of weeks ago when it looked like we were going to be able to eliminate the waiver provision so that any prescriber could treat up to 30 patients with medication-assisted treatment. Then that was pulled back by the Biden administration because they didn't feel that the way it was done was legal. I still think that we'll be able to get rid of it eventually. In the meantime, we do need, we've got way more available, and I know that because I can see the scripts in main care. We had a 43% increase in buprenorphine, Suboxone scripts from 2018 to the end of 2020. So, and you have two members from Washington County. When I used to be there 4 or 5 years ago in my previous role, there wasn't much going on. Yes, we had a methadone clinic in Calais, but not much MAT. Now all the 4 FQHCs have stepped up, and there's some other private practices as well, particularly groups. We have now a syringe exchange. We have a lot more going on in that county, but a lot more treatment being available. We're going to have a methadone clinic in Saco, which is really important because frankly, there's waiting lists now for methadone in Portland at all 3 places. Now, again, I'm not a clinician. I have a clinical advisory committee that advises us on clinical issues. A lot of people don't like methadone. Yeah, it's a tough regime. Nonetheless, there are those individuals that need that kind of structure. And so to me, medication-assisted treatment is all 3 kinds of treatment. And which is appropriate, whichever is appropriate for the individual is up to the individual and their prescriber. So we need, we at any one time, we have well over 3,000 patients in the state on methadone. We have way more than that on buprenorphine. We have a few on Vivitrol and some of the injectable forms. So doing better, here's the deficits. Nowhere near what we need in residential care. A shocking lack of availability. I spend so much time talking to parents whose son or daughter is 30 years old now, has been injecting drugs for 10 years and is ready to get into recovery. Even intensive outpatient is not going to be enough for that individual. And unless they've got a lot of money and find a placement out of state, frequently in Massachusetts or New Hampshire, we have very, very few choices. Another huge deficit is treatment for adolescents. Those individuals who are using drugs earlier and earlier, and so they are ready to get some help by the time they're 15, 16, 17, 18. And we have no adolescent detox. We have only really one substantial provider of adolescent residential treatment. And they're losing kids because of the failure of our system to have adequate medically supervised, we don't call it detox anymore, Dr. Letourneau assures me, it is medically supervised withdrawal. The fact is that the child is actually using all the way to the facility. They get to the facility and they are so sick that they don't stay. That's tragic. So again, adolescent detox is a high priority. So I would say that residential treatment of almost every kind, men, women, we do have some additional facilities being built and opened, but I don't think it's sufficient. I'm going to move on to harm reduction because I really want you to be able to ask questions. It's really important right now because of the spike in overdoses, of course. Our primary harm reduction activity was this distribution of naloxone. And it took us a good 8-9 months to get the system up and running where we could have vendors who purchase tier 1 purchasers, City of Portland, Bangor Public Health, Maine General, and then they distribute to what we call tier 2s that try to get this free product from the state into the hands of individuals who need it the most, families, et cetera. Obviously, we have it available at the syringe exchanges. Now, it is covered by insurance and it's paid for by MaineCare, so that if people have insurance and are eligible and are in a position to go to the pharmacy and get it prescribed and get it paid for, we want to keep our state supply for those people that aren't in a situation to do that. So we don't just, well, we do actually just give it away, but you know what I'm saying is that we try to pay some attention to and encourage the co-prescribing of naloxone with any significant opioid script. So in addition to, and we have purchased 53,000 doses of naloxone, either most of it intranasal because that's what the public and law enforcement's comfortable with. It's much less expensive to buy intramuscular, but that requires an injection. And a lot of people, when you're particularly talking about bystanders and hoping that they'll help a person that in a public area may be overdosing, Narcan is really what people are comfortable using. And there's some training that goes involved as well. So the second piece of harm reduction really is the syringe exchanges. We've had them in Maine for nearly 20 years. They received no state support whatsoever until about 2017, 2018, and then it was just $75,000 split among 5 entities that run syringe exchanges. we now call them syringe service providers because it's so much more than just about exchanging used needles for new needles. It's a lot. We do those providers do everything from condoms to sterile equipment. You know, we don't want people spreading hepatitis. We don't want people spreading HIV, and we want them to stay alive themselves. So certainly naloxone's in the mix too. But I've been really pleased that we used the funds for Healthy Maine that were appropriated by the legislature 2 years ago. This committee, in its former version, was instrumental in that. So we had over $1 million to expand and to better staff and to support those entities. And we now we had 7 sites when the governor and I started this work. Now we have 12 and we have 3 applications on Dr. Shah's desk right now. So, and some of those are in pretty rural areas. Calais, Caribou, an important one in Sanford. So again, when you think about, all right, what can we do to keep people alive? We are losing over 10 people a week in the state of Maine. It just seems completely unacceptable, unfathomable, really. So what can we do to keep them alive? Well, number one, we have to try to focus on the individuals who are most vulnerable. Obviously, people with a substance use disorder who are still using drugs. So who's in touch with them? Well, the one place in our formal system where we have that intersection is the syringe service providers, obviously. So they are incredibly important to us and those outreach workers. So, you know, they are an important part of our options program. So we've just, you know, frankly found some money available to make sure that those contracts can be renewed because they're not in the biennial budget proposal. And it's just essential. And most of the money in substance use disorder work in Maine, it definitely comes up here from the federal government. Prevention, treatment, harm reduction. Let's close with recovery support. People in recovery, particularly early recovery, need a lot of support. Recovery coaching, recovery centers, recovery housing. And again, the rest of the money that was appropriated by the legislature, we sent from the Office of Behavioral Health over to the Maine State Housing Authority so that we could have a pilot program to support 16 recovery residences. When we started, even though there were nearly 100 sober homes, recovery residences in the state, there were none in 9 counties. So some of you clearly are in counties that had none, including Washington County, Aroostook County. They'd had one, but it had closed. There was none in Somerset County. We now have 16 houses in that pilot. We've helped to open a wonderful women's residence for them and their children in Machias. We've opened a men's facility in Caribou, women's facility in Millinocket. And again, there are now, I don't have that number right in front of me. It's actually right in here in the first page of our report. We have 120 recovery residences now. 51 of them are certified by the National Alliance of Recovery Residences, and 42% of all the residences allow medication-assisted treatment. Now, those of you who are not intimately involved in our work, that might be an interesting thing for you to hear, that it was when I got involved in this. Why wouldn't a recovery residence, or how could they even legally not accept a person that was otherwise eligible to be a resident in their home just because they're on a medication for their substance use disorder? But when I started, almost none of them did. And it has to do with, again, some of the traditional AA culture that, you know, you don't replace one drug with another. Sometimes that can be a triggering Colleen will have to help me with these terms, but I know that it's absolutely true that some residents would not be comfortable perhaps in a recovery residence that where people actively have Suboxone available and taking it. But again, the goal is to not discriminate against MAT, and we, one by one, we are breaking down some of those barriers. So every day we have more recovery residences available, more recovery residences that don't discriminate against MAT. We've done it through a carrot and stick approach. We don't punish the homes that have made that choice otherwise, but if they want to be in the pilot and get any state support, then they have to be nationally certified and they have to allow MAT. We've got now 14 recovery residences. Recovery centers, and I think those are very important in our communities. I think that we center a lot of our recovery coaching there. We've trained in 2 years an additional 534 recovery coaches. We probably have over 800 now in Maine. So again, I think it's something that we were making real progress at. Now, let me really close with saying that a lot of our initiatives, such as beginning treatment for people in the emergency departments and treating people in jails, and even getting more help through our recovery centers, have been profoundly affected by the pandemic. The recovery centers were all shut down at one point. They're just almost beginning. Now, again, I give them tremendous credit for, just like you, they have pivoted to virtual meetings of all kinds. But it had some real positive benefits in that some people who might not be able to go every night to a meeting, a support group meeting, could now, not have to worry about transportation, not have to worry about childcare, as long as they were lucky enough to have enough broadband to participate. But it did not work for everyone. And you all understand that addiction is a disease of isolation. And when people are at home, and so many people in the hospitality industry, maybe the person's socialization was that they were working at a restaurant and now the restaurant's shut down. So talk about a perfect storm, no job, no traditional support available, and home and isolated. We shouldn't be surprised that there was a spike in fatal overdoses. We're just disappointed that we weren't able to do enough interventions to keep them alive. I was going to start with actually going through the accomplishments that are on the first page, but we've talked with almost all of them. I think we're very proud of what we're doing. The prison system, when we started, there was no MAT available. If you had a substance use diagnosis, but you were in the Maine State Prison for the next 10 years, you got no help. Well, I'm not saying you didn't get any help with that, but you didn't get medication-assisted treatment, which is the gold standard now. They've now treated 500 Department of Corrections residents who have been now discharged and handed off to community providers. There's 200 being treated today. And they are now made a commitment that anyone in the Department of Corrections custody by the end of this year who's got a substance use disorder, regardless of when their release date is, will be treated with medication-assisted treatment. Given that they did this in a period of the pandemic when their major responsibility was keeping their staff and inmates away from COVID, I think it's remarkable. We also have something going on in every jail. Some of them are exemplary, and the state is paying for this. We're paying the medical provider, we're paying for the MAT provider in the jail, we're paying for the community provider as they get handed off, hopefully with naloxone as well, when they come out of the jail. The jails are tougher, of course, because the person might be there for 3 days. They might be there for 60 days. But again, I'm very proud of that work. The emergency departments, we were up to about 22 departments that were able to to start a patient on MAT in the emergency room, and then March came and nobody went to the emergency room. So, but again, that expertise is still available as we come out the other side of this thing. So again, a lot to be, I've talked about how proud I am of the social emotional learning curriculum. Again, you're gonna, the drug courts also. I've learned a lot. I knew nothing about drug courts, and we're renaming them. I'm pleased to say they're going to be treatment and recovery, or recovery and treatment courts, and we still have 2 judicial regions that don't have any, and those courts also include there's a couple family courts that are veterans courts and a co-occurring court in Kennebec County. So those courts helped 295 individuals in 2019. There was a smaller number in 2020 because when the court shut down, pretty much shut down our drug courts too. So I promise you, as a lawyer, I will stop right there. Happy to answer any questions you have. Our life is an open book. We really would love to hear your thoughts about the updated plan, and we're very committed to this work, and I know you are as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Director Smith. Questions from the committee? If you want to use the raise hand function, I'll call on you. Senator Claxton. You need to unmute.
I'm trying to follow his handout too, so I was on that page instead of this one. Good to see you, Gordon.
Nice to see you, Senator.
Nice to see you. So how do you measure progress in the work you do? It can't be in terms of number of needles exchanged or number of doses of naloxone, and deaths is a crude measure of how we're doing overall, although a painful one. So what do you look for in terms of, well, you've trained more people, you have more facilities. What makes it look like we're making any progress?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, because I didn't get a chance to talk about our new opioid data sharing committee. So we're getting better. The only way to know you're making progress, obviously, is to measure something. And we've got Maine is a data-rich state. You see it in the work that this committee does, but it wasn't very well integrated. And I found 25 or so sources of opioid data, but it wasn't being shared with anyone. It wasn't being brought to the table. Nobody was looking at that data with me and helping me say, well, what does it mean? And how can I use this information to inform our policy decisions? There's now a new deputy director for research and evaluation at OBH, Rebecca Taylor. So she and I co-chair a committee that's been meeting for about a year. And I'm very pleased with our progress. And there is a new website, MaineDrugData.com, operated by our research team at the university, the same one that gathered the information on the databases. And we're not that many weeks from being able to have monthly, if not weekly, loads onto that website. It's because we want our work to be very transparent. But obviously, we don't want to just dump a lot of raw data there. And you'd be fascinated where this data comes from. I mean, I want claims data on opioids from the Maine Health Data Organization. I want to talk to Karen Simone at the Maine Poison Control Center and see what she's saying. I want all the arrest and seizure data to know what drugs are being seized. But the most important thing to me is how many people in Maine have a substance use disorder and are using drugs. How does that compare to our New England and national colleagues? How many of them are seeking treatment and not getting it? How many of them are getting into treatment? And how many of them are using drugs but are not ready for treatment? Our number, and by extrapolating some of the national numbers and looking at some of the data we have, some of it's CMS data, I really think we're within a few weeks of being able to answer some of those essential questions. And now we've got all the OBH contracts have reporting in them. So if you run a recovery center and you're getting our money, you have to tell us how many people that are coming in and how many recovery coaches are actually coaching somebody in recovery. All that data is reported, but no, it just was not organized in a way that was helpful. And I think one of the most important things that I shouldn't say it sounds awful, but one of the things that we've been successful in doing is we really have broken down some silos. That now I have the prevention people at the CDC working with the people at OBH, Dr. Landry's shop. I had no idea how much work I'd be doing with Child and Family Services, but obviously, I mean, 51% of the children came into the state's custody last year came into the state's custody because of substance use. So Todd and I and his group spend a lot of time together, but I'm very happy that to report that now I really think that the interests are being aligned. I don't see so much siloed work. We have some wonderful new people, and that's how we're going to determine whether we've been successful, is by looking at that data on things like, again, how do we waiting lists? If we've got waiting lists, it suggests to me and people are dying while they're on the waiting list, well, that's a problem. So it's all about data to me. It's all about analyzing the data. And I think we're making great progress on that.
Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Smith, thank you so much for the work that you've been doing for all these years, 18 plus years. The human costs of the opioid epidemic are, of course, staggering. You listen to the families. I know it's an important part of your job. I wanted to ask about the economic costs of the opioid epidemic. I see in the leadership focus area of your report that it's one of the things that you're planning to systematically analyze or study. But I wonder if you might share a few thoughts today about the economic costs of lost economic activity in the free market, tax revenue, family stability, criminal justice costs. You just mentioned children coming to state custody. That must be a huge cost. So what can you share with us about your thinking and what you know at this point, even in anticipation of your formal study?
It's a great question, Representative Zager, and thank you for the work that you've done historically as well. The report that's being prepared by an economist is actually associated with, again, the University of Maine. They did an economic study on this in 2015. And so that study is being updated so that within a few months, I know it's going to be available in 2021, we'll be able to have experts tell you what that cost is. I would be relying back on a presentation I made to the Economic Forecasting Commission just about the time that I was making the change. And I had written like a 4-page paper on the economic costs of the opioid problem. And, it's an economic report by a lawyer that didn't know all that much at the time, but I'll share that with Aaron and Anna, and if they think it's even good enough to share with all of you, it was at least accurate as of a couple of years ago. There was some really interesting things that I drew from some sources of data. For instance, how many people had been already lost to the workforce in Maine? And it was in percentages, like the men available to work between the ages of 20 and 45 had been reduced by 1.5%, women as well. And so it has had a profound effect on workforce, on cost to the criminal justice system. cost to the employer community. We don't talk about it enough, Representative Zager, I think, because the human, as you say, the human toll to a family and friends is so emotional and so huge that it almost seems cheap to say, oh, and by the way, every time a person dies, it's costing the state economic input, X thousands of dollars. But there's no part of the state that's unaffected by it. Our colleges and universities, I mean, just our hospitals. At any given day, this was before COVID, but a year ago, at any given day at the main medical center, there would be 10 to 15 patients there getting their valves worked on or being treated for endocarditis, the end result of years of injected drug use at a cost of, for the admission of $1 million. So again, just another example, but I'll pull out my little paper for what it's worth, but I think we'll really want you to see the professional paper in a few months that will really put that together. Great question.
Thank you very much.
Representative Stover.
Thank you. And thank you, Gordon, for the presentation. I have a question, which is in other states, they're able to capture their data, substance use data in the claim systems, but the main health data organization isn't able to collect that substance use data. And I'm just wondering if you think that would be valuable information to capture to better inform.
Well, and I want to thank you for your work in this field, Representative Stover, and the work you do in that recovery center in Boothbay Harbor, which I've had the pleasure of visiting. I don't know that I agree with the premise. Karen Lee Harrington is on our data sharing committee. She's done a couple presentations. So you and I need to talk offline about what specific things that you think that they can't pull out of the claims data. But so that's my short answer. I also feel that for the first time, you just recently got the new, well, I don't even know that you have it, but I think you have it. If not, it's imminent, the PMP annual report. And they really, if you compare this year's annual report for the prescription monitoring program, the type of data that's in there compared to last year and 2 years ago, it's not even the same report. And so I think, again, that I think the MHDO and the PMP and all those sources of data can be pulled together, and that we have quite a bit of information.
And I just want to clarify, I was just asking if you think that would be valuable data to pull. I wasn't assuming that, I wasn't making a judgment about that. I was just asking if you thought that being able to have that substance use data from that source would be helpful to you.
It is.
Or helpful in general.
Because we get a lot of data, and then we have easier access perhaps to the main care data. And so many of our, it's a wonderful thing that 90,000 people now are in the expansion population, with thousands of them filing claims for substance use treatment. That's a real positive, in my opinion. So we can look at main claims data, main care claims data, PMP data, and MHDO data. That's how we know how many people are being treated with buprenorphine, for instance.
Mm-hmm. One other thing, I appreciate what you said about Vivitrol and Suboxone and Naloxone, and I just wanted to put a plug in on your list for Sublocade, because we've had some tremendous success with Sublocade down in my region, that's being used at the IOP out of Midcoast Hospital, and some people who are really benefiting from having that as opposed to a daily dose. So I just wanted to give a plug for that on your list.
We've talked to the clinical advisory committee about it. We've talked to main care about it. It is paid for by main care, but only with prior authorization. And so that's the key to a lot of these things, is that we want that process to be efficient. We want Sublocade to be embraced in those instances where the clinician and the patient think this is the best option for them. It's more expensive than straight buprenorphine, but But yeah, the ability not to have a daily dose, it may be one of the solutions too, to advance some of our work in the jails, when if people are concerned about diversion, even in a recovery residence. Well, fine, if they don't want Suboxone around in the residence, maybe we can get that patient, if this is their best chance for stable housing, why not have that be an element of the prior authorization and have them have a shot every 30 days instead of having the medication, and that will give them a bed in that residence. We're looking at that.
Thank you for saying that, because I have a bill that will be coming up later in this session where we'll talk some more about that.
Great. Glad to hear it.
Senator Moore.
Thank you. That's a perfect lead into my question. Gordon, thank you. It's good seeing you here today. Are there any bills that your department has submitted that we are going to be seeing in the next couple of months? That you'd
Yeah,
like
that's a
to
great question. And there are. I think the one that you'd most likely get is a governor's bill that we prepared with Department of Public Safety and Sam Hurley, the new EMS director, that would allow EMTs, paramedics, to distribute to naloxone. Unfortunately, when the naloxone legislation was passed, apparently 3-4 years ago, it did not overcome the Board of Pharmacy's rules that that prohibit a EMT from distributing a kit of Narcan, for lack of a better term. So here's the problem. Obviously, the EMT can administer the drug. So he can revive the patient with naloxone. But what a wonderful opportunity to do a little intervention and send them with a kit home, so he or she doesn't die during the next overdose. They can't do it. And we've looked at every possible way to get through. And I think, even though now there's new people on the Board of Pharmacy, and I think eventually we probably get the Board of Pharmacy to change its rules. Frankly, the fast way to do this is just ask the legislature to allow, the fire department can distribute, police can distribute. But the person that's right there at the overdose time cannot. And we need to fix that. The other bill that will go to judiciary probably sets up a fatality review, overdose fatality review board. We had it in last year. It probably would have be law now if you stayed in another couple of weeks. But that bill is back up, and my good friend Dr. Evans from Dover Foxcroft has the bill this year because Senator Carpenter had it last year. So New Hampshire started its review panel a few months ago, and there's actually a national thing we're participating in virtually with in a week or so to take a look at all the state fatality review panels. Our own observation is that we really think that there's something to be learned from every single overdose. How did this individual fall through the cracks? Is there anything that we could have done? We can't look at every one. I told you that there's 10 to 15, but we can have the chief medical examiner and the researchers say, if we meet every month, and I wrote the statute proposal based upon the work of the Child and Infant Mortality Committee. We have 4 or 5 fatality review committees already in existence. And yes, we have to be very sensitive to those families. But there's a lot of families now that put it right out there. It's in the obituary. They want people to know this story in the hopes that they might save someone else. Those families we could talk to and say, walk us through this. How is there anything that could have been done that wasn't done? So those are my 2, I think, most important bills. There's a bill that would allow Narcan, that would authorize a school district and tell them how to do it if they want to allow Narcan in the schools. We need Narcan in schools. not so much for student, we've never known of a fatal overdose, certainly, but, you know, we want to be able to revive that parent who's at a basketball game. And there's no reason not to have Narcan available there. Some of the schools have it now, but others wanted to have a statutory provision. So I've written that for the Department of Education. And then Genevieve McDonald has a bill to expressly allow nalox boxes where we could put some boxes out where external defibrillators are and have Narcan available right there in the box. Probably need to pass legislation to do it because after all, we wouldn't be able to meet the training requirements of our naloxone community distribution law. You know, we want a bystander to be able to access that and help the person. So those are the highlights. Thanks for the question.
Director Smith, we want to thank you for being here today. I know that you mentioned that you've got some overlap with our next guests who have arrived. So we welcome you to please stay.
Great, I'd love to stay, and I love working with Dr. Landry and Anna, and I think that I've said this publicly, that I think that Dr. Landry really, except for the governor, maybe, Commissioner Lambert's job's pretty tough too. So soft checks, but I think, Todd, people don't appreciate how hard it is to be in charge of children and families in this state and come into the situation he did. So I'm just glad he's here, and I'd love to stay. I'll try to say nothing because then they don't get to say anything. So I'll go on mute. Thanks.
Thank you. So our next guests are Anna Hicks of Maine Children's Cabinet, and I see she has Dr. Landry here today, as well as Leanne Larson and Colleen Quint. So we welcome you.
Thank you,
And I'll let
Representative
you get
Meyer.
started.
Great. And we do have a PowerPoint, so I hope everyone can see that.
We can.
Great. I see some nodding heads. And I will just quickly introduce myself and then ask Dr. Landry and Leanne to introduce themselves. So my name's Anna Hicks, and I am the Children's Cabinet Coordinator, and I sit in the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future, and get to work with both Dr. Landry and Leanne on the Children's Cabinet work. So Dr. Landry, if you could just introduce yourself quickly.
Yeah, I'm Todd Landry, Director of the Office of Child and Family Services within the Department of Health and Human Services, and it's a pleasure to be back with you again.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Leanne Larson, and I'm the coordinator for the Early Learning Team in the Department of Education. We are the team that supports children from birth through about grade 5. It's where public preschool is based as well.
Great, thanks. So I'm going to do a short introduction to the Children's Cabinet, give you a little bit of background information about our structure, and then Todd and Leanne will walk through a lot of the information about a number of the initiatives that we achieved in 2020 and give you an idea of some of the work that we'll be doing in 2021. So just very quickly, Governor Mills, as probably you all know, in her inaugural speech actually announced the reformation of the Children's Cabinet, which had been out of commission for about 8 years. When she came in, she made it a priority to put the Children's Cabinet back in place. And the Children's Cabinet members include the commissioners of the Department of Health and Human Services, Education, Labor, Public Safety, and Corrections. So those are all the members of the actual Children's Cabinet who make the decisions about the Children's Cabinet work. Commissioner Lambrou from Department of Health and Human Services serves as the chair of the cabinet. And we also have participation of a number of high-level staff. And this was really important from the beginning. Commissioners identified high-level staff who would participate regularly in the work of the Children's Cabinet. And while the cabinet meets once every 6 weeks, we, the staff who are participating in the work of the Children's Cabinet, meet at least twice a month to talk about the work of the Children's Cabinet to ensure that we maintain open communication about changes and developments in programming and policies across state agencies for children and youth, that we're coordinating ongoing coordination of the implementation of some of the specific strategies that we have agreed to work upon together, and that we identify new opportunities to collaborate across programs to advance the Children's Cabinet's strategies and goals. So the staff includes both, staff from the commissioner's offices in these departments, as well as agency directors such as Dr. Landry and team coordinators and others who are working on programming and policy that aligns with the Children's Cabinet work. And I will say it is a great team, and I've really enjoyed over the last year and a half since I came on board. I came on board in August 2019, and we've really built some very strong working relationships. And as we walk through this presentation, Dr. Landry and Leanne will highlight some of the ways in which coordination is happening. I just wanted to give one example, Gordon actually alluded to this when he was talking about the universal free social emotional learning curriculum that was a priority both for the Children's Cabinet and for the Opioid Prevention Task Force. And when we were sitting around the table together and DOE staff started talking about really wanting to build a universal curriculum that could be available to all schools and to community programs, the staff at both Maine CDC and the Office of Child and Family Services were able to provide their experience directly with having worked on social emotional learning curriculum in a variety of schools and promoting social emotional curriculum to ensure that the curriculum that did come out really builds upon that work and can be work in conjunction with work that's already happened. And in addition, the group really benefited from that expertise and that public health and prevention perspective while pulling together the social emotional learning curriculum. So that's just one example of kind of the coordination that's happening around the table as we meet twice a month. So I was hired on as the coordinator in August 2019, and we spent much of the fall of 2019 planning our work. We are not going to walk through all the details of our plan. We will share that after this presentation. And in addition, we are finalizing a report for your committee that hopefully will come out in the next couple of weeks, and we will share that with all of you so you can see more details about our plans. We have two areas of focus as the cabinet. Our first area of focus is to ensure that all Maine children enter kindergarten prepared to succeed. And we have under that are three buckets in which we focus our work. One is increasing access to affordable early care and education, prevention and early intervention services for young children and families. We want to ensure that all the services that are provided in our early care and education system are high quality and support families to access the high quality programming. And then lastly, we want to ensure that we're recruiting, preparing, and retaining a diverse early childhood workforce. Our second area of focus is Maine youth, and that is youth aged 14 to 24. I forgot to mention that the young children, our initiative around young children focuses specifically on children ages 0 to 5. For our goal around youth is that all Maine youth enter adulthood healthy, connected to the workforce and our education. So the three buckets in which we are focused for youth are ensuring basic needs of youth and their families are met, increasing prevention services and programming in schools at the community level, such as the social emotional learning curriculum and other initiatives, and increasing access to needed behavioral health services, including substance use disorder, prevention, screening, and treatment. So Todd and Leanne are going to next walk through some of the responses that many of the agencies took on over the last year for COVID-19 response. But I just wanted to say quickly that 2020 was an incredibly challenging year for children and families, to say the least. And we are thankful for all the staff at state agencies, medical offices, community-based and social services organizations, local schools and childcare programs who worked diligently to meet the needs of children, youth, and families under very difficult and challenging situations and when public health protocols limited in-person interaction. So I am going to get to the next slide and turn it over to Todd, who's going to talk a little bit about our COVID-19 response around childcare.
Thanks, Anna. The child care assistance was an absolutely critical component of our COVID-19 response. I know I've shared with this committee before some of our outcome results as it relates to percentages of our providers that were open and remained open throughout the pandemic. But I did want to just simply reiterate that the major initiatives that we had related towards financial support for child care providers as well as direct to families really came from the CARES Act that was passed in April, the Federal CARES Act. It included CCDBG funding, and we were able to issue out that funding mostly to providers through 3 rounds of grants to directly help those child care providers with their losses in revenue, as well as their increased expenses related to COVID precautions. We also implemented subsidies for essential workers between April 20th and June 30th. That was a component that we were allowed to do under the Federal CARES Act. In total, $13 million of support was directly provided to parents and providers in 2020. I'm happy to say that we are, I believe, close to receiving our official notification from the federal government about the December appropriations bill, which did include additional assistance for child care providers. We have not yet received information from the federal government to confirm the amount of support that we'll be able to provide through that appropriations action, nor have we been told what requirements, including reporting requirements, we're going to have to adhere to. But we hope to get that as soon as this week. We estimate internally about $30 million will potentially come to the state in order to provide this assistance. And as soon as we have those detailed instructions from the federal government, we intend to try to move forward quickly in order to continue to provide assistance to both child care providers as well as to families and children. And so I'll turn it, I think, over to Leanne on the next slide to talk about some efforts that DOE did as it relates to childcare.
Thanks, Todd. So on the DOE side, certainly a major focus for us over the past nearly year now has been ensuring that our children, students, families, and teachers are able to maintain a level of connectivity to one another, and that in returning to school this fall, we've been able to do that in a really safe way. And certainly a lot of the work that DOE has been doing, we have needed to coordinate with DHHS, in particular, CDC and OCFS. I'm going to touch on just a few of the areas that we have been putting energy into to help support our youngest learners. One of the most significant has been the grants that we've provided also through CARES Act funding to 42 school systems in the state to help promote day programming. This is in response to the hybrid models of instruction that are occurring, where oftentimes students are only able to be in school a couple of days a week, and that presents definitely a hardship for families in terms of finding safe, caring, and stimulating environments for their children to be able to be in on the days that they can't be in school. So this has gone a long way to supporting and meeting those needs. Our team within the Department of Education has been responding diligently to teachers and administrators across the state. We have had a steady support system of office hours and technical assistance offerings to help educators be able to provide the remote learning, to understand how to adjust instruction, to be able to provide it in a safe manner. One of the most massive projects that we've undertaken has been the development of a collection of asynchronous project-based learning modules. These are have been developed not only by Department of Education staff, but in conjunction with hundreds of educators from across the state who have come together to help build these. They're all aligned with our state learning standards, They serve students from pre-K to grade 12, and they're available anytime students want to dip into them. Not only are they helpful for students to be able to manage on their own, but they younger grade levels have been designed in a way to help families be able to encourage their children to interact with them. And that project will continue through the end of this year, so that there's enough content really to support a year's worth of learning for students. And then in addition to that, we've provided a number of resources to help support families with continuing learning on a lot of different levels. And we've divided those materials up to support both the early learners, but also our older learners as well. So lots and lots of activity going on.
Great. And I'll jump in because I think it's important to note that while we did spend obviously a tremendous amount of effort on our COVID response, it also did not mean that we didn't continue to do other things as well. And so we want to cover some of those other pieces with you that we completed in 2020 as part of moving forward the goals of the Children's Cabinet. From a child care perspective, remember that slide where we talked about access, quality, and workforce? Here's an example of what we did on all three of those buckets. The first two items on this chart shows you specific initiatives that we put in place to increase the infant care and toddler care. We know those are two areas specifically that many families in our state struggle to find access to care for their infants and in some cases their toddlers. And so we implemented these two specific initiatives to really address and try to increase the access components for infants and for toddlers, particularly both from an access perspective, but on that second example from a quality perspective as well. The third action item there, you'll see we are partnering with the Maine Association of the Education of Young Children to implement the Teach Scholarship Program to really support individuals in our field to attain post-secondary degrees. We know those individuals and teachers with post-secondary degrees tend to have better outcomes academically and socially emotionally for children in their classrooms. This is a way of supporting that workforce and using evidence and research to drive, as one example, one of our initiatives. And then the last one there is another example on quality. We began in July to offer quality improvement grants to support any program in the state to improve their quality, or in some cases to retain or achieve national accreditation. We know these quality measures make a difference in the outcomes for children to be kindergarten ready, and by focusing some initiatives and dollars specifically around increasing that quality, it's part of our overall aim of increasing the total quality for all children and families in the state who are accessing childcare. And as we switch just a little bit, this is a good example of where we have an overlap between childcare and behavioral health. And this is the Early Childhood Consultation Program. I know many of you are very interested in this because you were instrumental in passing LD 997 in 2019, which provided us authorization and funding to implement a mental health consultation program at 5 pilot sites in the state. You can see those 5 pilot sites are those 5 counties of Androscoggin, Aroostook, Cumberland, Kennebec, and Penobscot. We spent most of 2020 focusing on looking at the research and the evidence around mental health consultation programs. We chose the Connecticut model based on its strong evidence and effectiveness. And we are currently have issued the RFP. We have selected 4 of those 5 providers for 4 of those 5 counties. They actually have completed training and are up and running as of right now, initially providing support through the Head Start agencies in those classrooms, and then it will expand from there to other child care providers and into the schools as well. Our intent is to evaluate these 5 pilot sites carefully so that we can learn from them, find out what's working, what needs to potentially change, and then that information can help us to inform a future decision around statewide implementation.
Well, I'll pick up from there. In addition to what Todd has shared, there are a number of other strategies that the Plan for Young Children is designed to work on over the next few years. And from the Department of Education side, as well as in partnership with OCFS, we have begun to target some of those. I'd like to kind of piggyback on that notion of access, quality, and workforce that we've mentioned a number of times, because we really do try to keep those three goals in mind with everything that we are providing. And you'll notice that in the bullet points on this slide, many of these efforts really go towards building out the quality of both programming as well as the practitioners who are working with our children every day. So that's building out that workforce. Over this past year, we have been fortunate enough to use some of our remaining professional preschool development grant funds to provide some ongoing training related to inclusive practices and trauma-informed practices, which is much needed. And what's been really exciting about that particular offering is that it has reached across the mixed delivery system of early childhood education, not just focused on public preschool, but reaching out to childcare providers and practitioners across many different programs. We have built out a website with resources related to promoting successful transitions for children as they're entering into the public school system. And we've been fortunate to recently have been one of 5 states selected some additional technical assistance to build out the resources that we've already populated on that site, and to also design some ongoing professional learning for the workforce related to transition. So we're very excited for that for the coming year. Another wonderful example of a partnership that encompasses not only our agencies in state government, but some of our private partners as well, is the work that we are doing to build out a professional learning series for school administrators related to early childhood education. This is an area of need that was documented in our needs assessment through the preschool development grant, but also that we have been hearing directly from the field for a long time. Many of our principals in elementary schools don't necessarily come with a background in early childhood education. They want to do the best they can, but they are asking for more support. And this is a series that we're putting together with assistance from across both Department of Ed, OCFS, but also with assistance from Maine AEYC, the Maine Principals Association. And we're getting ready to be able to pilot that in the next school year. And then finally, one of our major goals for young children is around expanding public pre-K opportunities. And while COVID has made it a little more challenging for us to help our school systems get this off the ground, we are still working tirelessly to build out some tools to help them as that becomes more of a reality. So we are getting ready to launch a toolkit, and we're also hopeful that in the spring to be able to run some rounds of technical assistance support to really encourage partnerships between public schools and private childcares and private preschool programs in an effort to help continue that expansion.
Thanks, Leanne. And I'm going to talk a little bit about our work around early intervention services. Actually, out of the LD 1635 bill that passed in the 129th Maine State Legislature, the folks at Department of Health and Human Services pulled together a report in response to that identifying some steps that need to happen to ensure better access to early intervention services, including early and periodic screening, diagnostic, and treatment services. And one of those outcomes was to establish an early intervention work group that goes beyond the Children's Cabinet. I'm helping as a staff person for the Children's Cabinet to pull together the work of the early intervention work group, and it's comprised of staff across state agencies at DHHS and DOE that provide early intervention services for children birth through 5 years old. And our first task is going to be to look at bringing developmental screenings online. So right now we've made significant gains through some work done through Maine quality counts over the last decade. We've made some significant gains in increasing the rates of developmental screenings, but we have a long way to go. And one tool that we think is going to be extremely useful in ensuring that we can broaden the number of providers who are accessing screening and ensuring that the children are screened to determine whether there are developmental delays or other health issues. Will be taking the ages and stages questionnaire, which is a screening tool that many folks are using across the state, and putting it online so that folks at early Head Start and Head Start providers and childcare providers, public health nursing, and other professionals, including our medical providers, can work together to provide this opportunity to provide higher rates of developmental screenings. And we hope that the goal is really to improve the coordination among professionals and allow for greater access to developmental screenings, so that we're ensuring that we're identifying children as early as possible to refer them to necessary education, healthcare, or other services. The early intervention work group is going to continue to identify opportunities to better support families to navigate the various systems. The first step really is to ensure that there's developmental screenings happening, but then we need to make sure that children are being referred correctly to services and actually accessing those services and participating in those services. Just one example of some progress that has been made at Office of Maine Care Services, they've hired a new Children's Health Insurance Program coordinator and an early periodic screening, diagnostic, and treatment coordinator, who will both be doing outreach to families to ensure that families are accessing Maine Care and also getting the medically necessary services that they need. So the early intervention work group will be working with those folks to ensure that we meet our goals.
And now we'll jump over from the first priority area of young children. We'll move over to our older youth and the priority related to that. Want to specifically focus on a few things that we did in 2020 directly linked to the Children's Cabinet around access for youth behavioral health services and treatment. Very happy to say that we were able to provide initial training, and they're in their 1 year of clinical consultation follow-up for 125 clinicians in trauma-focused cognitive behavioral therapy. It is one of the strongest evidence-based therapies for trauma-informed work. It is on the Federal Clearinghouse of approved programs. It is Maine Care funded. However, that Maine Care funding only goes into place once you become nationally certified. And so we instituted a project using funding through the Children's Cabinet in order to train and certify 125 new clinicians by summer of 21. They will have completed their 1 year of training and clinical consultation. And so we'll have this new cadre of clinicians in the state that will be nationally certified in TFCBT. Similarly, we've initiated a pilot project in Aroostook County on improving the system of crisis care, specifically for aftercare and stabilization services. We talk a lot about the intense aspects of immediate crisis intervention, but unless we're able to also provide services on an aftercare basis, you're not going to get the best results on a longitudinal perspective for kids and families. This pilot, again funded through Children's Cabinet resources, has enabled us to implement this pilot project. We'll be evaluating it with the potential of being able to potentially expand it nationally. And then with work that included our colleagues at OMS, we have increased our rates by 20% for multisystemic therapy and functional family therapy. These are modalities, have significant evidence. They link in well with TFCBT, and we certainly are hoping that we're going to continue to see an increase in both stabilization of the number of our MST-FFT teams in the state, as well as potentially an increase in those as well. And then just a quick glance at what we're doing in 21. I mentioned in my briefing to the committee that we have been awarded a 4-year, $8.5 million systems of care grant from the federal government. I'm very pleased about having this because it really is going to enable us in what would otherwise and is a challenging budgetary environment to be able to move many of our system efforts and initiatives forward, particularly with a focus on those rural communities. I'm also happy to say, with the support of the Children's Cabinet and the work by Anna, we were able to secure a grant from the John T. Gorman Foundation to fund a 1-year position at OCFS to focus on adolescent substance use treatment for youth in the state. It's an area that we know we have to focus on. It has a direct linkage to what Gordon just talked to you about as it relates to both prevention and treatment. We know that in our youth is oftentimes when some of those issues of substance use begin to develop and emerge. We need to make sure we're doing everything we can to prevent and treat that. Linked to this position is our current work right now. We're in the process of finalizing a federal grant application that would be, I believe, 4 years, $2.5 million in order to implement initiatives specifically related to adolescent substance use treatment.
I'm going to pick up from there, and I have a feeling that you've already heard a little bit about this work previously this afternoon, so I'm not going to dwell on it for too long, but I do want to say what an absolutely incredible resource the Department of Education, in partnership and with assistance from DHHS, has been able to populate as a resource, not just to educators in our state, but to families and private providers as well. The SEL for Me curriculum is based on very well-researched collection of resources that come from CASEL. CASEL stands for the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning. And our department has been able to populate the SEL for Me curriculum as a tool that can be tapped into at any time. One of the pieces of this work that's so exciting is that while many of the components that have come from CASEL will be a great jumping off place, there's lots of room for Maine educators and practitioners to contribute additional resources into the curriculum over time so that it really will take on a flavor of what's working well for children here in our state. And there's certainly, if the pandemic has shown us nothing else, it's how vitally important attending to the social and emotional well-being of our children is, just as much as it is the academic side of things. So I invite you, if you haven't checked this out yet online, to take a little time to do that if it's something of interest to you.
Great. And I just wanted to end with a little bit of information about some of the work that folks at the department, our partners at the Department of Labor, are helping to lead. The Children's Cabinet in 2021 will be focusing efforts to increase opportunities for youth to participate in paid work experience, work-based learnings, or internships. We know from the research that participation in paid work prior to graduating from high school is often a strong indicator of future success. And luckily, we have the team from the Department of Labor that have years of experience in developing training programs, supporting transitioning youth with career exploration and work-based learning, and also connecting young adults and employers through the successful Maine apprenticeship program. And folks at the Division of Vocational Rehab and the Division for the Blind and Visually Impaired currently have staff who are helping youth with disabilities to prepare them for employment and providing a variety of services to them. And in addition, staff from the Maine Department of Labor's apprenticeship program are collaborating with folks at the CTE program at DOE, the Maine Community College System, and businesses and other stakeholders to look towards developing a new pre-apprenticeship program that will include apprenticeship as well for youth starting in the fall of 2021. So this is very exciting. A new program that really, there are many models out there across the country that we can look at that really support youth to provide structured work-based learning that connects the educational needs of youth with talent needs of industry. And then lastly, in partnership with DOL, a cross-agency working group, which actually includes staff from the Department of Economic and Community Development as well, because as many of you may know, the 10-year state economic plan also calls for the implementation of career exploration opportunities, and they really think that we need to do that kindergarten through grade 12. Our work will focus mostly on older youth from the ages of 14 through age 20, while the DECD work really looks at everyone from kindergarten all the way through grade 12. But we'll be working with them to better understand what existing opportunities there are for youth, and then identifying new opportunities in the coming year to be able to expand that programming, building on a lot of what we know has worked already in Maine. And lastly, I just want to make a couple comments before opening it up for questions. We also have engaged, and I didn't want to forget to mention this, in our stakeholder input, we've engaged the Young People's Caucus. It's been a great partnership with them, which is a group of youth leaders from across the state who are supported by the team at Cutler Institute. We've had a series of meetings with them over the fall to seek their input around paid work experience, racial equity, and youth engagement. And we're continuing to figure out ways to ensure that we include youth voice in our work as we implement our strategies. And then on the early childhood side, we have the Children's Cabinet Early Childhood Advisory Council, and Colleen Quint is here, chair of the council, and she'll be speaking with you in a few minutes. So I hope that was helpful information, and we will open it up for questions.
So if the committee has questions, please use your raised hand function, and I'll call on you as they. Representative Madigan.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for being here today. I have a question about childcare subsidies. I've had constituents that benefited since the pandemic started from the childcare subsidies that I believe came from some CARES Act funding. These are folks who, parents who work as first responders or work as frontline workers. And those subsidies ended in July, I believe. Is there any plan to bring those back? These are families that are still kind of struggling to be able to find and afford childcare and work in the manner that they're best able to.
Yeah, I'll tackle that one, Representative. What I can say is that, yes, we did have that program using the CARES Act money from, I believe, April through the end of June, at which time that, that ended. We had, I believe it was about 900 children statewide that were able to benefit from that. What I'm also happy to say, though, is during that process, we were also able to find out that there was a pretty significant number of those that applied for it from the income waiver eligibility side, and it turned out they were eligible for the regular child care subsidy program going forward. Those, of course, have continued, and we immediately switched them over from into that regular program so it could continue. As it relates to going forward, at this point, there is the potential option of that to be included in this new round of federal funding. We have not yet heard from the Federal Office of Child Care if they're going to allow that this time or not. That's part of what we're waiting to hear from.
Representative Craven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is a very impressive body of work. Thank you all for your hard work, and it's very exciting. My question is, what are the sources of identification, especially for preschool children?
I'm sorry, can you, you broke up just a little bit, if you don't mind repeating.
Sorry, so how do you identify children that need those services, especially preschool children?
Yeah, especially if you're talking about the child care subsidy program, which I'm guessing you might be. You know, from the subsidy program perspective, there's a number of ways of outreach that occurs. So there is a partnership that we have, of course, with OFI. So if families apply for other forms of general assistance, but they could also be potentially eligible for child care subsidy, there's a linkage opportunity for them there. All of our child care providers in the state are well aware of the opportunities for child care subsidy. And so if they come in contact with families, they can certainly recommend them and provide them with information on that program. And then I would also just simply add that, you know, one of our efforts in the coming year, particularly coming out of COVID, as we look a little bit, hopefully, to the future, when we know that some families and parents are going to be returning to in-person work where they may not have needed childcare for the past few months, but need it now or will need it in the future. We intend to work closely with DECD and others in order to increase our outreach efforts, particularly as we hopefully begin to emerge from the pandemic and families return to potentially in-person, in-office work, to make sure they know about the eligibility opportunities there as well.
Representative Madigan, do you have another question? Okay, you can lower your hand. Thank you. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Ms. Quint?
Great. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam
Welcome.
Chair, members of the committee. I think Anna is going to pull up a very brief PowerPoint that I have for you. So again, thank you for having me today. My name is Colleen Quint, and I chair the Children's Cabinet Early Childhood Advisory Council, which we affectionately refer to as the CCECAC. My day job is running the Alphonse Scholarship Foundation. So this is the program that invests $500 at birth for every Maine baby for their future education. And I've been working with the Advisory Council and with Anna since last fall. So if we go to the next slide, please. So just to ground the committee members a little bit in what the council is and what we do. So as the name clearly indicates, we are an advisory council, and that's important. You know, we're not a state agency. We're not developing programs and implementing them or applying for and you know, putting grants to good use for the state. We really are intended as an advisory council to the Children's Cabinet, and the early childhood in our name really refers to birth through grade 3. And what we try to do is draw on the expertise of council members and others in our orbit and others that we seek out in order to provide advice and counsel to the cabinet. So there are certain specific responsibilities that the council has that are laid out in statute. You know, the childcare, the market survey for, I apologize, the market survey for childcare and you know, designation of a liaison on the MEPRI council and things like that. There are some federal grant requirements for advisory councils that we often also kind of serve that role. And then we do ongoing, you know, research. We did a landscape survey last spring, or a review of the landscape to get an understanding of what was out there. We gather information about what's happening in the field, and that's because our membership is made up of folks who are working in the field in different ways. And so we really rely on their experiences and expertise and the ways in which they serve as the voice for other folks in the community. So, and then ultimately what we do is we make recommendations to the legislature and others around improving early care and education, again, defined as birth through grade 3 for Maine children and their families. So next slide, please, Anna. Oh, could I get the next slide? There we go. Thank you. So in the bigger picture, one of the things that the council talked about early on is obviously our principal focus is on supporting and advising the Children's Cabinet, supporting their priorities, responding to needs for information or input on different things. But we also look more broadly to opportunities to support and make recommendations, again, around birth through grade 3, to other agencies that oversee policies. So the Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Education, and others, where again, where we can we play a role in identifying needs and resources, drawing on the expertise of the council and others, and lending a voice to prioritization. There are many, many different needs and challenges the state is facing. And so is there a role that our council can play in trying to prioritize among those many different needs? The next slide, please. So the composition of the committee is set in statute by category. So there are 2 members of the state Senate and 2 members of the state House on the committee, and you can see the list of the composition in 2020. There are folks representing parents with young children, folks representing philanthropy, child abuse and neglect prevention, post-secondary education, and then we have quite a few members who basically are in these categories of advancing well-being of young children and family child care providers who are really working on the ground in the field with children and families of young ages, who really bring a lot of great insights and expertise to the committee. There's also a representative from the Business Roundtable and of course from Children's Healthcare as well. So it's a lot of health and education focus within the work that we're doing. So in 2020, the initial work plan, like a lot of people, we got together, in the fall of 19 with no idea of what was coming down the pike at us. We took a look at the statutory requirements to get grounded. We looked at the Children's Cabinet Plan for Young Children as a guide to where we would focus. There was a PDG grant needs assessment that we were looking at. And we did some information gathering in the first quarter of 20, developed a landscape report to identify areas for inquiry. And the initial plan was to focus on the early care and education system. And I use that word system deliberately to try to where are the ways that we could provide some advice and insights to really make that a more comprehensive and cohesive system and experience for families. And then the idea was that in the second and third year of the council, we'd focus on early. COVID happened, and so that put the lovely little plan on the back burner. And we switched gears a little bit. So in the next slide, what we actually ended up doing was in the first few months after COVID broke out, we spent quite a lot of time, and Todd and his team and Leanne and her colleagues were really terrific at bringing good information to the council that we could in turn put out to the field, and then also questions to us that where the council could gather information from the field to help inform the department, both of the departments on the things that they're trying to put in place in terms of COVID response. So there was an immediate, very positive and engaged feedback loop going on for a few months' time. And then as we headed into the summer months, we decided that there was an opportunity for us to think about providing that advice as an advisory council that would really focus on places, again, our sense of where priorities should be put in terms of all the competing interests. So you'll see here on the slide a list of, I think there were 5 different, I think I have all of them here, Anna, you'll correct me if I missed any, 5 different letters that we sent out to different organizations and entities around a variety of topics. And while on the surface that may seem like a simple thing to do or a small thing to do, our feeling was that as an advisory council, again, what we could really do would be to help to provide a sense of urgency and prioritization among those competing needs. And the feedback that we received from the Children's Cabinet and the legislature and the ERC and others is that those letters were really positive to them in shaping the recommendations and policy decisions that they each were making. So now as we head into 2021, there's some changes within the composition of the membership. So some of the legislative members have swapped out, and then the previous healthcare expert has retired, and so there's a new healthcare expert here stepping into that role. And we just had our first meeting of the year a couple of weeks ago, so we're very early days. Obviously, the new legislative members have not yet fully joined the committee, and so we'll look forward to engaging with them and getting their input. But very broadly and quickly, where we think we're going to head in 2021 would we want to make sure that we're continuing to attend to our statutory requirements and that, that certain things that we are tasked with doing, we want to make sure that we do them and do them well. That we're going to continue some of the efforts. You know, there may be additional communications around different issues of particular interest to the committee, again, to those policymakers, particularly in the environment as we're emerging slowly from COVID. We obviously want to continue to maintain a close relationship with the Children's Cabinet, and that's where Anna is really super helpful and making sure each is well informed about the other, so that the work that we're doing is in support of the work of the Children's Cabinet. And then we also, in our meeting last month, identified some new and emerging issues or places where there might be gaps where we want to focus on in the coming years. So one of the principal areas is learning loss. There's a significant concern among council members about learning loss for students in the last year, particularly our most vulnerable students. Very concerned, as you already heard about mental and behavioral health and equity issues. And so, you know, where the kids who are already vulnerable and in danger of being behind, both from a learning standpoint and a social and emotional standpoint, how can we support structures and policies and programs that really meet the needs of those students to scaffold them, to get them to where they really need to be for their benefit and for the state's benefit. Very interested in paying attention to and lending a voice to the effort to develop an integrated child care system per the Economic Recovery Committee's recommendations. CDS is an issue of interest and concern to the committee. I know the Ed Committee is doing a lot of work with that and has a big a report that's being looked at. We're going to get a briefing and an updated briefing on that to see if there are places there where we can be of help. Early screening and intervention, so which you again already heard about from the Children's Cabinet presentation. Those early screenings and interventions are we see as really important. The earlier you have that opportunity to identify a child with a need, and the more you're able to address that need early on, the better the trajectory for that child as they go forward. And then the final thing is just an interest in a whole family approach, right? And there was a lot of conversation, even when the PDG grant was being created around the family and thinking about the ways that families engage with the systems rather than the ways that systems are developed to provide to families, but really, and the whole family approach is when you're thinking about the integration between childcare, pre-K through 12 education and workforce. You know, families have to have ways for their kids to be, and again, as was spoken to earlier, in safe places that also have quality learning and supports for students, so that parents can work and kids can get both the education and the personal supports they need to be successful. So, and none of those things happen in a vacuum, and they're all interrelated with each other. So that's the final area I just wanted to mention as a place that we expect to give some attention to. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Quint. Committee questions for Ms. Quint? Seeing none. Questions for any of our presenters today? We've got a few minutes. Seeing none, I want to thank you all for being here today.
Great. Thanks very much for having us. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
I think we've got about 5 minutes before our next presenters from the Maine Department of Corrections. Should we break for 5 and return at 3? Makes sense? See you then.
Hello, Commissioner. We're all on a short break. Everybody will be back right at 3.
Good afternoon. How have you been?
Fantastic. Thanks. How are you?
Great. I bought my first house from Mr. Lemlin.
Yeah, that's
$40,000.
good.
$40,000 back in the day.
I hear you.
Senator, good to see you.
Good to see you as well. I wish we were all sitting together in a little room instead of having to be in a Hollywood Squares mode.
Yeah, me too. Making some good progress on the construction. And
I know it looks great. I know Gary's been really good at keeping us informed.
But I hope so. And if you have any questions, please reach out.
I will. The only thing we're getting now are the people that live in those houses with the contaminated wells.
Sure.
And it's like we're going, well, we're doing the best we can. So
Yes. Yeah.
yeah. I think our chair is back.
Welcome, Commissioner Liberty.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
I think we've got everyone back with us. Hello, Ms. Black. Welcome.
Hi there, Representative. Thanks for having us.
It's our pleasure. It looks like from my agenda that the commissioner is going to start. Am I correct?
Actually, I'll start.
Okay.
And then we'll pass it over to the commissioner. Whenever you give us the green light, we'll get started.
You've got the green light.
Great, good. Well, good afternoon, Representative Meyer and Senator Claxton and other members of the Health and Human Services Committee. Excuse me. My name is Anna Black. I am the Director of Government Affairs and Legislative Liaison for the Maine Department of Corrections. I am sort of your Molly for the criminal justice and the DOC. So thanks for having us. Before we get started, I just want to give you a brief overview of how we've organized this orientation. So first, as you can see on your screen, many of you know Commissioner Liberty and our Deputy Commissioner Ryan Thornell will be going through a couple of things today. As requested, they're going to keep their remarks and orientation specific to our COVID response and also our substance use treatment programming. As regarding questions throughout the presentation, feel free to interrupt. We're used to it and happy to change course if necessary. But if you'd prefer to have questions at the end, that's fine too. I did send along to your committee earlier the Maine Department of Corrections guide for legislators. So if you need that, if you want to refer to that as we go through, I'm happy to send it to you. But we won't be using that today. Feel free to look at it later. And if there are questions about our different divisions, about probation, about juvenile services, about anything, feel free to reach out and we'll happily address those later. Just lastly, before I turn it over to the commissioner, I just want to quickly share my screen and show you our website. So there we go. Can you see it? Everybody's, yeah, okay, great. So Department of Corrections website, just for reference for today, Deputy Commissioner Liberty and, Deputy Commissioner Thornell and Commissioner Liberty will talking about our COVID response. And on this site, you can see we have a tab specific to COVID-19 resources. So if you click on that, there's quite a bit of information on this. For those of you who haven't been here yet, there's a lot of sort of quick pieces of data that you might need as you're doing your work. So I just want to mention that on our daily dashboard. If you're able to see, you should still be able to see my screen. We've got quite a bit of COVID-related, up-to-date, daily current information beyond just our facility population, but also looking at testing, positive cases, including our juvenile residents. We've got different programming information on here. So just some quick information I thought might be useful for you to have as you're hearing the presentation today. And again, that is on our COVID specific link. So that's all. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And unless there's any sort of quick overview questions, I will turn it over to Commissioner Liberty.
Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm sure you've had all kinds of orientations this week, as have we. It's good to see so many friends with Health and Human Services, my friends from down east. And we worked very closely last session and pleased we've had some good outcomes with the Down East Correctional Facility, and I look forward to the ribbon breaking for that. I recognize all of the heavy work that you've been doing, even though you haven't been in session, working and collaborating with your constituents as it relates to unemployment and COVID challenges. And I'm sure your phones have been nonstop during this COVID period. And we at the Department of Corrections have also been very busy. As you can imagine, having a congregate living environment and having COVID concerns, we got to work very early. And Dr. Ryan Thornell led our charge and led the team in the planning and preparation and execution of our plan. We started in January, working very closely with Dr. Shah and the CDC, guiding us and mentoring us on how we should develop our policies and how they should be enhanced from the previous pandemic policies that we had in place. And I'm going to go down through a list of some things that we did. I'm also going to give you a bit of an overview for those that aren't overly familiar with the Maine Department of Corrections. As you know, we manage some of the most challenging Mainers in our state. And many of them arrive at our doorstep with mental health issues, substance use disorder, learning disabilities, trauma, post-traumatic stress, many challenges to include adverse childhood experiences that impact their behavior and really are some of the foundational reasons why they're incarcerated. So it's our job, it's our mission to identify why they're there, what brought them there, and get to work in helping them recover from those particular areas. So we reduce the amount of recidivism and really reduce the amount of victimization that happens once they're released, because we recognize, and you recognize, that most of these incarcerated Mainers will be returned to the community at some point. And really the question we have to ask ourselves is, will they be more successful as a citizen after their release than they were when they arrived? And we certainly hope so. And I think that some of the work that we're doing with many of the programs that we do, to include the University of Maine at Augusta, really reduce the recidivism and make better Mainers, and everyone wins, really. Because to incarcerate someone for $40,000 a year and just to warehouse them and have them return saves no one any money, and it's really dumb on crime. I'd like to give you an overview of kind of where our populations are. We've had a pretty significant decline in population over the last 5 years. In 2019, we had 2,015 male inmates. In December of that same year, 2019, we had 190 adult females. Over the course of time, we've had a reduction, in 1 year's time, we've had a reduction in 427 male inmates and a reduction of 61 female residents. In fact, the number of female residents that we have is the lowest that we have had in the last 10 years. It's a 50% reduction of those that are in custody with us. We currently have 5 adult correctional facilities in the state of Maine. We have the Maine State Prison, and those are the close and medium security inmates. Close is an industry term for what you might recognize as maximum security inmates. The Maine Correctional Center is the same, or they have medium inmates. Normally, individuals that have more than a 5-year sentence arrive at the Maine State Prison. If they have less, they're normally at MCC. The Women's Center is attached to the MCC in Windham, and we have Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center, which is located at the base of the hill in Windham, and that's a pre-release center. It's fenceless. That's the last part of a female's incarceration, where they do more enhanced programming and they actually work release and go into the community, preparing for their transition back into the community. The Mountain View Correctional Facility is located in Charleston, and there we have medium and minimums. We have a section that's fenced, and we have one that's unfenced. The minimums, again, do programming, work on substance use disorder and any other sort of reason why they may be there. And then many of them go to work, able to earn an income, preparing them for transition. And also, it's important when individuals have in that minimum security status work in the community, they can pay off fines, restitution, and prepare for their release. And so that's important to us. The Baltic Correctional Facility is the last minimum security facility that we have. That's located adjacent to the Maine State Prison. That's referred to as the farm. And we have individuals that are there that are working in the community and again, are programming. And the last facility I'll speak to is the Long Creek Youth Development Center. We've worked considerably hard to reduce the populations there. Some of you may have been involved in the Juvenile Justice Task Force effort that we had last year. And, the main goal there is to reduce our reliance on incarceration for the youth. This year, we've been able to reduce the populations for our youth. The committed, we've reduced by 38% in the last year. The committed individuals, those individuals that are sentenced in the adult world, that's been reduced by 38%. And the detained, those individuals that there's a crisis in the community, something's happened, and those individuals go into Long Creek as awaiting judicial decision on which direction they take. And we've had a reduction of 62% with that category of youth. And so we've had some good success there. And we're continuing to reduce our reliance on incarceration through restorative justice practices, through any diversion, through wraparound services in the community, trying to prevent those reasons why they arrive. And we've had good success. We'll continue to work on that effort. As I said, in January, we knew COVID was spreading across the nation, and we did a lot of preparation with Doc Shaw and his team, and we've been meeting with them daily since. Every day, the representative from the Maine Department of Corrections meet with the CDC, keeps up to date on what's going on, receives guidance, and on whatever the particular topic is of the day, and that's been evolving as time has gone on. We begin to educate staff and our residences regarding the pandemic and certainly to come. We began to screen all staff as they entered all of our facilities, temperature checks, screening where they may have been, if they had any symptoms, if they were symptomatic, or if any of our residents were symptomatic, we tested them. And we've currently, to date, we've administered more than 7,500 tests to our residents and to our staff, was directed by the CDC. We eliminated outside contractors from coming in. So any unnecessary individuals that were going to come into our facilities normally, whether they be individuals that provide commissary, instructors, other teachers, anyone that may be providing programming, we went on a online sort of basis. We fortunately, about more than 2 years ago, we implemented a tablet program where residents have access to tablets and they can do a bunch of their programming there. And that was a program that Anna Black instituted and has been, was really instrumental in allowing us to continue our programming while individuals were sort of restricted in their movement. We continue to our enhanced cleaning and PPE usage. We retrofitted our industries program. So at Mountain View, at the Maine State Prison, and at the Maine Correctional Center, we do industries, and that can be anything from woodworking to production of many different products. We retrofitted those operations, and we produced more than 200,000 pieces of PPE. That included face masks, face coverings, face shields, gowns. We even worked with the judiciary to provide plexiglass barriers so they could continue to keep the court system open. Those pieces of PPE were distributed to to food pantries, soup kitchens, homeless shelters, many of our public schools, the county jails, and they were very appreciative, especially early on when there was a shortage of face coverings and shields. We were able to provide those for them at no cost. Year to date, we've had 58 employees that were positive for COVID. We had 57 adults, residents that were positive in our facilities, and we had one youth that had we were doing COVID tests as she left, and when the test came back, she had it was aware that she was positive for COVID, but nothing inside the facility actively as we were aware. To date, we have vaccinated 485 of our staff with their first round of vaccines. We're on our third week of those vaccinations. Next week, we'll complete all the staff that were willing to be vaccinated with an additional 175 staff, and that'll complete our first round of vaccinations for MDOC staff that wish to have that. The good news is, after all of that work, all of that effort, all the cooperation with the residents in our care, and they were very cooperative, we currently rank first in the nation related to levels of infection per capita. And that's purely on the work of the individuals planning, preparing, executing, working and collaborating with the residents to ensure that everyone was safe. And so that's a big victory for us to be able to be in a congregate setting and be compared to other states And you can look up that that information on the Marshall Project. They gather that information weekly, and we currently rank first in the nation. So we're very proud of that. Our positivity rate in January inside our facilities was 0.28. So very safe environment. Everyone's being very compliant. The employees are doing a great job. The residents in our care are doing a good job. And we're very pleased with the progress that we've made thus far. In 2021, we'll be working on a few different initiatives. We'll be looking at ways we can continue to reduce our reliance on youth incarceration. We're going to be enhancing our programming to reduce recidivism and, again, reduce the likelihood of victimization. We're also going to complete construction at the Down East Correctional Facility. Down East, folks. And there we'll have 50 residents and 15 staff. And so we'll right that wrong. I think we can all agree we need to have a facility there in Machiasport. And we'll continue to enhance our medication-assisted treatment, which we'll have a presentation here by Dr. Thornell in a moment. I think you'll be pleased with the work that we've done with MAT. We recognize that MAT is the gold standard to treat substance use disorder. And we are completely on board. And again, I think you'll find that we're probably neck and neck with Rhode Island once we complete the work that we're doing this year in the level of opportunity that we provide to our residents that have substance use disorder. So I'm very pleased with that. I am prepared for I would say I will take questions. I'm not quite sure I'm prepared.
So questions from the committee, use your raise hand function. I have one, Commissioner. Of the 485, I believe you said, staff who has had their first injection, plus the 175 scheduled for their first, what percentage of the total staff does that represent?
Representative, I knew that number was coming, that question was coming. So what we did, we strategized with the CDC and other Department of Corrections nationally, and we recognized we had to do, a significant education campaign, and we did that. And we encouraged and educated our subordinate leaders that are in the facilities and in the community, our probation officers. We spent a lot of time talking about the benefits of vaccination. Initially, we did a survey. Initially, we had a 78% volunteer rate. That's declined in the last week at the Maine State Prison. We're not quite sure, but we're enhancing our education and trying to identify exactly why they wouldn't take that. But as of, if all goes according to plan, by the end of next week, we'll have about 60% of our employees have voluntarily received the vaccinations.
Thank you. Representative Perry.
Thank you. First of all, we had a wonderful tour of Wyndham, the both sites, which was very educational and was wonderful to see the work that you're doing and moving forward. I guess my question is, and I think the question has come up anyway, as the prisoner population is actually in a congregate setting, has there been any plans to ensure that the prisoners are vaccinated as well?
Thank you. That's a great question. And it's the question on the minds of many people. So the decisions regarding who gets what vaccination and when is a combination of Dr. Shah and his team, HHS, and the governor's office. They make the decisions as far as who gets the vaccinations when. That's not a decision that we've been informed of at this point. And so I'm not quite sure when that will happen.
Representative Stover.
Trying to unmute myself. Hello, Commissioner. Good to see you. You had mentioned earlier about Long Creek and the reduction in the overall population at Long Creek. And I was just following up from a lot of the discussions we had last session. I just wanted to know, you mentioned wraparound services and community-based services. During COVID and with the current service delivery system that we have, do you feel as though the youth that were leaving Long Creek had adequate services, equitable services back in the community? And a second question, were those services also, were there enough of those services that were culturally appropriate, particularly to some of
I know there's been discussions about disproportionate minority populations within Long Creek. And I just wondered, one, was there enough services, the array of services, and also to address the needs of those populations?
Thank you. That's a great question. And it's good to see you also. The services in the community have been restricted, as you're aware. Many facilities and services have been diminished significantly over time. So I think that there is certainly diminishment of services available to youth. What we're trying to do is, and what we are doing, is continuing the services inside of Long Creek. As we talk about reduced populations, it's our goal to provide secure, staff secure opportunities, residences in the community, as we talked about in the Juvenile Justice Task Force. We currently have one residence that's outside of the gate now, and it's on state property, but it's an insecure building. We have girls there now, and it's our goal to get all of the girls out of confinement. We're currently looking at a second location for boys for the Bearings House, and we'll have 6 to 8 boys there. It'll either be, we've narrowed it down to 2 facilities, one being in Saco, one being in Auburn, and we'll diminish the population that way. Also, we're looking for something in Central Maine. So we'll have something in each of the 3 regions to reduce the populations and deliver a better service, I think, in a non-secure environment. But we provide the same level of service to the youth that are in Long Creek, and it's a challenge on the outside, given the fact that many, I think, resources have been diminished over the last year.
Thank you, and that's really encouraging to hear that there's some community-based options now developed both on grounds and looking out towards other areas in the state. Thank you.
Representative Craven, did you have a question?
Thank you. My question was answered.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else? Committee? Representative Zager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Liberty, thank you so much. That is very impressive about Maine being #1 in lowest COVID per capita. My question is a bit broader in scope. Nationally, there in the last 20 to 25 years or so, there's been a huge ballooning, actually 40 years or so, there's been a huge ballooning of the incarcerated population. What can you say about that trend in Maine since 1970 or 80 or so? And is there anything, given what has been proposed for legislation, anything that you wish the legislature would bring up in light of what your assessment is on the first part of the question?
Sure, Representative, it's a great question. It's nice to meet you.
Likewise.
I believe, my team believes that we work very hard at reducing recidivism. We believe in restorative justice. We believe in wraparound programs in the community, preventing individuals from ever entering a correctional facility. As many people in the committee know, I served as sheriff for 26 years at the Kennebec County Sheriff's Office, and so I managed the jail there for 14 years, and I was a member of the Board of Corrections. And so I've been in this industry for 38 years, and no good comes of incarcerating individuals that can be treated for mental health disorder, substance use disorder. Any of those things that we can provide for programming and assets in the community will reduce the populations in our correctional facilities. My team and I would love to have the last inmate leave the facility, lock the door, and drop the mic, and we have no one incarcerated. There'll always be need for some incarceration, but any work that we can do and community providers can do to reduce the populations in corrections, we are there. We have dedicated our lives to reduce populations and provide opportunities so that individuals can recover. I believe that incarceration, and I've seen it many, many times, incarceration impacts 3 generations. People have heard me say this before, and my team is tired of hearing me say it. But when I was sheriff of Kennebec County, I had more flexibility to release people. I could release people with 2/3 of the time I could release them. And I'd often receive phone calls from grandmothers saying, my daughter's incarcerated. I have the 3 grandchildren. I'm 70 years old. The kids are 7, 6, and 5, and I can't do this anymore. Can you please release my daughter? She's addicted. If she has treatment on the outside, maybe we can turn this thing around. And so I believe the grandmother's heavily impacted and had been for many, many years due to the addiction. I believe that the addicted is very addicted, not having access maybe to main care historically or something. And certainly I recognize that the children are impacted. I too am a child of an incarcerated person. My father was at the Maine State Prison. And, no good comes of incarcerating individuals. The children, the grandparents, everybody's impacted. And so I think that anything we can do to prevent that through mental health and substance use disorder treatment, everyone wins.
Thank you very much.
I see no further questions. Do you want to move on in your presentation?
Yes, and now for the star of the show, Dr. Ryan Thornell.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that introduction. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and the Health and Human Services Committee. As Commissioner indicated, my name is Ryan Thornell. A pleasure serving as his Deputy Commissioner for the Maine DOC, and appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you today. In my position as the Deputy Commissioner, I have the opportunity to oversee really the day-to-day operations of the department and get the privilege of carrying out the vision and goals and priorities of the Commissioner, some of which include, as he has spoken about, the various behavioral health and substance use treatment services that we offer inside of our facilities. And so that's what I want to just spend a few minutes briefing you all on. Because we've made considerable strides in the last few years on enhancing those services. And I want to start by just, letting you know the foundation really for what we do and what the Commissioner has spent a lot of time speaking about is we have a culture of wellness across our department, which spans the initiatives that we put in place for our staff, but also for our resident population. And it's really based upon this belief that everybody who comes in through our doors it has some level of need, some level of service need in order to be a contributing member of society and make those positive impacts in their community and their families. And so we view that as an opportunity to make them well and improve their wellness. And substance use treatment needs and behavioral health needs are certainly two of the most common and impactful gaps and areas that we identify as needing to plug in services. So we first identify those needs through our intake process. And I won't go through the entire intake process with you, but I want you to know that during the first 30 or 60 days of a resident's stay with us, they undergo a variety of screenings and assessments, risk and need assessments, medical evaluations, and also comprehensive mental health assessments. And that's really to not only help orient them to the Department of Corrections, but it helps us in the process of laying out what their roadmap is going to be while they're with us. And that roadmap really transitions into a case management plan. And so based upon all of their assessment outcomes and those identified needs that they have, we put together a comprehensive case plan for each individual that is managed by their assigned case manager throughout the various housing units that they might be placed in while they're with us, with the ultimate goal that they receive the services and treatment that they need along the way, and they transition out to one of our minimum security pre-release facilities and have the opportunity to participate in work release before transitioning back to their home community. And so that's a critical process for us, that case planning process. And really what shores it up at the very end as they release out into our communities is more recent collaboration that I wanted to make you all aware of with the Office of Maine Care that began in 2019 when Maine Care expansion became possible here in Maine. We established a direct conduit with the Office of Maine Care. So now that every male and female that leaves one of our correctional facilities who qualifies for Maine Care has Maine Care benefits in place and activated the day of their release. So there's no longer a 14 or 21 day wait while they're in the community waiting for those benefits to kick in. And that's been a tremendous resource as they transition out into the communities. So A little bit about the services they receive while they're with us as they near that transition process. We offer comprehensive health services with our health services provider, who's WellPath, and that includes extensive mental health treatment services, substance use disorder treatment services, as well as problem sexual behavior treatment. And the mental health services that are received are really a variety of services depending on the level of need. So at all of our correctional facilities that Commissioner Liberty outlined for you, we offer general population services that are really what we call special needs check-ins from behavioral health clinicians throughout our housing units. So every male or female has access to a clinician on a regular basis and on an as-needed basis. And I want to just give you a statistic that we often get asked. And so I'll share with you that roughly 1/3 of our population at any given time is receiving psychotropic medications. And so that really lays out what that special needs caseload looks like in terms of numbers in our population when you think about us having roughly 1,700 men and women to serve. Those who need more acute mental health services on the men's side have access to the intensive mental health unit at the Maine State Prison, which was opened in 2014 and really serves as a high acuity intensive mental health placement for not only DOC residents, but also residents in the county jail system who do not receive this, are unable to receive the services in those jails, and also potentially individuals who are currently at Riverview or Dorothea Dix who have exceeded their capabilities. And so the intensive mental health unit services anywhere between 30 and 35 men at the Maine State Prison. And on the women's side, I'm pleased to report that although we don't have an intensive mental health unit for women, we are implementing what we're calling an intensive mental health caseload for women. Because their numbers are so low, we do not have a housing area specific for those needs, but we are deploying a very similar staffing structure to what we have in the IMHU for men in order to provide those acute mental health services for women while they're in the Women's Center to help stabilize them. On the substance use treatment side, I want to throw some numbers at you that we're often asked, and we're a very data-driven department, and so I want to share just a few things, if you would. So when we look at the men and women coming into our system, roughly 35% of the men coming in 2020 came in with a primary sentence for a drug crime. So again, that's roughly 35%. Females coming into Maine DOC in 2020, roughly 58% of the females coming in came in for a primary drug crime. So when they come in through the door, as I mentioned, they go through our intake and assessment process, and they receive a screening and a substance use assessment. In 2020, of the men that came in through our doors, rough 58% of them were assessed as needing some level of outpatient substance use treatment. 18% of them were assessed as needing residential level substance use treatment. And so that's 76% of the male population coming in through our doors needing some level of substance use treatment. On the women's side, 86% of the women coming in through our doors needed some level of substance use treatment. So that again shows you the magnitude of that gap that we're trying to service while those men and women are with us. And so we offer those services in a variety of ways. We have expansive outpatient treatment that's available at all of our facilities across the state, all CBT-based substance use treatment programming, roughly 6 months in length. And we also offer residential substance use treatment services at all of our secure facilities, so Maine State Prison, Mountain View Correctional Facility, and Maine Correctional Center. And those are 9 to 12 month programs that are the therapeutic communities at those sites where they can offer a more intensive residential level service. And those typically are right around 40 bed housing units at those facilities. And then we also offer individual counseling on an as needed basis. I'm also pleased to report we have a peer recovery and support service program at our facilities where we have residents who are trained as peer recovery coaches to assist their peers along their recovery journey. while they're inside, and then that helps with a smooth transition out to recovery coaching services in our communities. And then finally, I want to speak briefly, as the commissioner mentioned, we have medication-assisted treatment services in our facilities. And this is something that we made a priority in 2019 as part of an extension of Governor Mills' executive order on the fight against the opioid epidemic. And so in July of 2019, we piloted our first MAT services at multiple sites. And I'm pleased to report that in early 2020, we expanded that pilot and really made it a full-blown service, no longer a pilot program, because we expanded those services to all of our facilities. And at the current time, although I'll give you an update of what's going to be changing next week, MAT services are available to those men and women coming in through our facilities from the county jail system who may already be on MAT. So we're able to continue those services during their incarceration. And then we also have services available for those men and women within 6 months to release. And we've had a great collaborative effort with Director Gordon Smith, as well as the Office of Behavioral Health and Dr. Jessica Pollard. To date, we have serviced more than 530 men and women with our MAT services who have transitioned from Maine DOC out into the community and had MAT continuity of care established as part of that transition. And that's made possible through our partnerships with Groups Recovered Together and Day One. They coordinate those continuity of care services for us. At any given time, we have roughly 200 men and women on MAT services while they're in our facilities. And as part of that continuity of care process, we provide them with training and a naloxone kit upon release as a harm reduction measure as they're leaving our facility, as well as during COVID-19, they've been provided a smartphone in order to allow for telehealth services to continue out into the community, because as the commissioner mentioned, those services have dried up a bit because of the pandemic. And so this strong coordination makes the outcomes possible. And because of the great outcomes we've had and the good support we've had from all of the various stakeholders, this year in 2021, we have plans which are going to be starting next week to expand medication-assisted treatment so that by the end of the year, it will be universally available at all of our sites to all of the men and women who are medically appropriate for it, regardless of their sentence length. And so that's a significant expansion. We expect it to take us from, averaging 200 men and women at any given time to upwards of 600 or more men or women on that service at any time. But it's more than necessary. As you hear those numbers and percentages of men and women coming in our door with that need, it is very apparent that this is a gap we need to provide a solution for, and that's what we're going to be doing. And so that's just again a brief overview of the services we provide. I know I ran a little long on time. I apologize, but if I'm happy to take any questions if you might have any.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner and Anna for being here today. Very helpful presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It's our pleasure. It's good to see all of you.
Thank you.
So the University of Maine system is up next. Do we have? Samantha? I see many guests. There's Samantha. So thank you very much for being here today. And Samantha, I will hand it over to you and let you make introductions. You're muted. Ms. Warren? I'm not sure she can hear me. Does someone else from the university system want to take the helm and make introductions?
Certainly, I can begin, although Sam, are you unmuted now?
She's still muted.
She's still muted, okay.
Yeah.
Then I'll begin. I don't know if someone needs to find a way to, I'm not sure how to unmute her, but I'll start. I'm Joan Farini-Mundy, and Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. We're really delighted to be here. I'm the president of the University of Maine and also the proud president of our regional campus, the University of Maine at HHS, and I'm delighted to see some of you from that region as well. Hi Mary, hi Senator Mary. I came to the University of Maine almost 3 years ago now from the National Science Foundation, where I was the chief operating officer, but I worked in several other positions there as I was there over several years. And one of the wonderful features of coming to UMaine is that the full scope of research that we do here aligns a lot with what we were doing and funding at NSF, including robust work in health-related fields that are of interest to your work. And so the basic science that NSF funded, the kind of biomedical and bioengineering foundations that they did there in partnership with NIH, are an important foundation for all of us, particularly here at the University of Maine. Our public universities have incredible strengths in health and human services topics that are related to education and workforce development, our research efforts, and innovation. We have longstanding relationships and partnerships with in every Maine community and with every organization, pretty much, that we think comes before your committee, including healthcare organizations, social service providers, state and local government agencies, and then biomedical and life sciences laboratories. And we partner widely. And never has it been more apparent than during this terrible pandemic, when our faculty, staff, and students have been called upon not only to inform our science-based campus planning, but also to support state efforts to rapidly respond to the needs arising during the pandemic. And we're delighted that today you're going to meet some of the people who've been right at the center of that work. Epidemiologists at the University of Southern Maine's Cutler Institute have been helping Maine CDC stand up its contact tracing program and in co-leading outbreak investigations. And I know that they've been remarkably engaged in important ways. Chemical engineers at the University of Maine were involved in creating a solution, a technological solution, that was used by the National Guard to fit test N95 masks of frontline workers. UMaine graduate students have been engaged in translating scientific information and medical developments for the City of Bangor's Public Health Department. And more recently, we've seen the latest in the work of our nursing students and faculty from across the UMaine system to deploy to COVID hotspots last spring, helping with surge staffing. And now at this time, more than 250 of them helping out with vaccine administration in clinics across the state. And I want to thank you all, because those kinds of actions are made possible by decades of public investment, including state appropriation in the public universities and our research efforts, as well as the Maine Economic Improvement Fund, another incredibly important investment from the legislature, as well as other state and federal grants and contracts. So thank you. I'd like to speak just briefly about one initiative that illustrates how we can help Maine make progress on the issues that I know this committee cares deeply about. 2 years ago, at the charge of University of Maine System trustees, I led the development of what was called the University of Maine System Research and Development Plan, where we considered how we could work in a more unified way across the state with our partners to meet the needs of the state in looking to the future. And one of the goals of that plan, aligned with other kinds of goals that are prominent here in Maine, is to make Maine the best state in the nation in which to live, learn, and work by 2030. And following on that goal and the university system's commitment and our trustees' commitment to furthering it, we did a special call within the university using university funds, system funds, to hear ideas about from our faculty about improving rural health and well-being. And so to kickstart the work on the plan, this internal funding supported teams from across the system to collaborate on several projects, 3 projects actually, several people involved, and I'll just mention them briefly. Expanding telehealth training and use to support developmental and emotional needs of children in rural Maine schools. And the teams included faculty from UMaine, USM, Maine CDC, and local schools. The second is addressing renal disease, metabolic disorders, and infectious diseases among isolated populations in rural Maine, involving UMaine Augusta, Northern Light Health, MDI Biolabs, JAX, and the Maine Medical Center Research Institute. And then the third is the Rural Injury and Violence Prevention Project, involving UMaine, USM, UMaine Presque Isle, Maine CDC, the State Medical Examiner's Office, and the Office of Substance Abuse and Mental Services. And I tell you about all of this, and we could share the links so that you can read in more detail, to just be sure to emphasize that we want you to think of us in the system as your partner, as a resource that's available to you, a resource that's available to you in areas where you seek advancement, where you're looking for policy information, and where we might be able to help. So with all of that, we're bringing today a group of our colleagues to feature. They're just a small handful of the numbers of people across the University of Maine system who are working in a range of health-related, service and policy-related, and biomedical and bioengineering areas in ways that can benefit the state. So I'll just introduce them all briefly and then turn it over to Dr. McGinnis. Melissa McGinnis is a UMaine Associate Professor of Microbiology, and she leads our scientific advisory board that has just been indispensable through the pandemic in guiding us. David Harder, who is director of the University of Maine Institute of Medicine. If you didn't know, we have essentially a virtual Institute of Medicine. We'd like to be sure you're made aware of that. Len Kay, who directs the University of Maine Center on Aging. Marcy Sorg, who is at the University of Maine in the Margaret Chase Smith Policy Center. And she leads compilation of annual drug death report, the annual drug death report for the state of Maine. Judy Tupper, Director of Population Health and Health Policy at the University of Southern Maine Cutler Institute. Elizabeth Gattin, Senior Policy Association with USM's Cutler Institute, works in Disability and the Aging Program. George Shaler, who is Managing Director of the Children, Youth, and Families in the Justice Policy Program, also at USM's Cutler Institute. And Nancy Foster, who leads the University of Maine at Augusta's dental health programs. So with that, I will turn it over to Melissa, who will launch this.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really honored to be here, so thank you for the opportunity. My name is Melissa McGinnis. I'm an associate professor in the Department of Molecular and Biomedical Sciences at the University of Maine in Orono. I'm also a virologist. And before the COVID-19 pandemic, most people would say, what is a virologist? But now I've become very popular and everyone knows what a virologist is. I run a very active research program to better understand how viruses infect cells and cause disease at a very basic level. And our research hopes to understand these mechanisms so that we can develop new antiviral therapies. My research program includes undergraduate students as well as graduate students who are earning their master's and PhDs. Our students go on to work in industry and also go on to work in research institutes in Maine and across New England. I have been called to serve on the UMaine System COVID-19 Scientific Advisory Board due to my expertise in virology, and we have been providing our expertise and guidance to the University of Maine System leadership to help with their decisions and planning regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, we have been working closely with Bangor Public Health and also the Jackson Laboratory and other partners across the state, including the Maine State Science Fair and the Maine Science Festival. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
We may have Sam back now. Sam, can we hear you?
Good afternoon. I'm so sorry. When you turn the volume down on the YouTube, who knows, that turns the Zoom volume down as well. So I apologize, but it's wonderful to be with this committee. I'm Sam Warren. I'm the Director of Government and Community Relations with the University of Maine System. We really appreciate this opportunity. I believe David is speaking next.
I believe it's my turn. Hello, thank you for the opportunity. I'm David Harder. I came to Maine from Wisconsin about almost 2 years ago. I've been at the university for a year and a half. In Wisconsin, I was professor of medicine and associate dean at the Medical College of Wisconsin. I'm now directing the UMaine Institute of Medicine. It's been in existence for around 4 months. This initiative was started by Dr. Baramayan as the University of Maine Medicine Initiative. Its missions are many, but related to this group. They include enhancing health-based research within the university. It's partnering research institutions and hospital systems within the state. The goal is to work with healthcare systems in bringing the university's resources to bear on improving the health and welfare of Maine's populations. Examples include an ongoing study emanated from the University-wide Rural Health and Wellbeing Grand Challenge that Dr. Mundi has just mentioned, to identify genetic causes of metabolic syndrome and renal disease, which is very prevalent in our rural population. The study is being conducted at the University of Maine in collaboration with the Clinical Research Center at Northern Light Healthcare at Eastern Maine Medical Center. It will be one of many such evidence-based studies planned in collaboration with clinical research centers throughout the state. The Institute of Medicine has an external advisory board made up of senior leadership from regional healthcare systems, including Northern Light, Penobscot Community Healthcare, and St. Joseph's Healthcare. We plan to include representation from other healthcare systems within the state going forward. Like I said, we're only 4 months old, so this is a first step. The Institute is well positioned to be part of a greater healthcare network to advocate and improve the health and well-being of Maine citizens. We work closely with Mount Desert Island Biological Laboratory, Jackson Lab, Mid-Maine Medical Center Research Institution, and other clinically related and basic research projects, and the submission of large programmatic grants from the National Institute of Health. Together with regional healthcare systems and collaborating research institutions, we are broadcasting seminars and symposiums developed as educational research and clinical tools throughout the state on a weekly basis. These seminars will carry continuing measurable education CME credits, aiding in the education of the state's physicians and healthcare professionals. The Institute works closely with other health-related research centers and schools within the university, including the Center on Aging, the Center on Community Inclusion and Disability Studies, the School of Nursing, and the Graduate School for Biological Sciences and Engineering, which is a statewide PhD program centered at the University of Maine. The directors of these programs comprise the leadership team of the Institute of Medicine. And I think I'll end it here, say a brevity. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Okay, Dr. Len Kay, who's the director of the Center on Aging, I believe is the next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm delighted also to join with you this afternoon. I'm Leonard Kay. I'm the director of the University of Maine Center on Aging. I'm also a member of the faculty in the School of Social Work. So many of you may know this, but Maine has the oldest population based on median age and the most rural population in the country, ranked #1 on both. We're also ranked #1 in terms of the largest proportion of residents 50 years of age or over. And those are the very reasons why the Center on Aging was established some 20 years ago. I'm proud to say over these past 20 years, we've been engaged in a number of very exciting projects that serve Maine very well, I think. They include establishing the first statewide mail-in drug return disposal program in the country. It includes developing an easy-to-use screening tool for primary care practices to detect potential cases of abuse, neglect, and exploitation among older patients. We established the third largest senior college in the state of Maine. We're currently partnering with the University of New England, the area agencies on aging and healthcare systems to prepare the next generation of geriatrics healthcare workforce professionals in the state. We're developing currently as well a national certification program for nursing homes and assisted living facilities that deliver high quality, person-centered long-term care. And finally, we're taking a leadership role in the state, very apropos of Governor Mills' announcement today, taking a leadership role in support of age-friendly, livable community development, for which we also lead the nation. We have over 100 age-friendly communities. Community engaged in practical research and evaluation is central to what the Center on Aging does. At the same time, we're involved in providing training and education that has continued unabated during the course of the pandemic in service to older adults, but also to those who serve older adults. We value always in our research being closely engaged and connected to the network of towns and local communities, to businesses, to healthcare systems, and to other community agencies. I want to leave you with an open invitation, and that is to reach out directly to me at the Center on Aging for any assistance that we can help and forward and promote in terms of your developing evidence-based policy that maximizes the safety, health, and well-being among older citizens. If you need research carried out, if you need to get your hands on any information or any other resources that could help you in your work, we're who you want to call. We want to help whenever we can. And I'll tell you right now, if we don't have the answer, we'll do our best to find that answer for you. Thank you so very much.
So Professor Sorg is next.
Yes, thank you. I had it on mute, of course. Good afternoon, Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Marcella Sorg. I'm a research professor at the Margaret Chase Smith Policy Center at the University of Maine. I am a director of Rural Drug and Alcohol Research Program, as well as our initiative with a grand challenge on injury prevention. Our team of about 12 manages several federal and state-funded programs that generate public health surveillance data and policy analysis related to deaths and injury, primarily due to drugs and violence, and including the relationship with the COVID pandemic. We've been working with the Office of Chief Medical Examiner and Office of Attorney General to monitor drug deaths since 2002. Many of you have probably been aware of the quarterly and annual drug death report that is released by the Office of Attorney General. Starting this month, we will be releasing those data on a monthly basis. In addition, since 2016, we've managed the Federal Centers for Disease Control surveillance of drug deaths and their circumstances, including expanded information about decedent medical and social characteristics. We've been doing similar data abstracting on all violent death circumstances, that is, homicides, suicides, and deaths of undetermined manner. Working with the Office of Behavioral Health, we coordinate the distribution of naloxone or Narcan statewide via Tier 1 and Tier 2 distributors, which is very important for harm reduction in vulnerable populations. In addition, under the leadership of the Office of Behavioral Health, we've soft launched a website called MaineDrugData.com. This is a state website which aims to provide a sort of one-on-one or one-stop shopping location for state drug and substance abuse disorder information. It includes data and reports and links to related websites within the state umbrella. It is available now, and we're adding to it as we learn what is useful to the public and to policymakers. Please let us know if there's any data that you need. It's maindrugdata.com. Finally, our staff coordinates one of the University of Maine System Grand Challenge grants entitled Rural Health and Wellbeing, which was mentioned in the introduction, which is broadly focused on creating a University of Maine system collaborative to reduce the impact of rural injury and violence. The goal is to better integrate interdisciplinary research efforts and external funding of those efforts across the campuses. And that's all I have for this afternoon, but if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Good afternoon, I'm Judy Tupper. I'm the Director of Population Health and Health Policy at the Cutler Institute, as well as a faculty member in the Public Health Program at USM. And my role is to introduce to you the Cutler Institute a bit before I turn things over to my colleagues. So the Cutler Institute is the research arm of the Muskie School of Public Service, and we oversee research at USM and the USM Maine Economic Improvement Funds. The Cutler Institute provides a myriad of services in research, but also training, technical assistance, policy analysis, program development and implementation, and evaluation. We have interdisciplinary teams that are focused on children, youth, and families, disability and aging, economic development, environment and social resilience, justice policy, and population health and health policy, which is my program area. We have over 300 projects, and our institute constitutes close to 90% of the research portfolio at USM, and we currently have a portfolio of about $24 million annually. We're entirely funded through our grants and contracts. We have over 75 public and private funders, and these contracts cover our administrative costs. We have about 170 staff right now located all around the state and the nation. Our projects take us to all 16 counties in Maine, all 50 states, 200 tribal nations, 5 territories, and a few countries as well. We partner with profits, nonprofits, municipalities, state and federal government agencies. And as you can imagine, this pandemic year has been especially busy for us. In addition to all the work that we had planned, we have all this additional support that we're providing to our state partners through public health, social services, and economic recovery. So, and I want to talk just very quickly about population health and health policy program. Our team works in key areas that are significant to the health of Mainers. For example, we're heavily involved in addressing the opioid crisis here in Maine and have secured many federal grants to support this effort. And as mentioned earlier, we have an epidemiology team, a large group that is embedded at the Maine CDC that provides on an ongoing basis research and evaluation. But during the pandemic, we actually redeployed that team to provide hands-on contact tracing and helping set up systems and health communications and so forth. We work directly with the HHS and in other agencies in areas as varied as healthcare quality and patient safety, infection control, long-term care, behavioral health, emergency medical services, rural health, workforce training. Many of us have had the privilege of assisting these state agencies in response to COVID-19, and we're really committed to applying our expertise to support Maine leaders and citizens at this most critical time. And I'd also like to add some late breaking news that one of our research colleagues has just been placed on the steering committee of the State University Partnership Learning Network, which is a national group, commonly known as SUPLN, and which involves 27 states. And so we're looking forward to increasing, I know it's a big deal, and we're really looking forward to bringing the expertise of the other states and their models to help enhance our state university partnerships as well. So I encourage you to, as everyone else here, is to let us know how we can be of service to your committee and your constituents. We're really eager and proud to contribute in our role as a public university institute. So now I'd like to pass the baton to my Cutler colleague, Elizabeth Gattine. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Claxton, Representative Meyer, and distinguished members of the Health and Human Services Committee, thank you for having us today and allowing us to give you a brief snapshot of some of the work that we do. I am a Senior Policy Associate in the area of disability and aging at Cutler. Our goal within our program area is to help older adults and adults with disabilities live healthy, active, secure, and engaged lives in the setting of their choice. We do that primarily by informing policy, helping to implement policy, and then evaluating the change that that policy brings about to be sure that it is doing what it's intended to do. Judy Tupper, just who went before me, mentioned many of the skill sets we have. Primarily the work in our area and the work that we do is in the area of Medicare and Medicaid long-term services and supports, including the delivery of home and community-based services, as well as facility care. We do a lot in the area of payment and delivery system reform, so big system change. Much in the area of direct service workforce, as well as adult protective services. And much of the work that we do is really to improve the lives of individuals with Alzheimer's disease and dementia, behavioral health, substance use disorder, intellectual disabilities, brain injury, and also people at risk of abuse, neglect, or exploitation. So just to give you an example of a couple of the types of questions that we like to help people answer are things like, what are the most cost-effective strategies for helping adults live comfortably in their homes and communities as they age? For those individuals who can't remain at home, what should that continuum of care look like? What should we be offering as a state? And how do we make sure that we have a high-quality workforce to help deliver those services? So that's an example of some of those types of questions that we can help people answer. As Judy said, we do this work both at the national and the state and the community level. And I wanted to just take 2 seconds to highlight some of those types of examples to make them a little bit more real to you in terms of what we do. Is at the national level, we're on an evaluation with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid that's happening nationally that is integrating Medicare and Medicaid into a single program. Imagine that, instead of 2 different systems for people, just one delivery system. So looking at the expenditures and the beneficiary experience of those types of programs. We also have, as Judy mentioned, extensive state partnerships, particularly with Department of Health and Human Services in the different areas of those departments. So for example, with the Office of Behavioral Health, we help develop and administer the certification programs for unlicensed staff that provide the community-based services to adults with behavioral health needs. And so that would include the community integration workers. It would include crisis staff and staff that provides the daily living supports. So there's an example of some of the things we do around the direct care work staff to support the work staff. With the Division of Licensing and Certification, we do a lot with the assessment data for the nursing homes, as well as the res care around the reimbursement of those. So a lot of work to support those systems. And with the Office of Main Care Services, we do a lot of data analysis and analytics with big data sets. So claims data, for example, mining the claims data to help answer questions around the service delivery. And then with the Office of Aging and Disability Services, we do a fair amount of work. Most recently, maybe we could highlight the statewide needs assessment of older adults that the department did in preparation for filing its state plan on aging. And then many things at the community level, working with community partners and staffing and helping with advisory groups. For example, we served on the advisory group that came out with the also late breaking news of the state's age-friendly state plan. That is great news. So We do a lot, I would say, similar to what with Dr. Kay, we have a no wrong door into the university. So similarly, if you have questions or need some information, feel free to reach out and we will get back to you and be sure that the right person gets you the answers you need. But we look forward to continuing our service in support of Maine citizens. So thank you. And now I'm going to introduce, unless anybody has any questions, I'll turn it to George Shaler. George?
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. My name is George Shaler, and I'm the Managing Director of the Children, Youth, and Families Justice Policy Program at the Cutler Institute. And I'd like to thank this distinguished committee for allowing me to speak briefly with you. I have the distinct pleasure of working with 75 plus people who work on national, tribal, state, and local projects related to children, youth, and families and justice policy. And I'd like to highlight a couple of initiatives that may be of interest to this committee. Number one is I'd like to talk about our child welfare work. For many years, the Cutler Institute has been providing expertise on national and state child welfare systems. Most recently, we've been engaged with Maine OCFS to train new caseworkers in current best practices and help the office revise child welfare policies. Number two, we're engaged in some really outstanding tribal child welfare work. For nearly 10 years, we've been an integral part of the National Capacity Building Center for Tribes. The Center for Tribes collaborates with American Indian and Alaska Native nations here in Maine and nationwide to help strengthen tribal and family systems and services in order to nurture the safety, permanency, and well-being of children, youth, and families. Number three is our child care quality initiatives. For the better part of 2 decades, the Cutler Institute has proudly run the Maine Roads to Quality Initiative Professional Development Network. This network works to promote and support professionalism in the field of early childhood education, especially important during the pandemic, and to improve quality through the provision of statewide systems of professional development. The other project I'd like to highlight is our Violence Against Women Measuring Effectiveness Initiative. Since 2001, the VAWA project has been documenting the impact that the more than 1,000 plus Office of Violence Against Women grantees here in Maine and nationwide have had in helping victims of domestic and sexual violence, their families, and their communities. And lastly, I'd like to point out our justice system policy work, Place Matters. Our Place Matters team at the Cutler Institute is helping the state of Maine to develop a continuum of care across all of Maine that focuses on developing community assets, promoting resiliency in youth, and minimizing the chances that youth will end up in the justice system. Thanks for allowing me to share this information with you. And likewise, if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them at any point. Thank you. And with that, Sam, can you jump in and tell me who's next? Thank you.
Nancy Foster is up next.
There, I guess I'm the closer, I'm told. Again, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Foster, and I'm an associate professor and the UMA Dental Hygiene Health Programs Director. I'm also, just a sidebar, a recent past member of the Maine Board of Dental Practice. I served in that capacity for about 5 years. So just a little bit about our dental clinic at the University of Maine at Augusta. In Bangor, on the Bangor campus, we have a 24-chair clinic. We also have a brand new clinic in the Lewiston Center. It's our first cohort actually just started this January, which we're very excited about. And like in Bangor, in the Bangor area, these Lewiston and Bangor are considered high areas of need and have dental disparities for oral health as far as accessing oral health services. So in UMA, in our program, we house basically 3 programs in our department. We have a dental hygiene program. We're one of 2 dental hygiene programs in Maine, but we are the only one that offers it at a public institution here in Maine. We have a dental assisting program. Uniquely, we are actually the only accredited dental assisting program in the state. We also offer an expanded functions dental auxiliary program. And this is the only active program in the state that's been, the curriculum has been approved by the Maine State a dental board. So that's exciting. And this expanded functions licensure category, Maine is actually one of the few states in the nation that actually offers this type of scope of practice for dental providers. And the idea this several years ago when this was approved, it was to help the access to dental care crisis that's occurring here in Maine as well as around the nation. Again, the idea is to work in areas where there are patients and populations of high risk, as well as we're in rural populations. So again, I'm also going to make a plug for just some oral health in light of the growing evidence showing that the mouth is the gateway to overall health. So I think hopefully we can all agree that neglecting taking care of your teeth and gums can lead to a variety of health problems and loss of teeth, as well as heart disease, diabetes. So again, I can't emphasize enough that everyone, people of all walks of life, ages, that oral health is critical and critically important. And I feel the dental program here at UMA helps serve not just providing and teaching and educating, training practitioners for a workforce here in Maine to provide services, but we also do see patients in our clinics. So after our students graduate, they're eligible to all the 3 different types of programs we offer. They're eligible to actually apply for state licensure. And so they're workforce ready practitioners. We have lots of hands-on courses. Again, our labs, we have, again, great space, both in Lewiston and Bangor, anywhere from 300 to 600 clinical hours for depending on the program the student is enrolled in. We also have, it's a robust job market now for dental. So our students are finding that they're graduating, we have over a 95% job placement rate for our recent graduates, and they're working anywhere from the traditional private practice, community centers, clinics, hospitals, FQHCs all across the state. So that's been really exciting these last few years. So just the 2 big things that our program does mutually support is, of course, our students. More than 95% of our students are Maine residents, and they get the clinical experience, and they're able to, with faculty supervision, and able to be workforce ready and be able to work as soon as they graduate. Now, our dental clinics, we actually offer affordable preventive dental hygiene services to the public. And so we offer cleanings and x-rays and sealants and fluoride, all the good things that happen at the dental office. Dental practices traditionally, and the patients receive care in, of course, in our Bangor clinic, and now also in the Southern Rim in our Lewiston area and surrounding community due to our Lewiston clinic. We serve in Bangor about 3,000 patients per year, so that's been really exciting. For those who are in the Bangor area, we do offer we have an annual Give Kids a Smile Day event, which we love, and we do that every February because February is Children's Dental Health Month, and it's free care that we offer for the day, and it's for kiddos that don't have a dental home. And so we usually fill up very quickly. And again, just a plug for our event, February 19th, again, in our Bangor clinic. As far as our Maine veterans, we actually serve about 25% of our patients are veterans, and we do offer a discount for our veterans who have served. And we find that about 50% of our patients are also older adults. Again, folks who really need, they lose their dental insurance or they can't afford the out-of-pocket. We do serve as that sort of catch net for those individuals. And coincidentally, speaking of our Maine veterans, UMA we just won accolades in the U.S. News and World Report, which was exciting. They ranked UMA as one of the top 100 best online bachelor's degrees for veterans. So again, we're really proud to be able to serve our Maine veterans here by providing not just affordable preventive dental services in our clinics, but also high quality and accessible online education. And again, I'm happy to be a resource to this committee in any way. And again, thank you for taking the time this afternoon for listening.
Thank you.
That was wonderful. We realized that was a lot in a very short amount of time. So I'll be following up with the committee staff, your incredible staff who helped us organize this, with contact information and websites for all of the folks you heard from today. Are there any questions before President Mundy closes us down so you can move on to the budget work?
Seeing none.
Thank you. We don't want to be between you and the budget work. So thank you so much for having us, for taking the time to learn about what I hope you will agree it's an incredible span of activity and great work underway across the University of Maine system and several of our institutions. Every one of these folks is describing just the tip of a major program and investment area that we have underway. So we do hope you will explore these resources, ask your questions, seek out involvement with any of these individuals and what they all represent, because the system really is here to be your partner and to help to advance all that we can in the state of Maine. So thank you for having us.
Thank you, President Farini-Mundy, and to all of the esteemed members of the UMaine system. We're glad you could be here this afternoon.
Thank you.
So we are going to move into work session on the budget. Senator Claxton.
Yeah, I thought now would be a good time to do a caucus in breakout rooms. So I'll set up 2 rooms and assign people to the 2 different rooms. And then we can come back together in 10 minutes, 4:30, if that's okay with everybody. I hear head noddings. No, I see head nodding. So we'll go with that, and I'll see what I can do about setting up the break rooms. Unless Carrie wants to do that.
I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
Please. You want somebody who knows what they're doing to do it. I did it once, so I checked that off my to-do list.
Or your bucket list, right?
That's right. Never going there again. So people should start to disappear, right, Carrie?
I apologize.
We're all kind of
let me try this again.
It seemed like there was a minute timer on it.
Yeah, like by default or something.
Okay.
Carrie, that was a lot of fun.
I got a whiplash.
How long should the breakout room last for again?
At least 10 minutes.
10
At
minutes.
least 10.
I'll give you 15.
To have 10.
But we can get back. We can get back in
Yeah.
before we're thrown back in here.
I
Okay.
told you we'd make mistakes as fast as we could and learn from them.
This is how we're going to learn from them.
The space age travel is great.
Bye again.
Okay, I'm going to open the rooms again.
Okay.
And we'll see what happens.
Goodbye.
That worked much better, Carrie. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad.
That's a lot better than the 1 minute version.
Yeah, I see we have some people joining us. Is this to discuss the budget pieces?
No, these are the folks who would be sitting in the audience and periodically going like that. That's right, just like Jess just did. Thank you. We may not get too much further down that road, Jess. or Mr. Saxel, Michael. We're at crunch time. Okay.
We've lost Representative Stover in the flight back from, let me see if I can find her.
We don't want to lose Representative Stover. Welcome, Mr. Stair. We haven't acknowledged you yet.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon to you. I guess we can't sneak into the other room.
Representative Craven and myself it took us a while to figure out how to rejoin you, but we did. Just want to say hi to Ms. Mauer. How you doing? Nice to see you.
I am very well, thank you, Representative Baldacci, or Senator Baldacci. Jeez, I'm sorry. You too.
Thank you for taking me home, Carrie. I was lost in space.
Yeah.
So I'm trying a new functionality.
Well, I wasn't paying attention. I was distracted because my phone rang.
I'm trying a new functionality, so you may get a message that we're all set to restart when you are. So I just broadcast a message.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Did you get that, or I don't know how it shows up?
Yeah, at the top of the screen.
Oh, I didn't get one.
Oh.
So I appreciate you confirming that it worked. So that'll end up in the, hopefully that'll end up in the other Zoom room too. We don't heat our house hot enough, so got to keep the my wife's quilt handy.
I know you're just showing off. You're just showing Mitzi's work off.
These
Beautiful.
can be ordered
beautiful.
online at www.getaquilt. Oh, they're back.
Then she can sign her name to it and say she made it, right?
She does make them.
I know, they're beautiful.
I don't want anybody to think I'm getting punchy, but all right. So as soon as are we all back yet? Yes, Representative Javner.
Thank you very much, Chair Claxton. I simply just want to say thank you for your graciousness. We appreciate it greatly.
And it's a pleasure working together. That's always a better way to go and my default. So what the order of business will be is to revisit the combination of amendments number 1 and number 2 and make sure that people don't have any questions about those. Then we'll move to amendment that Representative Stover would like to introduce and consider that. And then when we're done with that, we'll move to a vote on the 1 and 2 combined and the third one by itself. Is that consistent with what the leads were anticipating?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we'll vote on them one by one. And we'll be completely surprised by the outcome, but we'll vote on them one by one. All right. So thank you again for joining us, Molly and Clara and Luke again. Did Anna and Aaron hear that? We're going to make sure there aren't any residual questions on the first 2 amendments. So are there any questions you have from your notes that should be addressed from last time? Representative Connor, where are you? So yes, there you are. You asked a number of questions yesterday. Do you feel like you've had a chance to get them answered adequately?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I have. Definitely gotten a number of responses offline, and all my questions have been answered. So thank you for checking with me.
Sure. You were an active question raiser last time, and I want to make sure those got addressed. Yes, Representative Madigan, were you waving or did you want to speak? No, you don't have a question or anything. Okay. So I think then that ends the consideration of the first 2 amendments unless somebody has a question. And I don't see any hands up. So that gets us to the 3rd amendment, which is new to us today, but out of respect for a colleague on the committee, we'll allow her to introduce that. So I'll defer to Representative Stover.
Thank you, Senator Claxton, and to my fellow members of the committee. I'd like to introduce another amendment that specifically speaks to additional 4 sections of Medicaid that serve elderly and disabled populations. And those include Section 19, 69, Section 12, and Section 96. And I'll go through each part of that. Under Section 19, the home and community benefit, this provides folks who are elderly and also disabled who need physical assistance in their home. And what this amendment proposes is a 25% increase for a 4-month period under the Appendix K waiver. Okay. And then next, a reimbursement increase to Section 69. Those are familiar to us as the homemaker services, otherwise known in Medicaid as the Independent Support Services Program. But it's homemaker services, and this request is for a 25% ongoing increase. And I'll explain a little bit that those are some of the services that keep people in their homes at a much lower cost and also less intrusive and lower barrier services than they would have in any higher level of care. Next is Section 12, and Section 12 is an allowance for a consumer-directed attendant service, which is someone that I would choose to come into my home and take care of me. And this is a temporary supplemental payment per member per month. Remember, we talked about those yesterday, per member per month for those services, and an estimated 25% increase. And again, it's a direct care service. And then lastly, Section 96, the request is temporarily provide supplemental payments on the per member per month basis for personal support services and CNA services. And it comes under Section 96, which is the private duty nursing and personal care services. This would again be a request for a 25% increase. So these are all direct care services, primarily for the elderly and disabled. Thank you.
And then the work then in trying to establish what a fiscal note would look like has been done by Luke, as I understand it.
Yes, and I think everyone should have received that. Do you want Luke to walk us through that?
So I'll just note first, I'll actually bring my document up. So I'll screen share this just for the moment. So I just want to note first that for the first two portions, the Section 19 increase and the ODES Section 69 increase, we did receive information from the department, so those numbers are good numbers. The other two, I'm using information that is fairly recent, but it is still not the most recent number, so that's why for the moment I'm calling those an estimate, because I imagine that if the department's able to get me that information, which, by the way, we only sent this to them very late in the morning today, so it's not a surprise that we don't have anything back yet. But I'm expecting that we'll get something back and those numbers will likely change. So that's why I wanted to just highlight those so that if you were to see the final version of this, those numbers might be different. But in the end, I think the number that everyone would most want to know is what is the cost going to be, and the general fund cost estimated for these four sections to get the increase is just over $4 million.
Thank you, Luke, and I appreciate that it's getting to be crunch time for the supplemental, and that's why we're wrapping up tonight. And I appreciate that you got that done for us, so we had some ballpark idea of what's going on. For those of you who at home who are keeping score, that puts us in the range of 25 million for these three amendments, as best we understand it. Yes, Anna?
I'm sorry, I just have to clarify something here because I'm not quite sure what is the correct number. So Representative Stover mentioned that Section 19 was a 4-month temporary, but we actually did the fiscal note for 6.
For 6, yes, right. I thank you for catching that. That's what it says on the amendment.
Is that okay, Representative Stover?
Yes, that's great. And we could just change it on the amendment.
It's right on the amendment.
It's already there on the amendment.
How did I read 4 months?
You're looking at an old version.
Thank you very much for correcting me.
Any other points to be made related to this? Thank you for flagging that, Anna. All right. Anybody want to weigh in or any thoughts about Representative Perry?
Thank you. I am going to have some thoughts. And the difficulty is most of this are services that had the very short increase that lasted 2 months and then nothing afterwards. And most of the organizations that do this work run on such a low margin that even a loss of 25% would put them out of business. However, I also say this is something that unless we do something in the biennial budget to take care of this, we're going to have this happening year after year after year. We try to fix one thing and Pandora's box is opened. I am going to vote for these because I want to give the appropriations ability to look at the issues and decide what to do with it. But I am hoping that in the biennial budget, some of this stuff will be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Perry. Representative Craven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Perry. Those are my sentiments as well. I think that we've been struggling for years with trying to keep staffing and to keep basic services open for people with disabilities, people who are aging. And this looks like a lot of money. I think that this is a policy committee and that if we think that something is right, then we should be passing those motions. And so I will also be voting for this.
Thank you for your comments. Senator Baldacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to support all the amendments that are going to be presented today by my colleagues. It represents a total increase in payroll of close to $90 million, of which the state of Maine has to only come up with 25. That by itself is a shot in the arm to hundreds, if not thousands, of families in this state. And we have to remember, not only are we in a pandemic and in a recession, but we are giving a pay increase to some of the lowest paid workers who do some of the toughest jobs that we find extremely hard to find people to do these jobs, yet we expect so much from them. So to be honest with you, I don't think this is a lot of money. It's a drop in the bucket, and it needs to be done. And to say no to this is to really continue to degrade these services and the people that do them. It's something that has to be done if we're going to be a decent society that cares about our neighbors, cares about people that are most vulnerable, cares about other family members. I mean, this is what we're here to do. And so I'm actually very proud and happy to vote for this. I'm going to work to hopefully get this passed in the legislature as a whole. Like I said, this is a drop in the bucket. And if we can give, and I support the PPP program, but if we can give those kind of tax breaks, which dwarf this investment, we can make this investment for the most vulnerable citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Madigan.
Thank you. I agree with my colleagues. I think this is a long-standing issue that we seem to deal with year after year after year. I think the horrible inequities in this have only become more apparent in the pandemic. It's important to remember that this funding is, as Senator Baldacci said, money in people's pockets. This money is going to go towards paying Maine people to support their families, and they're going to keep paying taxes, and they're not going to be unemployed, while they're also serving some of the most needy people in our state, whether they're elderly or have some sort of disability. I think longer term, looking at this, I think we need to look at issues like upper payment limits and how to study that in the correct manner, the correct methodology. We also need to, and I think this is kind of a down payment on providing a career path for people who choose to do caregiving for others. That is something that we need to address to keep these jobs stable and to take care of the people in our state that need it. So I'll be supporting these amendments.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with my colleagues that we have identified critical needs in the direct care workforce. These amendments are an effort to provide short-term relief and support the provider community, their staffs, and the people who care for those who are fallen further into crisis due to the pandemic and the pre-existing rate and workforce shortage crisis. I will be supporting both amendments.
Are there any other comments? Anybody would like to say anything on the record? I'll chip in my 2 cents. I was struck in the last day or two, I've lost track, by the report that we've lost 1,600 people out of our direct service provider workforce to jobs that pay better, are less interesting, are less of a career, and are safer, and without changing the pay. And I was struck by the fact that the administration has set up a plan to contract for emergency personnel services for when we can't adequately staff some of the residential care facilities, the nursing homes. That seems very short-sighted to me, and a reflection of their concerns about how fragile this all is. So I will be voting for in support too. Senator Moore, your comments.
Thank you, Senator Claxton. I guess I've got to make the same comment that I made yesterday. There are so many positions that are out there that need help. Our nursing homes, our assisted living, this doesn't even hardly make a dent in all of the different positions that need to be funded. And we've asked that of the department. We've had them do the rate study. I think they're moving forward with it diligently, just like what we instructed them to do. And I just, there's just so many. Look at it. We have, 2 amendments yesterday. We have a third one. I understand there might be have been a fourth one. There, I know we're in desperate need, and these are such important positions. I know that, but in my heart, there's a whole bunch more out there, and I think we need to do this moving forward with the rate increase or the rate study that we had in a very diligent manner. And that I just have to put that on the record. Sorry.
That you don't have to apologize for that. That's why you're here. Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else who'd like to say anything? I'm going to put your hand down though. Going to lower your hand. All right. So at this point, we have amendments in front of us. The last one takes care or addresses shortfalls in 4 sections. The First Amendment addresses shortfalls in the other 7 or another 7. So I would entertain a motion for the combined amendments 1 and 2 that are now a single amendment. I would entertain a motion about that.
I would move, Mr. Chairman.
And second?
Second.
Representative Craven. Any further discussion? Yes, Representative Lemlin.
Yeah, I'm going to vote all 3 of these down, and I want to go on the record telling everybody why. The people in my district in the state of Maine has to know that there's probably nobody on this panel or board that is more in favor of funding every single one of these organizations. They're dear to my heart and my family. However, we can't spend money that we don't have. And I think it's wrong and imprudent to send anything to appropriations to ask them to even look at amendments like this, because we're telling them, hey, let's spend imaginary money. We can't spend imaginary money. So I agree the system's broke, and I think we need to fix the system and move on. So I'm going to be voting no, because this money doesn't exist, even though we need to help every single one of these organizations. We just have to do it right, and this isn't the right way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Would anybody else like to address the motion that's on the floor to approve the first amendment, which is a combination of 1 and 2? I don't see any other comments, so I guess that is now to Carrie to call the roll.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor.
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes.
And the vote total is, Carrie? 8 to 5. Ought to pass. Okay. And included in the budget. Okay. So now we'll move to the third amendment, which is a standalone that we just met today, the one that was introduced by Representative Stover. Are there any additional comments to be made about that before we entertain a motion to vote on that? Representative Stover, did you want to say something?
No, thank you. I think I've covered it.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion then to move item the third amendment that was offered today into the budget.
So moved.
Senator Baldacci, and second.
I'll second it.
Representative Stover.
Thank you.
Any other comments about the third amendment? Then we can move to vote on it. There's a motion on the floor to move the third amendment into the budget. Carrie will call the roll.
Representative Zager.
Yes.
Representative Zager, yes. Representative Lemlin.
No.
Representative Lemlin, no. Representative Stover.
Yes.
Representative Stover, yes. Senator Baldacci.
Yes.
Senator Baldacci, yes. Representative Perry.
Yes.
Representative Perry, yes. Representative Griffin.
No.
Representative Griffin, no. Representative Connor.
No.
Representative Connor, no. Representative Craven.
Yes.
Representative Craven, yes. Representative Madigan.
Yes.
Representative Madigan, yes. Representative Javner.
No.
Representative Javner, no. Senator Moore.
No.
Senator Moore, no. Representative Meyer.
Yes.
Representative Meyer, yes. Senator Claxton.
Yes.
Senator Claxton, yes. 8 yes, 5 no.
Thank you. So to wrap up, our next session is at 10 o'clock on the 9th. We're going to start hearing some bills, and we'll find some things we haven't gotten comfortable with yet, and bring those up during that session. And before you do that, I want to make sure that Anna and Aaron have a chance to jump in if they have any questions or additional content.
I have a couple of things. The first one is I didn't know if you wanted to talk about Monday's YouTube presentation for ENR, and then after you do that, I just want to talk about the memo for a minute.
So Anna reminds us that if you look on the committee schedule,
Well, they don't have it yet.
that is coming out. Future tense. On Monday, there's a 1:30 presentation that's being done to ENR involving the DEP and CDC about PFAS chemicals. And that would be good groundwork to be laid for consideration of 2 PFAS bills on Tuesday. They're being heard in multiple different committees, and we've been invited to join on YouTube and just watch. It won't have a chance to ask questions, but they'll provide some background to the whole content area around PFAS. So that's optional. Welcome to attend. A good way to pick up some information at 1:30 on Monday the 8th. And that'll be on the calendar that Carrie will be sending out.
Right. So the last thing I wanted to mention is that the report back is tomorrow to appropriations. So we obviously have the amendments, and Luke has all the votes in his part of the sheet, but we do have to write a memo to go along with it. So I didn't know if you wanted anything in particular that we should put in the memo. And the other thing is that we will send it out in an email, and you can't conduct business by email, but you would be able to at least respond to us if you have something you see that is wrong, or that you needed to, if there was something in it that you wanted to react to, you could let us know. Ultimately, the chairs sign it, but I did want to give you an opportunity if there was something that we needed to put in there that we hadn't thought of.
And what the letter, is it written sort of in the spirit of summary on bills?
I mean, we could just say, if you would prefer to have no particular editorializing, that's fine. We could just say, see the attached vote sheet and here are the amendments and these are the votes, we can do that. Some committees choose to put their reasonings in there as well. And I just wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to do that if you wanted to. But I'm perfectly happy just to write the bare minimum if that's what you would like.
So what does the committee think about a simple couple of lines that said the committee agrees that the current system is broken and pay is inadequate for these people, and we are taking different approaches to trying to address that.
Mr.
You don't have to.
Chairman,
Yeah. Is everybody?
Senator Claxton, I like that idea.
Yes, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I was just going to ask if you could consider just a sentence that says that we consider the situation regarding low pay and the labor market shortage to be in a crisis situation, which explains why we've done stuff. But I will leave that to your editorial abilities. But I think it's important that they understand that we see this as a crisis.
I like crisis instead of broken. I think that may be a better verbiage for it.
Yeah, no, yeah, broken is work session.
Terminology.
Crisis is after Anna and Aaron fix it up for us. Okay, we'll try and keep it so that we agree on the overarching concerns and have different approaches and leave it at that.
Okay, so you will see that in your email tomorrow. And if you want to react, to just hit reply, not reply all. And then ultimately the chairs will be the ones that sign off on it. Thank you.
Okay. So any other items of business to be brought? I'm not going to be late for dinner. So I do appreciate it, and I hope you understand that I do, how much thought and concern goes into the votes that people registered and the comments they made, and I appreciate them. We have a bunch more work to do, and I hope this has laid some groundwork for us being able to do it in a respectful manner over the rest of the session. So I appreciate your patience with what can be a painful process at times, and look forward to continuing to work together. So thank you all. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn unless somebody has some other comments.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Enjoy your evening and weekend.
Have a good weekend, everybody. Be safe.
Be safe. Yes, drive carefully.
Bye now.